The town of Valmon, a family of farmers, was about to be attacked by a green slug. Hecazaldoria is an island country formerly known as Japan. In ancient times, monsters did not exist, but after their appearance, they spread in the blink of an eye. Now about 80% of the land is uninhabitable due to the high level of danger. Simultaneously with the birth of monsters, people were divided into classes. Classes are assigned to a person from birth and help them to manage their lives properly. People of the classes warrior, fighter, cleric, brigand, merchant, hunter, and sorcerer are considered gifted. Finally, most people are qualified as powerless, such as those who develop cities or work in hotels. The powerless class is the peasants. The family's call was answered by a boy who decided to help them. He managed to save the father and son from the monster by hitting it with a rock. The savior asked if they were okay and collected the coins. He assumed that all was well. The family did not understand how he had managed to save them. He replied that he had simply thrown a stone. The boy handed the boy a sack containing 100 bronze coins that a slug had dropped. He believed it belonged to them. The boy got 100 bronze for defeating the slug. Isn't that great? He shook his head, thinking that the peasant could not defeat the green slug, even though the savior offered to buy him sweets and toys. The boy decided to head back to town. The boy asked at the last moment if he was a hero. He calmly admitted that he was not. The boy's name was Kagami Kuji. He is a peasant of level 999. Peasant is the weakest class. The guy was thinking about having meat for lunch. A crowd of indignant people arose in the city. They didn't understand why they had to cling to the strong to survive, why the monsters were still here, and why their children had to hold swords. The hero thought it was all because of the monsters. Monsters are the servants of demons. Until they kill the king of monsters, there will be no peace. Kuji wondered the reason for such a commotion. He overheard a conversation between two peasants who were excited about the hero's party. One of them thought about joining them, but his comrade thought it was foolish. He is just a peasant. The peasant replied that if their levels were high enough, they could become very strong. The fellow wondered if he could raise his level. Kuji knew that was what most people thought. Ancient cave. The guy's goal had been discovered. He engaged in a battle with a blue demon. Kuji was surprised at the large number of monsters today. The guy remembered the summoning block located somewhere around here. He had better find it before it was destroyed and have a feast in honor of killing all the monsters. But they would still be reborn. But because of that, he can complete so many quests. Kuji thought he heard more monsters, so he headed over there. It turned out that the heroes were doing battle in that place. They had killed his blue demon. The guy wasn't happy with the heroes here. They had better be capturing demon castles. A girl on the team suggested that Rex go further, but he thought they were on the right track. Kuji suggested that he was better off. What was his goal? It didn't matter. Taking his blue demon without any shame. The guy found some small group. He called it a good catch. What was left of the monster was a blue demon horn, a rare item that cancelled the hostility of monsters for the host as long as the horn contained magical energy. Kuji had a good day today. There were still many rare monsters. It was strange that he had encountered them. There were only 3 blue demons left in this quest. Looks like he'll finish sooner than he thought. He thought about sushi for dinner. Not much, but sushi nonetheless. A girl ran next to the guy. Kuji was surprised that she was here. He informed her that she was going straight to the monsters, but the girl didn't listen to him. The monsters stopped and let her pass, but they reacted to the guy, which angered him. He considered going after her. 5 minutes later, Kuji thought he had missed her and was surprised at the kid's speed. He saw a light in front of him and assumed it was an exit. As it turned out, there were too many monsters here. He heard a child screaming and realized it was the girl. She was standing fearfully in front of the group of heroes. Rex was explaining to her that this place belonged to the royal family, that someone like her, forgotten in this place. The girl called out for her daddy. By this time, Kuji had come up. He inquired as to the reason why the boys had pounced on her. Rex didn't realize what he was doing here. The guy called himself just a passerby and showed his status at his request. Rex thought he was lying. He couldn't have survived such an attack. The girl in the group was sure that this girl was definitely a demon. Kuji understood that. He was asked if he would protect her even knowing that. They wanted to know what he was trying to hide. Ancient caves. A little earlier, the heroes team. When Rex was called on the road, he continued to marvel at himself. After all, he is a hero. Tina replied that even so, there are plenty of monsters around. Palna worried about Oheim-sama. Kururu, breathing heavily, asked them to stop. Palna felt that she shouldn't put so much strain on herself. The girl didn't think it would work out this way. She had always wanted to free humanity from the oppression of the Demon King. Once upon a time, there were more than 196 countries in this world. But with the appearance of demons and monsters, there were only 3 left. Tina knew that the reason was because of the decrease in the number of places suitable for living. Hiruru stated that because of the Demon King, the monster army had taken away their lands. They should give them back, for the sake of peace and prosperity of all mankind. Palna called Oheim-sama so loyal. The girl asked to stop calling her that. Her name is Kanazuki Kiruru, and she's from Hekizeldoria. Magu thought it was too long. She will call her Ku-chan. Palna inquired about Rex's actions. The boy found that the cave went farther away. Palna assumed that the thing that would help them in the quest was right there. Rex decided to explain. According to legends, a sacred sword handed down by the royal family rests in these caves. A sword that can only be used by a hero of level 90, which is what he had. Palna inquired how he knew that. The boy replied that Kiruru was the princess of this country. The king was happy to tell him about it. On arriving at the place where the sword should be, the girl did not find it. The team of heroes were surprised at her appearance. Kiruru felt this magical power. She was sure that it was definitely a demon. They also did not find the sacred sword and thought that she, the demon, had stolen it. This place belongs to the royal family. The girl asked Rex to calm down. The boy, angry, struck with all his might with the sword. Kagami managed to cover the girl with his sword. He asked why they had attacked her. The hero wanted to know who he was. The guy introduced himself as just a passing peasant. Rex was sure he was lying and asked to see his status. The team realized that he was indeed a peasant. Kiruru found it hard to believe he was completely unharmed. However, this girl is a demon. Did he deliberately protect her? She asked what they were going to steal. Fuji decided to lie. He admitted that this girl is not a demon. She was his little sister. They found it suspicious that she was born with horns. The guy made up that he made them himself. They're accessories. They attach right to the head. Seeing that they found it hard to believe, he tried to prove that they were made from the horn of a blue demon. Palna concluded that this explained the magical power. Guy hammered it into a nearby object. Rex realized that it was the legendary throne that sealed the sacred sword, not some cheap artifact he could deface with his brute strength. Kagami replied that it wasn't difficult. Kiruru asked if he thought such a silly explanation might fool someone, but she admitted that it was a bit ridiculous. If that was how he was trying to explain it, then it was what it was. The boy rejoiced at his apt description. The princess decided that they didn't want to discuss the matter any further. Rex added that however the sacred sword was another matter. He wanted to know what his sister was doing in that room, and she accidentally tripped, at the same time that the sacred sword went missing. It seems to be just a coincidence. Kagami admitted that it was indeed just a coincidence. What's all the fuss about that sacred sword? Rex claimed to be a hero, the chosen one. There is only one person who can wield the sacred sword. Fuji realized that this was his fault. If he is talking about the sword, he had recently found it and sold it. Rex cried out in horror. He thought it was a lie. Only a hero is capable of wielding the sacred sword of the royal family. It was impossible that a peasant was capable of taking it away. Kuji admitted that it was a bit difficult, but he didn't actually take it away. He carried the throne away. The guy decided to show them and picked it up. He proved to them that it was possible. Rex excitedly asked his level. Kuji voiced it. The hero considered that it couldn't be. The only way to raise your level is to defeat a monster whose level is higher than yours. He had never heard of a peasant whose level was higher than level 30. For a peasant, it makes no sense for them to go to the battlefield to raise their level. It makes no sense for them to risk so much by trying to go beyond class characteristics. It is said that the highest peak was reached by a legendary hero whose level was 253rd. So as a simple peasant, how was he able to surpass such heights? Fuji thinks it's because he fought monsters every day. The hero replied that he did too. Fuji suggested that defeating them was probably the same. Rex didn't believe him. If it was a matter of quantity, he had defeated them the most, even in voluntary training. Fuji finally got angry and asked him to shut up. He didn't care. This is life. He has to accept it. The guy was about to leave with the girl. Rex stopped him. He wondered, since he had such power, what was he doing with it? Maybe he would try to defeat the Demon King. Kagami wanted to live a normal life, to try to earn money. He thought it was right to leave the Demon King to them, the heroes. Rex resented hearing that. Guy assumes he has no idea how the world works. The hero didn't understand what he was trying to accomplish. Hiruru recalled that the sacred sword is the property of the royal family. Fuji inquired about the reason why he was in the dungeon. He apologized for it and offered to forget. The girl offered him to join their team and help them in the battle against the Demon King. The boy refused. This surprised her. She wondered if he had thought about doing things that no one had ever done before. Kuji admitted that he hadn't thought about it. All he has to do is return the sacred sword to them. He would help them in their quest, and they would put it down. Kyoru continued to be surprised that he didn't crave fame and fortune, nor did he want to save thousands of suffering people. The guy didn't mind riches, but he doesn't want fame. Poor people he would help. The girl thought that then it should be enough to fight, and it was not enough for him. At the dawn of the Demon King's defeat, she would become his wife. Her statement affected Rex. Kuji noticed that he cared more about others than his own well-being. The girl was still rejected. She wanted to know the reason. Kagami doesn't think that defeating the Demon King is a great feat. That's why he doesn't want to fight or help them. That's how he feels, so don't let it bother them too much. They're also not so right. Halna replied that she didn't understand and asked him to explain his reasoning. Kuji felt that they would be meaningless until she realized it herself. Why not just forget what he was saying? Tina asked him for just a hint. He recalled how Kyoru had said that there were people who suffered. The guy asked if she really thought he was selfish. They left. Rixa was still remembering how the bastard had said he had no idea how the world worked. The girl realized that he didn't know what kind of person he was. The hero has no idea, however. He knows something for sure. He must become stronger than this peasant. The two went outside and noticed that it was already dark. The boy sneezed. It was cooler, already better. The girl declared that he was just the man she was looking for. She tried to say something to him. A stranger suddenly asked to marry her. His parents didn't like the fact that Kuji still wanted to fight monsters. If he is a peasant, he should behave himself and go to work. The boy tried to reassure his father. He can throw stones from afar. His level had risen. He found it hard to believe that a peasant could raise his level. Kuji won't stop because slaying monsters was much more profitable than peasant work. Peasants are considered incapable of fighting monsters. Tailor, farmer, miner, baker. All of these are the work of peasants. Kuji started defeating monsters when he was just a boy, and it was just incredible luck. Kuji didn't know that by defeating monsters, you can get money. This earning was simply unbelievable compared to the meager income of a peasant. Kuji could not give up such wealth, but then a doubt arose in him. He wondered why money was falling out of monsters. The girl thought he was the one she was looking for. She wants him to marry her. Kuji didn't understand what this child was carrying. And anyway, what would a demon like her want with a sacred sword? She replied that it was her father. Her father was sick. She has heard rumors of a hero who has gone on a journey. The girl is afraid that he will kill her father if the sacred sword goes to him. The boy was surprised that the hero could slay her father with the sacred sword as a demon king. She replied that he's not like a demon king. He kind of is. A demon king. Kuji was shocked to hear this. The girl was so sorry. She didn't try to hide it. This was the first time the boy had heard that this old man had a daughter. The girl thought that he knew her father, and that's why he didn't want to fight with him. Kuji called it a matter of time. For the time being, it has been taken off. The child asked for help if he knew why it happened. She suggested that it was all because monsters are born from the horns of demons. Kuji knows all about demon horns, but does she really think that the fact that she was born a demon is automatically her fault? She is no different from humans. The girl agreed, so she wants to see if it is possible for demons and humans to coexist peacefully. Kuji realized why this child decided to marry. He decided to be frank. The kid thought it was impossible. Even if the demons don't do anything, the monsters will still attack humans, and the humans will continue to hate them. And the demons, after they stop attacking, will start cursing the humans. And even if we exclude the fact that monsters were created by demons, there are many people who know that demons are not so different from humans. It was hard for the girl to believe it. Kuji explained the complex structure of this world. She did not understand what it meant or what this man knew. The child inquired about the reason for not wanting to kill demons. The boy explained it was because he was a fool. His reasoning surprised her. The girl followed him. Wallman's outer wall. The boy finally did. He asked how long she was going to drag after him. She knew that only in this town could she buy medicine for her father. He realized that she had come to buy them. Kuji concluded that she had no money. The boy wanted to know why she didn't hate people. The girl didn't think she should. If she only hated, nothing would change. After all, they are alike. Kuji had never heard demons say that. The boy began to doubt that she was a little demoness. The girl thinks he's an unusual person. Her father also told her that there was hope that such people existed. Kuji agreed. But still, they were a minority. The girl wasn't going to give up even so. The guy realized that it would be too dangerous for a demoness who had gone so far away from home to return alone to the castle. If it didn't take too long, Kuji indicated that he had some time for her. He asked to come over for a second. The guy promised to buy some medicine and she would go with him. The girl couldn't feel her demonic aura. He pretended not to realize what she meant. She wanted to know what he had done. Turns out the guy had just covered the tips of her horns with something. The summoning blocks were very nasty things, and they spawned hordes of monsters. He was lucky enough to destroy one, and he obtained an S-rank mystic material. It gives demons the ability to change their physique. And then Kuji remade the S-rank material into an amazing rare element called fabric. The girl, excited, asked if he could make one for all demons. The guy reminded her that he had made it from a very rare mystic material. As long as she kept it to herself, it would be fine. He suggested pulling on the hood and hurrying. The girl asked to tell what made the guy make it. It looks like it's specifically for demon horns. Kuji noticed that he and her were similar in that respect. The girl was happy to hear about it. More importantly, he doesn't know her name yet. The girl's name was Alice Balnicio. He also introduced himself. The boy was insanely hungry, so he called out to Alice. She gladly went with him. Alice was afraid to be in a human city. So many people. She worried that they would find out about her secret. Kuji offered her a taste of ice cream. The girl appreciated it. The boy admitted that it was usually eaten after a healthy meal, but today was a special occasion. The old man saw that the young lady liked it very much and offered to try it too. After that, other people offered many more all sorts of food. Kuji had a hard time believing it. Alice thought so. One only has to meet people and you will understand them. She was sure that her father would definitely be proud of her. But soon people's lives wouldn't be the same. Kuji decided to look for an inn for them. Alice realized that they couldn't afford such a luxury right now, but it would be so nice to sleep in a real bed. The first thing the girl did was jump on the bed. Kuji needs to make sure he gets her home safe and sound, so now he's going to go get some medicine. And he'll also call his friend on their journey. This confused Alice. The guy complimented that if it was just a fight, he alone would be enough, but he would need someone else to protect her. If she didn't know, they would still have to defend themselves from the attacks of other wanderers. Kuji left. She wished she could return sooner. Alice had forgotten that humans and demons couldn't live hand in hand. Because of what had happened recently, she had to remind herself of that. The girl thought that Kagami-san's friend must be a good thing. The guy informed Alice of his return and asked her to open the door. She was surprised that it had happened so soon. Behind the door stood a man of sturdy build. He admired the beautiful little creature before him. The girl was horrified. His name is Takako Builda. You can't tell at first glance, but he's a fighter. Kagami thought it was the opposite of obvious. He asked Alice not to worry. Takako-chan already knows about her race. Takako thought that he would never turn away from such a cute girl. Once upon a time long ago, he was severely injured and fell into the arms of death. A kind demon gave him a cure that saved his life. After all, humans and demons are not so different. When he thought about it, all the battles and hatred between them seemed so silly. Now he lived his life running a modest club and bar. The girl apologized for being scared of him at first. Her name is Alice. She hopes they will get along. Takako is sure they will get along. He told how one day Kagami-chan came to his bar as a visitor. From that day on, a special spiritual bond was formed between them. Alice noticed that they were getting along well. Kuji jokingly hit him lightly, for which Takako really hit him back. He agreed and assumed that poor Alice-chan had been sleeping outside all this time. Takako suggested going to the hot springs, to which she agreed. Kagami-san would also go with them, but the guy decided to stay behind. He asked to cover his horns with this and wished the girls to have fun. Takako suggested that this their Kagami-chan didn't seem to like taking baths at all. As a woman, it's quite shocking to him. The fact that he calls himself a woman really shocked Alice. Kagami thought so. The little girl thought she was a man all this time. He thought back to her father. Her father hoped. He realizes that a villager doesn't need to know how to fight. Therefore, he should be a good boy and just do his work. He should strive to be a good tailor. If it's a slug or a moss-covered goblin, Kuji can easily deal with it by throwing a rock from afar. But monsters of 4th level and above, such an attack has no effect on them. Fortunately, he was saved by a strong warrior. The villagers really are the weakest. Kuji turned to the god, thinking that this was really unfair. At least he could let them decide who to be. The wagon came to an abrupt stop. Kagami called out to his father. The man looked over to him. Being one step away from death, he asked his son to run. The boy recalled it with horror. He tried to reassure himself that it was all in the past. Kuji turned his attention to the sky. It seemed to Takako that Alice was terribly pale. The girl wanted to know exactly how Kagami-san had reached level 999. There are no monsters of a level higher than 500th. If another person with level 999 other than Kagami appears, he will try to kill her father. Takako replied that she had nothing to worry about. Other than Kagami-san, no one had reached the 999th level. Alice asked why she was so sure. It turned out to be because Kagami-chan is missing one important thing that every person should have. She thinks it makes him the biggest fool in the whole world. Alice didn't understand what that meant. What kind of person is he? What is Kagami thinking about? How did he become so strong? She wants to know. The girl asked me to tell her more about Kagami-san. She wants to know everything about him. Takako thought for a moment. She thinks that just asking for an answer isn't enough. After all, they just met. In time, they'll find out everything. It's much nicer to get to know each other that way. Since she says so, Alice thanked her. She would try and get to know them both better. Takako continued to admire her. She sat the girl on her shoulders and got ready to go to the hot springs. People noticed something strange in the sky. Monsters began to fall from the sky. Kagami thought it was a flock of hellcocks. Alice didn't understand what the Demon King's army was doing here. The army had launched an attack. The humans would fall before their might. From now and forever, the demons were getting bigger. The humans were going to kill them. Alice knew her father wouldn't want that to happen. Takako tried to comfort her. Walman is a town of adventurers. None of these people would be defeated so easily. And now the monsters are flying back. Takako was sure that only Kagami-san was capable of such a thing. If they find where they're flying from, they'll definitely find him. At this time, the guy raised the pig above him. He launched it back into the sky. The demon was surprised that the blood boar could fly. They all fly to the same place. He doubted the hero could do such a thing. Fuji noticed the commander and realized that he had to bring him down somehow. But first, he'd better find Alice and Takako. On the way he met Rex again. He wondered if the idiot was going to use one of the techniques here. Kagami piled on top of him along with the pig. People marveled at how easily he lifted the monsters. The guy tossed the creature. Rex wasn't happy to see him either. He asked to stop trying to show how great and strong he thought he was. Kyoru agreed with him. They need to unite and organize a counterattack. Kuji suggested that's what all those bows, arrows, and crossbows are for. Palna added that the mages were also here. The boy thought the idea wasn't so bad, but too naive. First, he would praise him, Mr. Hero, for his powerful technique. What was he thinking when he wanted to kill the demon commander right away without capturing him for questioning? What about the princess's arrows? That's just awful. If you launch them at the target, they will fall on the city and cause more damage. They have no experience, but they have good intentions. Kyoru was hurt, but he's right. She was so worried about the monsters that she forgot about the city. Instead of protecting the people, she almost put them in even more danger. Since that was the case, Palma asked what they should do. How can he scatter monsters like that? He doesn't use magic, does he? At this point, Alice and Takako had arrived. Guy was glad that they were okay. Palna realized that she wasn't his little sister. Fuji replied that if she really was his sister, she wouldn't call him by his last name. He thought it was her condition that was more important. The boy saw that the girl was crying. Kagami calmed her down, promising to take care of it. The princess introduced herself as Kanazuki Kyoru Hakuzeldoria. According to her, even if Kagami-san's power is noticed, she highly doubts that they will be able to demonstrate the full might of humanity's power if they do not work together. Guy felt that there was no need to go that far. We should just capture that demon. The Demon King's army doesn't know about their strength, so they will surprise them greatly, not even considering how organized their attack is. After a silence, Palma stated that that demon from above was a different case altogether. He asked her to calm down. When it comes to enemies, they must be defeated. Facing an enemy with uncertain intentions, the opponent needs to be suspicious of suspicious things, right? The team did not understand him. To Palma, it sounds like he knows more than he seems to. She began to believe more that this guy really knows something. Kuji realized that Sis was hooked. Until that day, the Demon King's army had never attacked anyone. But while Daddy is asleep on the job, this execution looks too unnatural. It would be nice if one could just go up and ask him what he wants. Kagami-san decided to make a small digression. Alice inquired what he was going to do. He replied something like this. Kuji and Takako acted in concert. Takako called it a free delivery of a special express service. Passenger protection is not guaranteed. She nudged the guy. The demon was increasingly surprised by this city. First monsters and now people flying. He felt like he had gone too far. It was a little unsettling. He doubted that this was a human city. Kuji had successfully reached it. He thought he was going to die here. Damn gorilla. She'd better find a better target next time. The guy asked me to explain to him what this was all about. The demon didn't realize what the hell he was. Kuji called himself just passing through. A peasant, he showed his level. The demon called it ridiculous. With such strength, he could hurt his demonic majesty as well. He wouldn't let him even lay a finger on his demonic majesty. The demon attacked Kagami-san. The guy suggested him not to be so nervous. The Demon King is an acquaintance of his, and he has no intentions of killing him or anything. The demon was surprised that his attack failed to destroy him. And such a peasant is supposedly acquainted with his demonic majesty. What nonsense. Kuji knew that Alice was the king's daughter. For his information, he was now taking care of that child. The demon was also surprised that he even knew of Lady Alice's existence. If he is really looking after her, he can't ignore him. He asked if the guy was an ally of the demons. Kuji replied that he was neither an enemy nor an ally, though he wouldn't say he's on the side of humans. The demon asked what he came here for then. He has a question. The Demon King that Kagami knows would not wish to destroy all humans. Yes, and his daughter said that he was sick, and in search of a cure for him, she ventured to such a faraway place. He inquired whether this attack was really the king's order. The demon did not believe that his majesty was ill. It was definitely his majesty's very own order. The guy decided to see if he was sure he had received it directly from him. If that was the case, then Kuji really couldn't leave things like this. The demon was surprised that he was asking if the demon lord had actually ordered it. There shouldn't be anything unusual about it. His majesty sat on the throne. Standing next to it was his right-hand man, Lord Esteller. The demon remembered the lord saying that it was a royal order. He must attack the city of Valmon. He realized that the orders did not come from his demonic majesty. Kuji felt that it was too early to say for sure. The demon realized that, however, he was standing next to his demonic majesty. The guy said that it was too early to talk. But in truth, they don't know anything about the situation. It might actually be his true intentions, although there is a possibility that he was being manipulated. The demon didn't think that a great creature like his demonic majesty could be controlled. Kuji recalled what he had said about probability. Reacting too sharply wouldn't help them. The demon decided that they should hurry to his majesty's castle. Guy took control of the monster they were flying. The demon advised them not to get in his way. Is he going to throw them into the forest? Kuji saw the remaining hell crows. The demon inquired as to what he would do. The guy decided to deal with the whole flock of hell crows at once. Today seemed to be his lucky day. The demon didn't know what he was thinking. He's concerned about his demonic majesty's illness, and this is how he's acting. Why should a guy get in his way? Just as he thought, he's weaving some kind of conspiracy. Kagami-san asked him to calm down. If he continues like this, it will only get worse. The boy assumed he was being played for a fool. If he went to confirm his suspicions, he and the Demon King might be in danger. It was hard for the monster to carry such a burden. Kuji thought it was better to completely destroy the attacking forces so that he could secretly return to the Demon King's castle. Besides, he really wants to take back all the money he got for destroying the Hell Crows. The demon said to leave him. A crow can't handle that much weight. At this rate, they will fall to the ground. The boy replied that if the demon didn't know, that was what he wanted. Kuji tapped the raven with his foot, causing it to fail. The demon panicked. Now they're going down. How is the guy going to survive in a situation like this? Kuji is confident that he'll be fine. He's probably going to be in a bit of pain though. The demon finally woke up. Kagami noticed that he looked good. He called him a monster and was surprised that the guy was still alive. Kuji asked his name. His name was Mino Abrashar. He asked if the guy was not really going to kill him, the demon. Kuji asked to finish with the idiotic questions. If he had no other choice, he would, but Mino seemed pretty reasonable and much more important. He was actually worried about the king and Alice, right? So he can't be such a bad guy. Mino marveled that he wasn't actually at loggerheads with the humans. Kuji recognized that everything was so stupid because of all this. If there were no monsters around, they would all be able to get along with each other. Because monsters are born from the horns of demons, humans only wish for their death. Both humans and demons end up fighting each other because of fear. Guy thinks it's just sad. Now, since Kuji has dealt with all his subordinates, he heads back. Sometime tomorrow afternoon, he'll stop by with Alice, and then the demon will go with him. Mino asked why a foolish man would take such a risk. The boy was surprised that he actually cared about him. The demon denied it. He just can't believe that Kuji would go that far. The guy thought so, there's no way he'd be worried. Kuji also wants to check the Demon King's condition. Mino will let him keep them company as long as Lady Alice is safe. He noticed that Mino really is a good guy. Alice will definitely be pleased. They will see each other tomorrow. The demon pondered the peasant's level-headedness. It's absurd, isn't it? It seems he won't be able to move for a while, but he's alive, and so is that idiot. Just a peasant passing by. For now, he'll just keep an eye on him, understand and coexist with humans. They fight because it's impossible. If it were possible, could they achieve peace? Mino realized that this was not something he should fantasize about. He hoped Lady Alice was safe. Hotel Wallman. Kuji yawned. He saw the smirk on the girl's face. She was grateful to Kagami-san for talking to Mino properly. Kuji had called him quite reasonable and thinking things through. Alice knew that. To think that it was Mino who had attacked. Besides, she would be happy if she could meet him. Kuji realized that the hero with her group was here, but she was pretending to be an ordinary person, so it might be risky. Although, socializing with people is still important. The boy wondered where Takako-chan was. The girl knew she had gone to check on her store. Kuji laughed. That was typical of her. In that case, it would be necessary to think things over afterwards. There are a lot of people around, and demonic energy is directly oozing out of Mino. Horses and demons won't work together, so they're useless. Alice realized that traveling on foot would take too long. Who knows when they will finally reach? Kuji believes there's nothing to be done. There is a type of transportation that is willing to work with demons as well. The girl, pleased, suggested that they do so. Streets of Valmon. Alice was surprised to see the creatures. One of them advised the scum of the streets to stop staring at them so intently. Kuji told her that they were monsters called centaurs. Their pride is so great that they do not even recognize the existence of humans. In addition, he offered to see how they reacted. The centaurs felt pleasure. It turned out that they are all extreme masochists to the point of disgust. They are perverts that they will obey a man's commands, only to be flogged. He really doesn't want to use them, and neither does Alice. Her eyes would rot out at the mere sight of. But she did not know of the existence of such monsters. The girl assumed that Kagami-san definitely knew a lot. The boy admitted that he had traveled many places before obtaining level 999. Alice had been wondering for some time now. He, a peasant, was able to achieve what the hero couldn't. She wants to know how he actually achieved that level. Pensive, Kuji replied that by effort. The girl thought that if it was a secret, it was fine. But she was a little curious. The boy asked not to make that face. Anyone would be curious. And about how he reached level 999. The guy pondered the question. When he started saving money for the sake of living a peaceful life, he also raised his level. He was surprised by her upset face. Money is very important. Alice realizes that. As Kuji explained, you can't say that money is everything in this world. However, it takes money to eat or stay somewhere for the night. Even to hire a bodyguard, a weak peasant needs money, right? And you'll get it after defeating a strong monster. The girl concluded that once he realized that, he had reached the current level. She asked about the threat to his own life. Was money really that important? Kuji suggested that she would have hoped that after gaining money and power, enduring hardships would be easier. He had discovered this one day at the Adventurers Guild store. A plot of land in the royal capital was worth 50 gold. He wondered if he could earn a house quickly. He turned his attention to something else, a mysterious item whose contents you don't recognize until you buy it. All for 10,000 gold, which shocked him. Alice asked him not to buy it and asked him how much he had now. He replied that it was about 5,000. The girl thought that for that amount of money he could buy a castle. Buying such things is pointless. It turned out that the guy has a dream. The price of an object says nothing about its content. It was a challenge he willingly accepted. She asked not to accept. Kuji thought it might be an object containing the secrets of the world. Alice realized she couldn't stop him, and she couldn't even tell if Kagami-san was serious. He won't give her a simple explanation. Just as she thought, it's something that can't be explained. The guy admitted that it was originally all about money. Kuji wanted Alice to tell him. He realized that money is truly a mysterious thing. He means, why was money falling from monsters so important to people's lives? The girl didn't understand why he was asking. Wasn't it always like this? The boys recalled. Takako-chan looked everywhere for them. He suggested continuing this conversation next time. Alice needs to meet this Mino guy. Takako realized that they were talking. The girl decided not to rush him, which seemed nice to the woman. She wanted to know how long she and Kagami-san would be together. The outskirts of Valmon. Mino was glad to see Alice and that she was safe. For her, getting this far on her own. Even though he exists to protect her, he attacked the town Alice Sama was in. The girl asked not to worry about it. The demon made sure that Kuji wasn't lying. He decided that he should thank the brave man who had protected Alice Sama. Suddenly he was noticed by Takako-san, who called him handsome and thus frightened him. Alice didn't think Takako-san was scary. She even accepts demons. Then Mino apologized and introduced himself. He called Takako a brave gentleman, which she didn't like. The guys confirmed that she was a woman. Her name is Takako Bilda. She is happy to meet him. The demon apologized sincerely. Kuji thought that since Mino was emitting demonic power, they would need to keep him out of sight. He guesses they'll have to go from here. Mino turned to Alice-sama. He has been thinking for some time now that he can't smell the girl's demonic power. Alice explained that it was because of this cloth. She got it from Kagami-san. She was even able to enter the town of Wallman. Fuji even bought her a ribbon. Mino was surprised to hear about it. The guy replied that they were incredibly rare, so he could only make one. Mino realized that he didn't really despise them, the demons. A portal appeared next to them, from which the hero Rex emerged. He declared that Kuji had finally shown what he was really like. No one was happy to see him. His team members thought something was wrong. He's traveling with demons, so saying she was his sister was actually a lie. They advised the traitors to get ready. The guy was surprised by the way they appeared one by one. Rex was certain that his journey would end here. Kuji inquired as to the reason for rounding them all up. As the princess had said, it was so they couldn't escape. Kuji replied that in that case, 0 points this time. There was no point in fighting an invincible opponent. He inquired about Rex's encirclement tactics. The hero replied that it didn't seem to work on bastards like him anyway. Kuji then suggested that he give up finally. Rex believed that if the hero surrendered, who would fight the villains? The protagonist saw that he was inept and reckless, but he had guts. However, it would be bad if the hero died. Rex called him a monster. The guy didn't mind being one, so he asked him to leave this monster alone and go back to his task of destroying the Demon King. The girls realized that the Demon King's subordinates were right in front of them. Because of yesterday's attack, there were many casualties, so there was no way they would let the perpetrator of this attack just get away. Kuji recognized that this was fair. They don't deny that Mino went on a rampage in the city. Guy asked if he thought he should apologize for that. The demon didn't see why. They, the demons, were incessantly belittled as a result of yesterday's attack. Rex felt that a simple apology was not enough here. Demons threatening people's lives are evil, and everyone who helps them is just as evil. His opinion angered Kuji. The boy asked if he thought his fake little sister was evil. He may think he knows demons, but she is the daughter of the Demon King, which shocked him. Every time they bumped into each other, they never once noticed it. Isn't it because they never saw her as the ultimate evil? Right, because of the fact that monsters are born from the horns of demons. They are dangerous to humans. But except for that harm, demons are not different from humans at all. That is why he will not let his demon friends die. Even so, the one who attacked the city, no matter which way you look at it, he is a criminal. They are very sorry. They were surprised that he would admit it. Kuji reminded them that he was just following orders. But according to Alice, the Demon King is not well. The guys didn't understand what he meant. Kuji admitted that he had already met the Demon King. No one could even think about it. He didn't see him as wanting to destroy humanity. So the guy doesn't think that this attack was at the Demon King's will, even though his face looked frightening. He wants to go check it out himself. Rex thought he was joking. He would never believe such a thing in his life. Kuji had met the Demon King. The hero wondered if the guy thought he wanted to destroy humanity. Enough of his lies. On what basis did he decide that? Kyoru agreed with him. Demons are the main enemies of humans. Kuji asked them if the Demon King's army had ever attacked humans. Rex admitted that they had never. The humans slaughtered all the demons they could find, but the Demon King had never retaliated. If there's even one chance in a million that this guy is telling the truth, if the Demon King isn't, then what are they fighting for? Palna continued to stand on the fact that the Demon King is their enemy. She thought they all needed to get a grip and attack the guys. Wallman was attacked by demons yesterday, and that is the undeniable truth. It is quite possible that demons have brainwashed him. Don't just blindly take their word for it. Kuji admitted that there was nothing to be done then. If that's what they think, then it's time to say goodbye. The boys escaped. The team realized that they were actually lying. Kuji thought that maybe if they talked more, they would understand. They'd see each other sometime. The heroes group went after them. The boy realized that they couldn't accept it. For humans, living with demons means coming to terms with the wounds inflicted by monsters. Kuji recognized that the road to coexistence is actually difficult. Alice remarked that unlike before, at least now they listened. Kuji agreed with her. He believes he has no choice. As long as Alice doesn't give up, he'll be with her. Mino informed Kagami that he had prepared the wagon in advance. Kuji inquired when he had arranged it. The boys were proudly greeted by the centaurs, for which the boy hated Mino. Turns out the demon had stolen it from a passing merchant. Since he didn't kill him, it shouldn't be a problem. Takako assumed that was why the heroes found them. Kuji called him an idiot. Takako decided to get into the driver's seat. The boys hit the road. Mino apologized to them. The heroes' team saw that they escaped. Their destination is the same, so they will most likely meet again. Rex was sure that the monsters were hateful creatures he must destroy. Demons who want to destroy humanity won't escape either. But if there are demons who want peace, Rex realized that he was a hero. Halna suggested that they set off on their journey. They need to take care of supplies for the journey. The boy was surprised that she didn't even flinch. She has no doubts. Not far from the Demon Lord's castle was the fortified city of Salmeria. Alice marveled at the size of this wall. It's completely different from Valmond's. Kuji explained that it was because Salmeria is quite close to the Demon King's castle, so some of the laws are quite strict. However, if she actually wants to keep going, he will support her. The guy resented Takako riding centaurs. She called him a wonderful child. The centaur addressed Kuji as a worm and advised him not to address Takako in such a familial manner. The boy realized that he was despised. Anyway, is the plan clear to everyone? They came to this city to trade. During their journey, they obtained the horn of the blue demon they had defeated. For the sake of hiding the leakage of Mino's aura, they need to disguise it with the items in the wagon. He hopes they can use the horn to trick the Czechs. Kuji suggested Takako-chan to rush over. Inspection. The guard suggested that it was very hard for a peasant to take such a risk. Kuji, as he admitted to himself, was glad he had hired such reliable bodyguards. Everything checked out, the boys were allowed to go. Because of the parade, the place is full of people now, so they'll probably be lucky. This is the first time they've heard of it. On the streets of Salmeria, Alice was fascinated by this city. Kagami-chan was acting strangely. He replied that he was just feeling a little unwell. The boy asked around a bit for details. A few days ago, this place was attacked by the Demon King's army, and the battle ended with Salmeria's victory. And tomorrow, they will be forming a punitive unit. Takako assumed that they were attacked, just like in Valmond. Kuji realized that the Demon King had never done anything like that until now. The fact that the first attack had been repelled must have hit them in the head. And today there is a celebration of that. The monsters prowling around the Demon Lord's castle are terrifyingly strong. The unit will be wiped out. Only half of them will return at best. To think that the Demon Lord's army will be the first to attack this city. If it goes on like this, if the endless war and continuous revenge continues, the road to coexistence will most likely be destroyed. Takako believed that it would be quite difficult to stop the punitive forces now, and it only cost the demon army to attack again. It would be very difficult to defend Salmeria. Kuji agreed with her. After all, Atros Island, where the Demon Lord's castle is located, is a place where monsters with a terribly high level are born. In addition, there's also the possibility that in preparation for the real attack, they will gather a huge number of monsters. And, if the demons intended it that way, they could practically wipe out their opponents in one go. Even Salmeria wouldn't be able to withstand such an invasion. Takako agreed with him. That's why he thought of something. Instead of a punishment squad, they would go to meet the Demon King and persuade him, and then escape with the entire demon race. Although Takako understands his feelings, she thinks the plan is too reckless. She asked what he would do if the Demon King actually longs for the destruction of all humans. If that's the way it's going to be, does Kuji really think she'll turn a blind eye to it? Alice observes that this is correct. If her father intends to wage war with the humans, then Guy decided that he would fight then. However, with humans and demons allied together for the sake of coexistence with each other, the creation of allied troops surprised the guys. Kuji suggested gathering a whole bunch of humans and demons who want to end the conflict. He thinks they'll find a whole bunch of them if they look. Takako doubted that was possible in a situation like this. She might have asked this before, but is it possible for both sides to live in peace? Alice stated that they had already accomplished that. She too will join these united forces. Kuji suggested that by doing so, she might well have to oppose her father in the future. The girl thought that even if her father actually intended to declare war, she is unwilling to give up the idea of coexistence between their races. Alice was not going to give up here. Then the boy suggested that she try together. He asked Mino about him. Mino knew that he was loyal to his demonic majesty. However, he couldn't just abandon Alice. Leaning out of the wagon, he declared that he couldn't help but stay at her side. Kuji reminded him that climbing out was not allowed. Takako thought she was such a fool. She decided to join this merry group. In that case, from now on, Kuji offered to be friends. The centaurs were also going to accompany them no matter what they said. Now let them show some appreciation. Takako made the decision to go to the Demon Lord's castle, Salmeria's inn. Kuji realized that being in such good spirits was certainly a good thing. but he wished they could just leave this place soon. Takako asked him to sit normally. In light of the recent attack, the main gate is closed until sunset. The guards at the gate are also quite strict. The guys realized that slipping out quietly would be too difficult, and they need to avoid being too conspicuous. So Kuji suggested that they get the hell out of here as soon as the gates opened. Alice seconded him. After all, the troop would be quite large and their departure would take some time, so they'll be able to get there before them. Kuji noticed that she was a mind reader. Takako thought they would be more excited. Instead, they are calmly thinking things over. Looking at them, you wouldn't think the peace between humans and demons was so far-fetched. She asked me to stop riding around here. At any rate, since they couldn't carelessly walk around, why shouldn't the two of them enjoy the parade? Alice didn't think it was quite the right place for such a thing. Besides, she would feel bad for Mino. Takako replied that he had asked her not to worry about him. She asked to escort this child while walking around the city. Takako threatened Kuji. Street parade. The girl marveled at the spectacle. These people are amazing. The city is buzzing with excitement. Kuji suggested calming down and getting something to eat. The clown handed Alice a balloon. The others also offered her auntie's bread and some kebab. The girl was happy to receive so many things from other people. Kuji remembered that she had gotten quite a few things at Wallman too. That must be a talent. Alice suggested that Kagami-san eat it together. The guy asked if she was sure. Alice realized that he was always looking out for her. If she eats this, she might gain some strength. Kuji was surprised that even though she was just a child, she was so honest. Even if she is so worried about him, thanks to the skill he has, there is no need to worry about him. It's called auto recovery. It's a skill that can easily cure all minor injuries. Alice realized why he never looked shabby. The girl admitted that Kagami-san is actually awesome. She wants to be useful to everyone too. The boy replied that she was already proving herself useful. Before she appeared, he had already given up on the idea of coexistence. His words moved Alice. Kuji noticed the spaghetti sign and decided he should try it. The girl tried to find out what he meant then. The boy wasn't going to tell. He saw Rex in front of him. The girls wondered how he ate so slowly. He, on the other hand, thought table manners were important. The hero's gaze collided with Kuji's. Rex clearly hadn't expected to see him here. The island of Atros, castle of the demon lord. The monster army was closing in. Salmeria. Rex was looking forward to seeing them again. The chef asked him, while in their restaurant, to watch his tone. The boy realized this was his chance. Rex wanted to ask him something, but Kuji had discreetly left. The fact that he had run away again was starting to get on their nerves. They went after him. The hero realized that they had lost him. Palna asked the jerk Rex what now. The guy replied that at least they knew he was in this town now. Tina decided that since things were working out that way, maybe they should tell the townspeople and get them to look for these guys with them. Rex suggested they stop now. Who knows how this guy will react? Tina thought. The hero is afraid that Kuji might hurt those who find him. Hiroru was confident that it wouldn't happen. From their last battle with this guy, they had come out of their last battle completely unharmed. Moreover, she doesn't think he's such a bad person. Her statement seemed strange to the girls. The princess went on about this guy. He came to talk to them, and when they attacked without giving him a chance, he didn't fight. He didn't try to impose his values on them or use force to make them submit to his will. He simply ran away. Rex realized that he looked down on people all the time, but they shouldn't mindlessly harm others. It bothered him that he was desperately running away. It would be better if they didn't try to corner him. Palna wondered what they would do now. Just chase him or what? She figured she and the demons had now enlisted as buddies. Rex just wants to ask him something. Why is he protecting demons? The next time they meet, the princess wants to ask him about it. They asked Palna not to worry so much. Their goal of destroying the demons hasn't changed. Kuji took a breath after running. He didn't think they would get here so quickly. Alice was surprised by that. Kuji didn't like the fact that they just kept bumping into each other. He noticed the crowd of people and decided that they were definitely having fun. The girl couldn't see anything. He picked her up and asked her if it got better. She certainly had nerves of steel. The guy realized that she was still dreaming about the festival. Alice apologized. Kuji thought it was a fun way to learn something new. His attention was drawn to the ice cream. He bought it for the two of them. The girl recognized that humans are actually amazing. To create something so delicious, she would like to give everyone a chance to try them. The residents, running past them, began to gather at one place. Alice was frightened when she learned about the monster the people were doing battle with. She inquired as to the reason why they were all so excited. The boy explained that it was a festival performance. They show how warriors defeat weak monsters. Suddenly something strange happened there. a more powerful monster appeared in the arena. The men were surprised that this time they had unleashed a rather difficult opponent. The monster knocked them down in an instant. The men realized that this wasn't just a show. Fuji asked them to stay away from him. The guy realized that even if he started to accumulate power for his skill, it would take time. He didn't know what he should do. The monster was about to kill the man. At that moment, someone used a divine shield. That person turned out to be the princess. She advised him to run away quickly. This shield wouldn't last long. The man stayed where he was. He asked her to forget about him and run away. The girl replied that she would not run away. It is the duty of nobles to protect people. She would not sacrifice the lives of others to save her own. Kuru's barrier shattered, and she couldn't move. She was protected from the monster by Kuji, whose appearance surprised the girl. The boy was about to strike it with his fist. He used a charged punch that slew him. Kuji reported that the princess had earned herself 100 points this time. The team rushed towards her. Tina immediately recognized the guy. He accepted his fate. Rex grabbed him without giving him a chance to escape. The hero asked how he was able to defeat him. Kuji explained that this monster was actually strong, but he used a charged strike. Rex was surprised that he used a basic technique to defeat it. Kuji realized that it was the only skill he could use so quickly. Rex had a lot of things he wanted to discuss with him. The boy didn't mind, but first they should make sure there were no other monsters around. The princess thanked Kuji for saving her. The guy admitted it only worked out because she bought him some time. Thanks to her, he was able to gather enough energy to defeat him in one blow. Palma thought that even if it wasn't a demon, it would still become a demon to save him, right? Kuji replied that he was a neutral party. The guard was running towards the guys. He reported in a panic that they should run away right now. Kuji assumed he meant that there were more monsters roaming around. But that wasn't the point. There's a huge gathering of monsters from Alstoro Island heading this way. There are about 10,000 of them. This town is doomed. Kuji advised the hero to start evacuating the townspeople as quickly as possible. He would go and find his comrades. He will need Takako-chan's help. Besides, he will leave Alice in their care. His decision angered the boys. Rex declared that demons were their sworn enemies. What would he do if he left her with them and they decided to finish her off? He asked him to think about it. Kuji felt that if they intended to kill her, he wouldn't ask them to. Besides, didn't Rex say he wanted to discuss something with him? The hero agreed with him. Palma suggested he wasn't worried that she might be killed because it wouldn't matter in the end. Kuji asked to take care of the girl's safety. Tina noticed that he was definitely desperate. Palma turned to Alice saying that she had been abandoned after all. The girl didn't think so at all. Kagami-sen actually believed in them. That's why she would also believe. She wondered what would happen when that horde of monsters finally arrived. The girl didn't know what she should do. The princess cuddled up to her asking her not to load her little head with all this. They would fulfill their promise. After all, she's not dangerous at all. Palma felt that this was not the time for such a thing. She decided to go ahead. Kuru suggested that the girl work together to safely evacuate everyone. Rex fought the monsters to give the people a chance to escape. The boys announced that a horde of monsters were headed for this town and they should all evacuate. Alice asked everyone to run away. Rex protected her from a pile of rocks and told her to be careful. Someone called him a bastard. Mino and Takako didn't like the fact that the hero was standing next to the girl. Rex informed the muscular man that the peasant had gone looking for him. Alice corrected him, telling him it was a woman, but he called her Muscle Man again. The guy was surprised to hear that she was a woman. It sounded rude to Takako. Thus he directly came to a unique inference. Mino demands that they release Alice-sama immediately. Rex replied that even though Mino was hiding who he really was, he could still sense his demonic power. He explained that that peasant had told them to keep an eye on her. Takako was surprised to learn of this unexpected decision by Kagami-san. She understood the situation and decided that they would look for Kagami-chan too. There was only one road leading to the inn. It was likely that he might have taken a wrong turn. Rex didn't realize where the guy was. In a panic, a guard came running to the boys. He said that a guy was fighting a horde of monsters at the west gate. Everyone but the guy ran away. The peasant is fighting there alone. If nothing is done, he will die. The guard begged to save him. Alice realized it was Kagami-san. If there were going to be people who despised demons for destroying their villages, then the idea of coexistence would be impossible. Kagami-san intends to protect them all alone. The girl went after him. Even if it's Kagami-chan, trying to confront all of them alone is too much. Takako-chan put her on her shoulders. Alice made her assumption that the person he was talking about was most likely Kagami-san. Takako realized that they should hurry. Even though he had the recovery skill, there were too many enemies for him alone. She called out to Mino-chan. They're going to run across the rooftops. Even though they're talking about Kagami-chan, it's not a case where everything can be dealt with alone. It's something only a fool would do. Rex was also angered that Kuji had decided to take it upon himself. The boys were surprised that he was also going and was going to help them. Hearing something like this, he can't just ignore it. More importantly, why would this peasant go and do something like this without support? Most likely, he just doesn't want anyone to be hurt because of it. Not people, not demons. Doing something like that is the same as asking for death. Reckless or not, if there's even a 1% chance of success, Kuji will never give up. Even so, there is a difference between recklessness and bravery. For Kagami-chan, if it's for the sake of those he cares about, something like fear for his own life he just doesn't have. Rex wanted to say that he had prepared himself. Takako interrupted him, saying that it wasn't about whether or not he was prepared. Mino stopped suddenly. In front of the guys were a lot of slain monsters. Rex didn't understand how it was even possible. How could a peasant be so strong? The girl was worried about Kagami-san. Meanwhile, Kuji was deftly fighting the monster he had defeated in an instant. Rex continued to be more and more surprised by this power. He began to doubt that Kuji was definitely human. This level 999 peasant was like a demon. One man against 10,000 monsters. The boys thought it was incredible. Rex didn't understand why he would go that far. Takako decided to tell them. When Kuji was a child, the monsters killed his father right before his eyes. Sadness, disappointment. He could not forgive himself for his weakness. A world that made only peasants weak. Monsters, demons, and even his own helplessness. He cursed them all. After that, Kagami-chan wished to become strong by destroying monsters, but Kagami-chan defeated them by throwing stones from afar. But killing level 4 monsters that way has its limit. No matter how many monsters he defeated, his experience points didn't increase. Even his level didn't increase. All he did was run away and kill monsters from a safe distance. In the end, he was still bound by his weak nature, and so he stopped fighting from a safe distance and desperately challenged them face to face. Even though it was suicidal for the peasant, he wanted to test it. To see if he would have to give up avenging his father and move on with his life. To see if he was still weak. To see if life was even worth living. Kuji realized that these goblins were strong. No, maybe it's just the peasants who are so weak. He was surprised to find that this ever-unchanging level had finally risen from 4th to 5th. It was then that Kagami-chan suddenly realized the mechanics according to which this world is governed. When someone defeats an enemy under extremely unfavorable conditions, even if they are of the same level, the amount of experience points they receive will be increased in proportion to the difference in strength. The weaker the equipment and combat skills compared to the enemy, the more experience they will receive. Experience is a double-edged sword for which you must risk your life. The only advantage the peasants have was their extreme weakness. Kuji wondered if the peasants died as they grew stronger. He is satisfied with this. He would pay with his life for his level. The monsters, the demons that gave them life. He will kill them all of them. And following his words, risking his life, he threw himself into unprofitable battles again and again. The death of his father left Kuji with a sense of hatred. Then Kagami-san, who was traveling far from home, hurried home. He found the peasants killed, including his mother. Apparently, the village had been completely slaughtered by a gang of bandits. Alice felt sorry for the boy. Takako concluded that his father had been killed by monsters and his mother had been killed by humans. The boys realized why he had decided to stay on the neutral side. The woman told the girl that for Kagami, meeting her father greatly influenced that decision. Alice did not know this. Takako advised her to hear the details from himself. The princess stated that they couldn't let this guy die then, to which Takako agreed. Alice would also do her best. If it weren't for those monsters, there would be no need to fight demons. If they didn't exist, everyone could get along with each other, and then dad and mom definitely wouldn't have to die. Guy wanted to know who decided to make all these rules. Even if it was the world itself, Kuji would never forgive him. He saw the monster about to strike. The protagonist was not going to give up so easily. Kuji realized that he wouldn't be able to use the skill in time. That's too bad. At least he had reduced their number a little. Now the morale of Salmeria's adventurers should rise, and the city wouldn't turn into ruins. The seed of the possibility of coexistence will be preserved. It doesn't sound so bad to him. The monsters were suddenly struck by someone's blow. It was made by a princess who would be worried if Kuji suddenly died because of them. The guy didn't expect such a thing from her. Another spell was used. Rex also joined the battle. He's a hero, and damn it, there's no way he'd run away, leaving the battle to a peasant. Kuji thought they had come here to die. Even Takako-chan dared to teach everyone a lesson. When asked by the boy, she replied that she had come to save him. Kuji thought they would just sign their own death certificates. The only one who should die was him. Mino then decided that he too would bear that burden. The guy was surprised that even he was here. He's a demon too, after all. Mino asked if Kagami wasn't also going to die an extremely useless death. Tina knew that he was all scarred up. The girl wanted to cure him. Palna stated that this time she would make him explain everything properly. Even she is here. They all came to save him. They will push them back together. Kuji asked if they really wanted to die. The princess replied that they would not die, and they would not let him die. Kuji realized that right now he was not alone. He inquired about Alice's whereabouts. Mino told him that she had gone to find a safe place to hide. He felt that he should hide too, or not. Kuji understood everything. They would only escape if they had to. It's not a suicide mission. He offered to end it. Tina is willing to help him. The boy boldly set out to face the monster. He wouldn't budge an inch. The monster hit him with a stone ball and blew him away. Tina asked if he was okay. Kuji thinks he might actually be dead. He thinks he got too carried away knowing she would cure him. The girl replies that her name is not you, but Tina. If she, the priest, is taken out, the whole crew will be in trouble. So she asked him not to act rashly. The guy admitted he shouldn't have said that the princess gets 0 points and apologized. Kuji suggested that the guys work together, which they talked about. The guy noticed that those flying monsters were definitely a nuisance. He called out to Kururu and Palna. Kuji grabbed the girls who were angered by this action. He asked them to cast a couple spells for him. Both did not understand why he said this. At this point they took to the air. The guy offered to carry them up into the sky. The girls used magic on the monsters, and he concluded that the mages were definitely incredible. It ended up being a remarkable success. Kururu wondered if he realized what he was doing to her, the princess. Kuji thought they worked together as teammates. His words affected the princess. Then she decided that she would just have to forgive him. One way or another the guys won't lose to them. Takako will leave the weaker ones to Rex and deal with the stronger ones herself. Rex resented it. He said he could handle them, at least with this many. The hero thought about how he would definitely be stronger one day. Nino admitted that he would be in trouble if a hero like him became stronger. The boys decided to continue. Eventually they all ran out of strength. Kuji saw that they were all on the brink, and he wasn't happy about it. There were still definitely plenty of monsters. As long as they are still able to move, they should retreat. This is their chance. The guy was about to retreat, but he was interrupted by Takako, who asked him not to say that. Can't he see that they still have the strength to fight? They refuse to run away, leaving anyone behind. As the princess added, they know what he is trying to do. Kuji didn't know what he should do. At this rate, everyone will die. The guy was summoned by Alice with the words that everything would be alright. Kagami-san didn't expect to see Alice here. Behind her back stood the adventurers of Salmeria. The girl happily declared that it was her turn to save Kagami-san. The adventurers were ready to protect Salmeria. Kuji didn't understand what was going on here. It turned out that Alice had asked everyone. She told the adventurers of Salmeria that the people fighting needed help. At first, no one had the courage to fight this horde of monsters. When they saw them all fighting, that courage needed for battle returned to them. The girl was grateful to Kuji for trying so hard. Princess Kururu was surprised that a peasant fighting 10,000 monsters alone was able to touch the hearts of so many adventurers. It was like a picture from one of the epic poems she had read in the castle library. Rex was also surprised by this peasant. That's why he too must see things through to the end. Kuji thinks he'll give it his best shot too. The guy asked Alice to stay away since it was dangerous here. The girl was sorry. She really wanted to help him for a change. He stroked her head. Kuji replied that the most impressive thing was that even though Alice was a demon, possessing only a strong desire to help, she was able to convince all those people. He is grateful to her. Kuji decided to move to battle. The guy was going to give the guys his best and win. Rex didn't feel as if he needed to say that. What surprised Mino was that one day these guys might become his enemies. Takako knew that they would be fine here, so he could party however he wanted. Kuji boldly made his way towards the monster. The Salmeria adventurers couldn't understand where he got so much power from. Hadn't he been fighting for some time? The guy grabbed onto his leg and decided that now they would fly. He managed to lift the monster. The boys watched him toss it in the air. The adventurer thought it was inhumane. He couldn't even tell which one was the monster anymore. His comrade didn't think it meant anything. At least he's on their side. Kuji is confident that they will win and asked to keep moving forward. Guy watched how bravely the boys fought. Without thinking long, he also dashed forward. Kuji declared that he wasn't done yet. The adventurers realized that there was no way they could match something like this. Tina wanted to give Rex a potion. The boy replied that he was fine. He had already drunk so much that they no longer worked. The princess thought he should get some rest. Rex said he was a hero. There's no way he can give up. He must be able to keep his courage up until the very end. Hikaru believed that retreating also required courage. Letting his tired body rest is a choice he can also make. He shouldn't overexert himself in a battle like this. The hero asked about Kuji. Tina, after thinking for a bit, replied that Kagami-san was resting without worrying about anything in this world. Thanks to the skill he has, he even heals without regenerating items while resting. Rex knew that this guy had a skill of the 100th level. Tina wondered if they thought that perhaps he had more faith in the people around him than anyone else. Rex realized that he believed in his comrades with all his heart, so could easily take a break. They really are relied upon. He felt that they were indeed no match for him. Tina agreed. 999 level is actually awesome. The hero wasn't talking about the level. What's most impressive about him is his ability to act without hesitation or prejudice. At least for Rex. The princess thinks so too. Halna saw that they had decided to take a break. Good job. Tekako and Mino need a break too. Halna advised them to drink potions if they are still effective. The girl thought it would be so easy to kill him right now. Tekako turned to her, saying that she wouldn't do that if she were her. Or she doesn't want to hear what Kagami-chan has to say after all this. Halna replied that she would wait for that. It will happen soon. Kuji realized that it was working. He could already see the end. The boy informed the boys that there was only a little more to go. The ground began to shake. The most powerful monster of all was heading towards the guys. Kuji realized that this was bad. This was definitely not what he expected. Hikaru didn't realize what it even was. She had never once heard of such a monster, not even in the royal records. First of all, what kind of monster was it anyway? Mino didn't know. He had never seen anything like it either. Tekako was surprised that even he, a servant of the demon lord, had no idea. Moreover, this power, it's so big not for show at all. Tekako turned to Kagami-san saying that it was disappointing, but they should retreat. Kuji was surprised at his size. He decided to stretch himself. The woman didn't realize what he was doing. They need to retreat. She realized where this was going. Kuji rushed to attack. Tekako called him a fool. He almost succeeded in hitting the monster, but he knocked the guy back with his hand, causing him to fall to the ground. The adventurer realized that even he couldn't defeat it. Salmeria was doomed. Tekako was frustrated that even Kagami-san couldn't make him move an inch. Alice tried to support him and asked him to drink a potion. Kuji replied that it was dangerous, but she didn't care. Unlike him, the girl realized that she wouldn't run away. They had gotten into this together. The boy thought there was no need to force himself. He can see she's scared. The princess stated that he was the one overdoing it, and that's why Alice was shaking with fear and anxiety. Kuji apologized to her. A demon came down to the boys and marveled that he was still alive. He realized why things had gotten off schedule. The reason why the Salmeria adventurers had been fighting for so long. For a moment, he thought it was the hero who had ignited the flame in them. But it was actually Kuji. Nino recognized Lord Esteller. The Lord had heard that he was missing, but he was just serving Lady Alice. How like him, loyal to the Demon Lord to the very end. Kuji was surprised that Mino knew him. He said that long before he started serving his demonic majesty, this demon had been by his side as his right hand. The second most powerful demon after the king himself, Lord Esteller Urgot. Alice recognized him. Mino felt that the condition of Kagami Dono's wounds was much more important. The guy is doing fine thanks to the potion he drank. He still hadn't used any, so it worked remarkably well. Esteller suggested that he still intended to fight. Kuji replied that he would want to take care of the thug first. But if he intends to intervene, he'll take him on. He doesn't mind, does he? He can just sit this one out. The Lord let him do whatever he wants. Then that's what Kuji will do. Mino turned to Esteller, informing him that Kagami Dono is no ordinary man at all. He may be a peasant, but he's a level 999. The Lord was not surprised by this. Reaching that level is definitely unprecedented. But he is still just a peasant. What escapes him is why would they go so far in supporting someone like him? A peasant is not worth such praise at all. Kuru didn't understand what he meant. That he was still just a peasant. Esteller explained that peasants have abnormally low characteristics, even at level 999. Compared to the rest of the classes like heroes or mages, a peasant is so weak that it's not worth mentioning. Mino replied that it wasn't just levels that were valuable. There are also skills. In that case, the Lord asked if he knew of any skills besides his self-repair that he could possess. Even the fact that he was able to obtain such a skill was a miracle in itself. He is not the only example of a peasant aiming for the 100th level or even higher. Because of their specialty, they are able to level up much faster than others. However, he's definitely the first to crawl to such an absurd level. But in the end, all the skills they possess are just as useless as those possessing them. Skills like possessing the power to hurl things with your fingers. Tekako wondered how this demon knew so much. Esteller complimented that even if one forgot about skills, the difference between their characteristics was unconditional. And this was not an opponent that a level 999 peasant could even hope to defeat. He noticed that the guy was coming back. Being level 999, his growth is over. Even with all his special skills, that's the limit for a peasant. Kuji asked if he really thought so. This time, he was definitely able to reduce the amount of damage he received. Esteller knew that even the peasant's health and mana were lower than the mage's, but his stamina was incredible. Is it possible that it's because of the skill he has? His persistence is admirable. However, this is only because of his skill. The Lord advises him to surrender while he is still alive. From his words, Kuji realized that he wasn't going to kill them all. He replied that his only goal is to destroy Salmeria. The Lord would kill him if he got in his way. Regarding the destruction of this wretched little town, their lives are of no value to him. Esteller was approached by Alice. She asked him to stop. Her father would never wish such a thing. The girl begged to speak to him again. He knows very well that neither she nor the demon lord would wish it. Esteller, pointing at the monster, wondered if the demon lord would answer the same thing if they asked him right now. The guys had a hard time believing it. It was quite problematic. But, gradually adding the drug to weaken this gigantic power, the Lord was finally able to use his powers to bend him to his will. Nino was sure that the demon lord did not desire this battle. Esteller replied that this battle was desired by him. Inside this huge monster was a demon lord. Esteller stated that the demon lord did not want this war. It was the one he craved. Alice didn't understand why. Kuji asked the guy in that black armor that it was Mao after all. The demon replied that he was called the Messiah. It is a weapon of mass destruction that only his demonic majesty can control. It was created in ancient times for the sole purpose of destroying the human race. Kuji asked if he thought they would look past it. Besides, it has nothing to do with the will of the demon lord himself, and he's making him run the thing anyway. Esteller agreed with him. Kuji decided that they would then rescue the demon lord along with the people of Salmeria. Alice Chan's father is his best friend. That the overlord was his best friend and they would rescue him seemed strange to the demon. Considering Alice Sama's behavior so far, it became clear. Then he would be forced to consider all demons as his enemies. However, he advises Kuji to give up. This is not something a peasant can handle. It is hopeless, no matter how hard he tries. The boy had no intention of giving up. Esteller called him a stubborn worm. Alice was scared for Kagami-san. Kuji asked her to give him a potion. It seemed strange to the demon that this peasant was still standing. The boy was about to try again. His abilities never ceased to amaze Esteller. He dashed straight for the monster. The boys saw that it worked, but the monster was able to push him away. Kuji fell to the ground. Esteller doubted that the man was actually an ordinary peasant. Everyone rushed towards him. The demon asked what he had done. Kuji replied that he had tried. Alice asked him to stop. He doesn't need to force himself like that. The princess agreed with her. At this rate, he'll just kill himself. Tina's potions no longer have any effect, and they can heal him as long as they have mana left. Kuji remembered that he had promised to save the girl's dad. Palna asked how he could fight like that. Where did he get such fighting spirit in him? The guy knew that she was, after all, capable of using recovery magic. The girl asked for an answer to her. Why does he refuse to see demons as enemies? Why does he continue to fight so recklessly? Kuji pondered. Palna declared that if he didn't explain it to her now, she would stop treating him. The boy decided to say, when his father was killed by monsters, he didn't understand why they peasants were so weak. It was so painful that he couldn't stand. After desperately searching for a way to become stronger, he focused solely on leveling up. He started making more money and life became easier. Kuji came to the conclusion that killing monsters was the most effective way. After that, he began to have doubts. So why is there money falling off monsters that can be used in human villages? What are the classes? Why do they differ so much in strength? Moreover, this is a status window. What is it? Is its sole purpose to show its status? Level, experience. You gain it by defeating monsters with a level higher than yours. Every 100 levels, you gain a skill. None of this makes any sense. Rex asked what he meant. Kuji's mom was killed by humans, not by demons or monsters. If they were monsters, there was nothing to be done about it. But after all, there are as many good demons in this world as there are bad humans. However, that's not enough. People will continue to hate demons as long as the monsters created by their magical power continue to harm humanity. If people kill dangerous monsters, their lives become richer. This is what this world is like. A world where killing monsters and demons is their only way to survive. They don't ask questions, believing that this is the way it should be. They fight blindly on the path set before them, imprisoned in the roles given to them. They ask no questions. Every time Rex says he's a hero, it looks like he's trying to convince himself, not others. If he had a choice, the guy would ask if he would like to have a different class. This got Rex thinking. Kuji stated that he wanted a choice. They should be allowed to choose what they want to be. But the rules of this world get in the way. He reached the 999th level and despaired, because the counter for the experience required to level up was not shown in the status window. No matter how badly he wanted it. Getting stronger, he couldn't get any stronger. He thought that whoever decided all this was better off not messing with him. Kuji wanted to become even stronger. Esteller asked why he still continued to fight despite knowing his limits. The guy noticed that after becoming level 999, he had gained a skill. It was such a small thing, but it added fuel to his boiling cauldron of doubts. The skill was called Defying God. The development of one who possesses a skill does not stop. All experience gained is transformed into power beyond the original limits. With that, he decided that it was his right to challenge. If there is a god who created this world, Kuji will send him flying, and will tell him that everyone should have the freedom to live as they wish. Esteller thought that with this skill, if he continued to fight, could it be that this man actually gained experience from fighting the Messiah? Potions no longer worked on him. The guys didn't understand what he was going to do now. Kuji felt that he would have been better off not using this skill, but it seemed he had to. For that short period of time, his strength doubled. The skill is called Limit Release. Under normal circumstances, the wielder can only use 30% of his full strength. However, the skill for 3 hours raises the limit to 70%. Esteller was surprised that his strength had doubled. Although after using this skill, he would be on the verge of death, unable to move. That's why it's a skill of last hope. Kuji suggested to see who was stronger. He went straight to the monster. He twisted the limits of the 999th level and the rules of this world. He would decide where his limit would be. The guy used a limit-exceeding kick. Kuji finally met his teacher. Alice rushed to her father. The demon lord recognized the girl. Kagami-san wanted to say that he was so glad, but he couldn't stand it and fell to the ground. He couldn't even move an inch. That's why he disliked using this skill so much. The Demon King noticed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He owed Kuji a debt of gratitude now. The guy didn't think so at all. It was all for him and his best friend Alice. The Overlord remembered that it had been 9 years to call a demon like Alice his best friend. As always, Kuji is definitely a strange peasant. The girl's father realized he had made her worry. Alice denied it. In the end, Kagami-san saved him, along with Tekako-chan, also with Rex-san and everyone else. At this time, the woman's heart began to beat more frequently as she looked at the Demon King. The man asked the hero if he didn't want to kill him. Rex was about to reply that his desire to kill was gone when suddenly Palna interrupted him, asking him what he was even talking about. The girl wanted to kill him. She didn't have enough strength left to kill him, but she wondered if he would pitifully beg for mercy or fight. She offered to show her what he would do. The Lord believes there is nothing to be done. Nino stopped her. As long as he breathes, he will not allow his majesty to be killed. The frightened girl covered her father with herself. The king did not expect to see Mino here. The man realized that he had been helping Alice all this time. He was proud of a servant like him. Mino asked not to think about it. The Demon Lord inquired about Esteller's further actions. He admitted that although he had originally intended to use the Demon Lord's power to give the humans a taste of extinction, he doubted that he would get another chance. Esteller remembered that the peasant wished to send the creator of this world flying. He decided to give him a hint as to how to accomplish his goal. There are 2 ways. The first is to kill the Demon Lord himself. Rex was surprised to hear about it. Kuji didn't understand what this guy was even talking about. Thinking about it now, when the people of Salmeria were attacked, the escape route wasn't blocked, only partially blocked. It was as if he was holding back, planning to turn the flames of chaos into hatred for the Demon Lord later. There was no way Kuji was going to kill the Demon Lord. Esteller thought so. That was why everything was so problematic. The boy wondered how he even knew about it. If he killed his demon allies just for this advice, then he's also just following the rules of this world. Esteller was surprised that he was saying such things when he had already gotten to this point. He asked about the second hint. The demon replied that the second hint would be an expensive nameless item for sale in the city. Fuji realized that he meant an item for 10,000 gold. Esteller was surprised that he knew about it. In that case, he and the Overlord began to fade away gradually. Fuji called him a bastard. Shouldn't he be a loyal servant of the Demon Lord? He replied that he was destined for such a fate. The boy has 1 year. Until then, Esteller will keep the Demon Lord with him. If Fuji can't fulfill the conditions, he will use the Demon Lord to attack humanity again. He wondered who would die the next time they met. Alice was upset that she had lost her father again. Kagami-san realized the time limit of a year. He has to somehow collect those 10,000 gold. The princess worried about what would happen now. Fuji wondered. For starters, he suggested opening a casino. The boys were shocked by what he had just said. Wallman, Fuji suggested that the boys get down to business. 2 months had passed since the Salmeria incident. 10 months remained before the deadline of Esteller's assignment. In order to save the Demon Lord, they must get their hands on a mystical item worth 10,000 gold coins. In order to get their hands on the required amount of money, they must continue their preparations. While the huge casino is almost ready to open, they have not yet hired any of the staff to run it. The big opening is in 2 weeks, so they will need to find employees before that deadline. Such a short time frame shocked the guys. Takako called him an idiot and punched him. If he had taken it seriously, it wouldn't have come to this. The guy replied that he was serious about it. Wallman is full of rich people, and isn't it full of mercenaries, traders, and adventurers, hobnobbing from dawn to dusk every day? Money's sure to rain down on them in no time. All that's left is a reliable staff to run it. The woman didn't like that and punched him again. He asked if she even realized how hard he would have to work to run such a small establishment. Takako wondered who would be able to train all those people in such a short time once he got them together. What about their salaries? What about supplies? Food? She didn't understand how he was going to get it all ready. The others realized that it was their fault too for leaving everything to Kagami-san. Tina knows that they need 10,000 gold. But how much more do they need? Fuji replied that they would need about 5,000 gold. Rex was surprised, for he could buy a castle with that money. He doubted that they really needed to earn that much. Rex wondered what he had been doing for the past 2 months in that case. Fuji had locked himself in the dungeon to earn some money. He ended up getting 600 gold coins in 2 months. Tina realized that it was great, but forgetting to hire staff. The guy replied that there were other rewards. This time, he was able to create a cloth that concealed Mino's magical energy. Now, wearing the hat, he could move around freely. The demon admitted that the past 2 months had been difficult. He had to camp outside and be away from Alice Sama, but now he could stay by her side and serve her. Takako stated that even if he had 1 person, it was not enough to run a huge casino. The princess thought that given the current situation, they just had to do a good job. Tina was intimidated by the fact that they needed to gather a large number of staff before the casino opened, and within the remaining 10 months, accumulate 5,000 gold coins. She thought it was a suicide quest. Rex replied that it might be, but they have to fulfill it. With his hero charisma, it should be fine. He offered to leave it up to him. Tina remarked that besides, their most trusted comrade was not with them. Alice realizes that they're in a very difficult situation right now, but honestly, she's very happy to see humans and demons working together like this. She just wants to run and tell her father about it. During the Salmeria incident, Esteller took her father with him. Esteller gave them his 1-year ultimatum. By then, Kagami-san must reveal the secrets of this world. Otherwise, father's power would be used again in the battle with the humans. In order to reveal these secrets, they need a special item. In order to obtain this item, they will need an absurd 10,000 gold. Someone came to the boys with a resignation. Palna had originally joined this squad to defeat the Demon Lord. Based on the circumstances, her presence here is meaningless. Or is she wrong? She will return. Until then, their conversation is not finished. And she left. Tina felt it would be a little lonely. Fuji realized that this was life. He asked about the others. Tina is here because she wanted to train her body. She thinks that for that purpose, the best choice would be to stay together with Rex-san and Kururu-san. Thus, she puts the decision in their hands. Kururu, being a princess, grew up inside the palace walls. Until then, she had looked at the world based on the common sense she had been taught. Like Kagami-san said, there is much more to know about which you can only learn about by seeing with your own eyes. So, in exchange for permission for them to stay here, she asked to be allowed to help him too. Fuji decided that he would then rely on all of them. Rex then concluded that he no longer cared about the Demon Lord. Like Kiruru, he did not live for himself. Kuji had shown him that roles were not everything. The guy showed him the value of living life as more than just a hero. For this reason, if there is something he can help with, he will gladly lend a hand. Kuji was surprised that a peasant like him helped a hero like him. Rex reminded him that he was the one who had told him that roles and races meant nothing. From now on, Rex would call him master. The boy asked that he not do that. 2 months had passed since then, and all that time they worked together. Alice never thought that they would even work together with the hero and his comrades. And the path that gave them hope was opened by none other than Kagami-san. Rex would like to train with the master, so in return, he would help him with everything he needed. The guy didn't realize what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Besides, could he please stop calling him master? The hero pleaded with the master, which he didn't like. The princess declared that whatever. Time was running out. She suggested going to a place where people gather and hiring some workers. In that case, Rex suggested the market square where they first recruited companions. Courage liked the idea. Guy called the boys to recruit in the market square. Rex replied that he could rely on him. Kuji did not call on Mino. Tekako called them fools. If only it were that simple. Wallman's market square. Kuji didn't understand why they hadn't hired anyone if there were people here. At least they have such a handsome guy and a beautiful princess helping with the recruitment. What else do they need besides handsome coworkers? Where did he go wrong? Tina realized what his train of thought was, even after he did all those advertising designs that looked questionable. It talked about a bright and cheerful workplace full of beautiful women. Coming here every day, you'd feel like it was destiny. Alice saw that Kagami-san was in complete hopelessness. She hoped everything would be resolved well. The girl hit on a strange man. She apologized since she wasn't looking where she was going. The man she saw gave her a look of horror. The girl stood awkwardly in front of the man. He admired the lovely young lady, like an angel. This was noticed by Kuji. The man realized that it looked rude of him. He apologized for the late introduction. He is David Forn, a level 77 merchant. As far as they can ascertain, he is a humble servant of the royal family of the Hekel-Sidorian kingdom. He has come to fetch Mrs. Kiruru. He was embarrassed by this fellow. Kuji shouted that there was a pervert here. This man was staring at pure and innocent girls as if he wanted to lick them. People agreed with him. Just look at that dead stare. David tried to explain that it wasn't. The guard suggested he walk with them to the post. Alice asked to let the man go. He had done nothing wrong. The girl is sure he had his reasons, but she thinks it was a pretty bad thing to do. Kuji notices that her words seriously hurt. It was quite a surprise to David. She had actually saved him. He was grateful to her. She is actually a wonderful person for her young age. David decided to ask the boy another question. Could he find out exactly what, for heaven's sake, he was trying to do? Kuji admitted that he was trying to embarrass him. He had said himself that he had come to get Kiruru, and he was sure he had some ulterior motive. David hopes he is not making silly excuses to get out of the situation. As he suspected, he has a case that concerns everyone. The princess recognizes David and asks what he is doing here. As soon as he noticed Kiruru, his mood changed. The man confessed how glad his heart was to see her in good health. He almost wanted to pounce on the above radiant beauty. Kuji realized that in the end, he had actually turned out to be a pervert. The princess was very sorry. This kind of thing happened when they first met, but that's the way David Dono. They also hadn't seen Rex in a while. The man apologized for the late greeting. Rex suggested they talk somewhere else instead of standing here, to which he agreed. The boys gathered at the cafe. Kiruru now decided to ask what he was doing here. David apologized for being rude. A report was received that instead of continuing her journey to destroy the Demon Lord, she had decided to stay in this city temporarily. He had come here according to the king's personal orders to verify the report he had received. Rex realized that he had come to retrieve Kiruru. The man admitted, even though she had actually stopped her journey to destroy the Demon Lord, he had no such intentions. After all, destroying the Demon Lord is the highest priority for her as a sage. The princess revealed that they are training to defeat the Lord of Darkness, and at the same time, they are raising funds to purchase suitable equipment. This was the method Kagami-san used to reach the 999th level. If they used it, they could become stronger than before, and so they decided to stay here to train. Her goal hadn't changed at all. She asked her father to tell her. Tina thought it was a great excuse. It turned out that they had received a report that Mrs. Kiruru and Mr. Rex had been tricked by a peasant. Since a lot of adventurers had witnessed the incident in Salmeria, rumors about it spread throughout the kingdom. His sources had told him many things, including information about their whereabouts. The boy wondered what he was trying to say. What is he getting at? Just let him say it already. David let him know he should be quieter. It's true that he came to take the princess away. However, it has nothing to do with his true purpose. The report said that they were making preparations while still searching for the demon lord whose whereabouts were still unknown. If what the princess said was true, there should be no further questions. To confirm their claims, he wished that they would at least allow him to observe their actions for a month. Kuji found it rather stressful to have your life being watched. Although David himself would hardly have believed it, given their success during the Salmeria incident, it was not unreasonable to assume that if they had actually wished it, they could have easily defeated the demon lord themselves. Kuji called him an idiot. He asked him not to underestimate the weakness of the peasant. It all worked out because of the strong magic, healing spells, and the quick help from the others. That was why they were able to somehow endure. Tina had noticed that he became very talkative during difficult times. Moreover, didn't he know that Salmeria's opponent was not the demon lord, but his servant? If it had been the Lord of Darkness in his place, there was no way they would have won. That's why they are saving up and improving their equipment and gathering allies. Rex and Kururu, in exchange for helping him become stronger, help him raise the necessary funds. David understood him. In that case, should he believe that they are now trying to recruit more comrades? If they would allow it, he would like to help them do so. He may be an observer, but he is first and foremost only a humble servant of Kururu-sama. Wallman Square. Tekako had just come to see how they were doing, but in front of them was a crowd of people who were asked to line up. These kids, what spell were they using? Among them she noticed a strange man. Rex wanted to know what he had done, even when no one else could attract anyone. David simply tidied up the information on the flyers. After all, everyone would be nervous about applying for a job that had just come up. Rex was surprised that the content was so organized and clear. David asked to be allowed to help run the casino as well. Tekako realized that everything was going well. Tina replied that it was all thanks to David-san's work. It seems that they will be able to recruit enough staff. Tekako was interested in a man who could work. She introduced herself, adding that she hoped they would get along forever. The boys were noticed by Kuji. Tina and Tekako sent him to hunt monsters already. The man asked Kururu-sama to let him wake her up every morning, which she didn't like. Rex advised the boy not to let it upset him. He would join him on the hunt after he finished his training. Kuji refused. Rex needs to clean up. Much more importantly, these two, they get along well. As far as the hero has heard, David Dono has been serving the royal family even before Kururu was born. You could say that it's like he's part of the family. He thought something was bothering the guy. Kuji admitted that this month of supervision seemed rather unexpected. No one had been watching them before, so why did David show up now? As Rex realized, he thought it had something to do with the fact that they had abandoned their assignment. Kuji guessed that something was wrong. He advised him to be careful, especially in front of Alice and Mino, which David himself pointed out. The capital of the kingdom of Hekel Sidoria. Throne room. The king heard the news about Kururu. He cannot believe it. A level 999 peasant and a demon who wants peaceful coexistence. Palna has stated that she is telling the truth. The truth was that she suspected that they had deviated from the king's desired path. The girl inquired about his opinion. King Simon could not bring himself to believe her words so easily. However, she knows too much for it to be a mere deception. To be able to break the will of Kururu, who by definition should have despised demons. What kind of person is this peasant? Palna didn't understand what she meant should by definition. The king explained that it was achieved through rigorous training. So she's saying that his daughter has changed. And was it caused by that peasant? He wondered why it didn't affect her. In reporting this to him, is she hoping for wealth or position? Palna replied that neither wealth nor position interested her. About why it didn't affect her, everything seemed so strange that she could not understand. He asked what she wanted then. Palna wanted a world where demons didn't exist. As it was said, she had come to dispel his fears about the condition of the person in question. King Simon suggested that she, too, bore a heavy burden. The girl remembered the boys. She believed that demons should be destroyed. The royal library. Palni was 9 years old. Magic, it is said to be a combination of accumulated knowledge and creativity. And it is only through this knowledge and the body's connection to magic that one can actually visualize and control magical energy. Without having the ability to control it, however, you cannot use magic. And for the sake of expanding the level of knowledge of a hopeful magician, she was instructed to keep reading books. So she is tied to this library every single day. The man sitting next to her realized that the girl hates books. Palna asked who he was. He identified himself as just someone who was forced to come here. The boy held out a book to her. If she didn't really like them, he would recommend this one. There are more than just libraries for learning magic. This man had piqued her interest. After all, it's only a book. Palna didn't want to upset anyone, so she would return it. The guy didn't realize who. There is no mom or dad here, only him. Seeing the contents of the book, the girl was surprised. A man 2 heads taller than her, reading too many books, never parting with his glasses, and he was the one with the kindest smile in the world. It was their first meeting. Not that she hated the library so much then. The guy didn't want to go through life trapped in a tiny shell. He was a genius. His ability to control magic and knowledge was a head above the rest. To satiate his thirst for knowledge, he would set out to explore anything that caught his interest. And Palna always followed him. Without realizing it, she started calling him teacher. She realized that it was not only books. There were so many things around that were unknown to her. The teacher knew about everything. He had ideas about how things should be arranged, so he worked to put them into practice. But this was both his strength and his weakness. One day, talking with him, something surprised her. Palna was shocked by his idea of exchanging with demons. He thought that if humans and demons got along, life would be even richer. The girl asked if there weren't other ways to do it, even if he wanted to learn more about demons. The boy realized that it would take time for them to understand each other. He's sure there will be things they don't understand. The insatiable thirst for knowledge that gripped her teacher turned his attention to the mysterious enigma known as demons. And then he felt that by communicating and sharing knowledge with demons, they would be able to control the appearance of monsters. Palna stated that it was still too dangerous. The teacher suggested that what if it was actually possible? The girl tried to stop him, but he had already taken the first step and started communicating with demons. The demons were surprised to see humans in a place like this. Obviously, it wasn't that easy. The guy approached the demons, saying that for the sake of creating a stable relationship, he would like to see their daily lives. The teacher persisted and continued to visit the demon village, without taking a single guard with him, bringing countless gifts. The demons began to wonder what this guy was planning, and towards the teacher who tirelessly kept returning. The attitude of the demons began to soften. They seemed to have taken a fancy to him. Guy wondered if it was time. He turned to all of them. Since they had taught him so many things about himself, he would like to teach them the habits of humans and introduce them to the human village. He asked them to believe him. No one would harm them. The demons awaited the head's opinion, and he gave the go-ahead. The teacher hugged Palna, happy that he had succeeded in doing so. The girl could see that he had done a good job. She was so glad that they believed in him. Her hometown was chosen as the place of exchange, as it would be difficult for demons to get close to the royal capital. There were even a few people here that had seen real demons, and compared to the rest of the villages, the level of hostility towards demons was not that great. The demons arrived on a road that was normally impassable to them, all because of serious control. The teacher greeted the residents. Behind him stood a demon who decided it was time to end it all. He used magic to pierce through his body, forming a large hole. The boy fell to the ground. The demons were ordered to take them. Palna didn't understand how it had come to this. She was approached by a man who asked her to run away. She remembered the teacher asking them to believe him. Nothing would harm them. The girl laughed hysterically. What were they even hoping for? The royal capital. Many years had passed since then. She was thinking of forgetting all that and living a normal life. And then she met them, the two who were sent to defeat the demons and their lord. She won't let them take him away from her. The chance for revenge that finally came her way, even if it was her teacher who killed her. The god who created this rotten world. She read the invitation to Wallman's new venture, Kagami Kuji's casino. Palna will force the peasant to return it to her. A training cave. The guys were practicing their abilities. Kyoru was using physical reinforcement. Rex was about to strike with a fist he was more than confident in. After punching the hero, Kuji decided to do it again. Rex asked the reason for his punch. The teacher didn't understand what was the point if he was using body enhancement magic. The point was to overpower an opponent stronger than himself. Rex replied that it's a level 103rd Berserk Mage, and he's only level 91, and he also doesn't have any equipment. There was no way he could win in such a disadvantageous battle. Kuji explained that by fighting in an unfavorable battle, he not only gained experience because of the level difference, but also gained invaluable battle experience from fighting a stronger enemy. He had told him that, right. Besides, it would be a good idea to get used to fighting in unfavorable conditions. If they ran into trouble, he would come to the rescue, so they could fight wholeheartedly. Kyoru decided to heal him. Rex went on the attack again. In response to the blow, the monster directed flames at him. The teacher reminded him that the monster was stronger than him. It's best to be patient and stay on guard. The hit and run tactic works best. The princess asked permission to treat him. Kuji saw that Kyoru still had plenty of strength. That's a good thing. She will be able to get stronger little by little. The boys were found by David. He thinks that Kagami-san is just concerned about the princess's well-being. Sages are easily killed when they risk being too far from their rearguard position. Moreover, from Kagami-san's words, this kind of battle is always fraught with danger. She wouldn't be able to become stronger by constantly avoiding pain. The girl replied that because Kagami-san is a peasant, which is much weaker than her. The guy explained that he didn't feel like dragging her into something painful or scary. After all, she was a girl. Rex resented that his pain and hardship was a different matter altogether. He was answered that he was, after all, a guy. The hero fended off the monster's blow just in time. Kuji contentedly watched him fight, and he became stronger. Despite the pain, he no longer hesitated. Heroes are burdened with great responsibility. He wondered if Kyoru would be able to endure something like this. The princess turned to Kagami-san saying that at the beginning of their journey, she had a 42nd level. Since then, she had only increased it by 3 levels. The guy decided that she probably shouldn't act recklessly then. He had an idea that could help her level up. Exhausted, Rex called out to Kyoru. The girl, overjoyed, replied to Kuji that if she could reach level 200, she would do anything. The boy hesitated. The princess was angered by the fact that he looked away. Rex asked Kyoru to use healing. Alice gave him the potion while the princess herself felt ashamed. David assumed that he still had a lot to learn about maiden hearts, but to wield such power at his age. The man wondered what had helped him become so strong. Kuji replied that it was quite a long story, so another time. He originally started fighting just to collect the money left over from defeated monsters. David decided that another time then. It was good to know that it wasn't all for money. He would never be able to trust Kyoru-sama to such a person. Kuji suggested that he thought he was a peasant, that he would become so powerful just for money. The man denied this. It's rare to find a peasant willing to raise his level, and even those mostly do it just for the money. Many unfortunately meet their deaths in search of strong monsters. He thought they were fools. Alice concluded that if you defeat a strong monster, you can get a lot of money. It turned out to be absolutely true. Rarely, the amounts are not up to their level, but there are also rare kinds of monsters from which a lot of money falls. Kuji wondered if Alice knew a place where they could find rare monsters. The girl apologized. Even she is not aware of such a thing. One day in the library, she found a book that talked about the strongest monster of this world. So strong that even the power of a demon lord seemed insignificant in front of it. If it was possible to defeat such a creature, she wanted to know how much money would be left behind. Kuji realized that it was impossible to earn the full amount just by killing monsters, which is why they opened a casino. He inquired about how the preparations were going. He hadn't forgotten that the opening was the day after tomorrow, had he? David replied that he would not allow such a miscalculation. He just had some free time, so he decided to keep them company. After all, watching them is part of his job. Kuji was surprised at how cunning he was. The boy admitted that he was actually grateful. He's glad he can trust him with all this work. The first time they met, he thought he was pretty dangerous. But if he hadn't been here, they wouldn't have been able to open up in time. The man didn't think so at all. Takako-san is simply amazing. He can get the job done without relying on anyone, and has earned the respect and trust of the entire staff. In fact, a man of men. Kuji, stunned, replied that Takako-chan is a woman. David found that hard to believe. The guy recalled that she wears a pink outfit. The man didn't understand how such a creature could even be considered a woman. Kuji said that if Takako-chan heard him, he would be dead. It would be better for him to accept that and move on. David remembered the times they had touched each other's shoulders while working. When she'd touched his back, when she'd grabbed him from behind. All the times she touched him in strange places. Kuji explained it away by saying that she was just flirting with him. Alice asked why Kagami-san had such a strange expression on his face. The guy realized that she really had a crush on him and replied that he was just wondering if he would need to find a wife soon. The girl thought that everything would be fine. He has her, after all. Kuji replied that if he was still single 10 years from now. Kyoru resented the fact that he was going to marry Alice-chan in 10 years. Rex asked her to cure him. Kuji of course wasn't going to. If it started to arise too much, David would start to suspect something. Alice is a demon after all. Rex kept calling for Kyoru. The princess realized that in 10 years, Kagami-san would be 30 years old. Moreover, he shouldn't underestimate himself. There was no way she would allow a wedding to happen with such an age difference. Alice doesn't mind at all. Kyoru replied that she should. Rex was still calling out to her. The hero was glad it was finally over. The teacher is unbelievable. The guy really thought he was finished. Kuji thinks it's largely because of Kyoru, for which she apologized. Alice was also sorry. If only she could use healing magic too. The hero reassured her since she supplies him with potions all the time. The girl realized that she could not protect anyone at times like this, and because of this she is burdened. Her feelings alone are enough for Rex, to which the boys took notice. Kuji suggested the hero to test his experience with this monster. Upon seeing it, the lad was surprised. The teacher realized that he had gained quite a bit. The death threat is quite an important factor. Rex realized how he had reached such a high level at such a young age. Kuji explained that it was all due to his self-repair skill. In his case, there is Kururu for healing, so without her, he shouldn't fight against strong enemies. Couldn't have done it this fast without her. Besides, if he died, it would all be for nothing. Rex inquired when Kuji obtained his self-repair skill. Since it was his first skill, he had gotten it at the 100th level. Rex wanted to have a similar skill. Kuji thought that it was probably impossible. Esteller had also said that, but it was a very rare case. Besides, peasants could only learn unusual skills. Rex remembered that the teacher had a skill for self-healing, a skill for overcoming physical limitations, and a skill to overcome the set limits of strength growth. These are the 3 skills he told them about. What are the rest of his skills? Didn't he have 7 more? Kuji wasn't going to keep them a secret for that long, but it wasn't something he would under normal circumstances tell everyone around him. Rex understands, but he has to know. Kuji asked if he really wanted to know so badly about the skills he'd gotten. Kuji knew there was no getting away from this. The guys were spotted by a few more monsters. The guy decided that then it was about time. Rex asked what he was doing. Kuji thought it would be easier to show them. He asked to watch carefully and threw a rock. The blow came right at one of the monsters. Kuji had just demonstrated 5 of the remaining 7 skills to them. They thought he meant that this attack was the demonstration of the 5 skills. He concluded that they still didn't understand and decided to repeat. Rex still didn't understand anything. Kuji showed them his skills: automatic recovery, super finger, hyper finger, ultra finger, miracle finger, flawless finger, the 5th act of an exotic full-scale explosion, conversion, breaking the limits, and defying God. Alice thought there was too much skill with the finger. Rex replied that the ones he had already told them about were automatic recovery, overcoming limits, and defying God, but a series of finger skills and exotic. Kuji thought it was simple. He would show them each individually, but let them not hope for much. The super finger skill has the effect of increasing the strength of a finger flick. Rex inquired as to how much of an increase in snapping force. It turned out that the strength of 1 finger was equivalent to the strength of 2, which didn't really surprise him. Kuji decided to continue. In the hyper finger skill, the finger's snapping force increases. The ultra finger skill has its finger snapping power increase even more. A marvelous finger skill has a finger that cannot be injured while snapping. And in the flawless one, the accuracy of the finger flick increases regardless of the situation. Kuji said that here they are, the feelings of a person who continued to obtain such skills until the 900th level. In short, he could overpower a slug just by throwing stones at it. Alice realized that when he lay throwing that stone, it was the effect of his flawless finger. Rex noticed that compared to ordinary stone throws, his flicks were much more accurate. Kuji thought it was a pathetic sight. The girl asked about level 700. The other skills are different from his fingers. His hard work didn't go to waste. The skills sound awesome. The guy showed that the 5th act of the exotic full-scale explosion had a cool name effect. That's when he felt true despair. And the next blow was the conversion. Here, the lower the level of the wielder, the more powerful spells and skills he could use at no cost. However, as the level increases, the range of powerful skills and spells decreases. Alice realized that he could only use Charged Strike. Kuji had gotten this skill at level 800. Rex recognized that this is a skill that only becomes more useless over time, and decreases the number of skills and spells that he is able to use as his level increases. And the teacher is already level 999. Kuji thought it was because he originally had little magical energy. The hero was still glad that he could destroy monsters just by throwing stones at them. He was sure the other skills could come in handy too. Compared to normal skills, Kuji thinks he should at least be thankful that at least his fingers had become stronger. Rex realized that at least the teacher could use them, and he still hadn't learned a single skill. Kuji thought that his dream might come true. He himself can't learn a single skill anymore. And about the skills he had learned, it's better to have no skills at all than with ones you can't use or understand. Alice wondered what he was talking about. Since they had so much to conceptualize, Kuji treats. The guys were looked everywhere by Takako-chan. She scared the guy. He thought it was another monster. The woman realized he was straightforwardly asking for it. The girl realized that Takako had something wrong. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, she wouldn't have come. The woman replied that something terrible had happened. She asked David-san to listen to her. He realized that they lacked goods. There was enough alcohol for the bar, but she had completely forgotten to order merchandise for the casino itself. Kuji wondered if she could purchase them from a merchant. It turned out that she was planning to use top-notch alcohol, so if they bought it from a merchant, it still wouldn't be enough. The guy agreed with her, considering they would be dealing with nobles. Offering cheap alcohol to guests was something they simply couldn't do. Takako admitted that it was all her fault. He asked her not to worry. Kuji is grateful for all the things she has already done. Even if they don't make it in time for the grand opening, they can order afterward. David suggested traveling to Salmeria, not so far away, where the production of wine supplied to the capital is located, and returning on a supply wagon. They could even negotiate with the seller. Kuji agreed that the capital sold first-class alcohol. As long as there would still be the quantity needed for the capital, they shouldn't mind too much. The boy inquired how he knew this. The man replied that he had simply already studied the matter. Takako praised David for his work. In fact, there were several other issues on which she would need his help. Just as Kuji thought, he's not an ordinary employee at all. But what else is he doing here besides watching Kyoru? Alice was so glad that they had David-san. The guy realized that no matter how, all they have to do is wait and watch. Opening day of the casino. Alice was surprised that so many people showed up. Kuji is glad they are finally open. The girl notices that it's a little hard to move in these clothes. It's embarrassing. The guy thought it looked really good on her. Alice admitted that it was so scary. Kyoru-san and Takako-san just tortured her. Kuji thought it looked really good on her, so he doesn't think they meant to hurt her. She wondered if they would succeed or not. With David-san's help, all those tireless preparations, by some miracle, they were able to open their casino. As always, Kagami hunts monsters for money. The casino had just opened. The guys noticed that they hadn't been alone for a long time. The two were surprised to see the seething life in the room. Alice saw Mino. The demon turned his murdered face toward them. He thought he heard Mistress Alice's voice. The boys realized that he had overworked himself. The boy noticed Mistress Alice and admired the way she looked. He had come to life again. The girl thanked Mino for his hard work. The two set off to find Takako-chan. The boy asked Mistress not to leave him. Takako-chan was not at the bar. Alice assumed she was on a break. Kuji suddenly stopped in front of something and startled the girl with it. It turned out to be Takako-chan's room, which he hadn't heard of. He decided to look inside. There were some pumped-up men having fun inside. The guy said he was exhausted and offered to grab a bite to eat. Alice was curious about what he saw. The boys were met by Rex. Kuji saw that he was working hard. The girl asked where Kyoru-san was. He told her that Kyoru couldn't handle dealing with visitors, so as far as he knows, she should be in the rest room with David Dono. More importantly, why are they sitting there happily staring at the menu? They're busy, so now let them put stupidity aside for later. Kuji reminded of the fact that they are visitors now. He can't treat visitors like that. The guy thought that he didn't need visitors like them. The girl would like a chocolate parfait. She was asked to read the menu at least a little more. The guys left the premises satisfied. Alice asked Kagami-san if he knew where Tina-san was. He replied that Tina is a priestess after all, so he knows where she should be. The boys visited the girl. Alice was surprised that they had even built a chapel. But it's kind of empty. Tina replied that of course it would be. There's already a decent church in town, after all. The boys suggested doing something since they had already built a chapel. Maybe teach people the word of God. There's even a confessional here. The girl replied that it was the priest's job. He asked about the reception room. She could inspire people to go on with their lives despite their failures and losses. Tina thought there was someone better suited to do that. Kuji didn't think so at all. She is very good at listening to people. For him, at least, talking to her is easier than talking to Takako-chan. He offered to check. The priestess asked what his concerns were. Kuji advised adding more holiness to the speech. Then the girl asked the lost lamb to tell her what was bothering him. The lad told her that even though he had finally built a casino, it was mostly run by another man. As a result, a strange and dangerous place called Takako's room was built inside. What should he do? Tina asked him to be strong. The two found the boys in the recreation room. The girls admired the dress, which suits her very well. It's too cute. Kyoru wondered who gave her that plush toy. The princess couldn't resist in front of the girl. David informed Kyoru that they had to start, but the girl asked him to wait a little longer, to which he agreed. Alice called him a traitor. In fact, the princess wished Alice had something else to wear. Takako also has something she should try on. David has to say that Mrs. Kyoru has changed a lot. In the past, she was never interested in this kind of jewelry. The princess thought it was because of Alice Chan's special charm, and she hadn't changed at all. David replied that he wasn't the only one who thought so. Kagami-san did, too. All those unexpected encounters have really changed her. Alice thinks so too. Now she's quite the person to talk to. Now Kyoru can really look at her. To her, Kyoru-san is a very important person she can trust, even though there are things the girl can't tell her. Listening to her words, the princess's heart fills with happiness. Perhaps she has really changed, from thinking that they should kill this child to thinking that they shouldn't kill her. This is because of all that she has learned, including about the true nature of this world. Kagami will fight as hard as she can to protect humans and demons, even if she ends up crumpled and scarred at the end. Kyoru seems to have come to the realization that she must decide for herself. Is she really doing the right thing? Takako believed that people change because of the experiences they have gained. In fact, it would be strange not to change. David agreed with her. However, if it were the former Mrs. Kyoru, then even for the sake of money, she would show a more strained expression while remaining true to her principles. If she had decided to choose a different path, what would it have been? Alice found it strange that the change in Kyoru-san was so mysterious to him. Takako realized that for better or worse, people can change in any direction because of what they meet on their path. She stated that meeting David-san changed her as well. The man suddenly said he had to go get scheduled deliveries. He apologized, having to excuse himself. In that case, the girls suggested that Alice Chan try on something. The girl turned her attention to the gloves lying on the table. Alice pretended to be shocked, even though he was holding them, that David-san had forgotten his gloves. She asked the princess to hold her toy while she herself gave them to him. Kyoru was upset that she had left. The girl couldn't find David-san anywhere. Alice assumed that she had passed him in a hurry. Finally, she found him. As she ran toward him, the girl tripped. David caught her and took off her bow, revealing her horns. Alice didn't know what she should do. She flashed her horns. David suddenly said that this ribbon was the most beautiful. Had it really been given to her by Kagami-san? The girl confirmed what Kagami-san had made it for her. The man realized that she was using it to hide her horns. He asked to try to keep a proper eye on her. David decided to help her. He tied the bow again. Now everything looks just fine. She's as cute as Mrs. Kyoru was when she was younger. The girl thanked him. He still has some things to do, but he'll return to the rest room as soon as he's done with them. He thought it would be best for Miss Alice to return to Kagami-san. The girl handed him the gloves. He was surprised that she had come all this way to give them to him. He was so grateful to her. David was about to leave. Alice hesitated to say anything more to him. Finally, she thanked him too. In the casino lounge, Mino stated that it was not something to be taken so lightly. Takako tried to calm him down. She fully understands his concern, but they still don't know if it's true or not. Mino replied that of course they would be worried if she suddenly disappeared. The girl didn't understand what they were talking about. Mistress Alice disappeared without saying a word. He had been so worried. How glad he was that she was all right. The girl was surprised that he was so worried, even if she had only gone to give David-san his gloves. Mino pulled Alice with him. They must get as far away from here as possible. The girl had no intention of doing that. She didn't want to part with Kagami-san. He replied that this was not the right time to be childish. Takako asked him to calm down. He's confusing Alice Chan. He calmed down. Rex asked the teacher if what Mino said was true. Wouldn't that be too bad? If Mino and Alice's identities were revealed, big trouble wouldn't just be for them. The girl recalled asking for an explanation of what was going on here. It turned out that Mino had learned that David-san was a spy for the kingdom, something she hadn't expected to hear. He saw David-san being strangely cautious to the point of being strangely cautious before going to the warehouse, which he doesn't do. He thought that was rather strange, so he followed him. There, Mino saw someone pretending to be a casino employee waiting for him near the warehouse. Fuji asked if it was true. Mino didn't doubt it. He said that here was a report to be given to the king. No suspicious activity has been detected among Mrs. Kyoru, Mr. Rex, and their company. He said those words while handing over some documents. Mino is disturbed by his reference to the company. Even if he exaggerates, this is something they cannot ignore. Kuji noticed that initially they weren't too worried about him following Kyoru and the others. As long as he helped them, they let him observe. What if there was a different reason? Couldn't he actually be watching not Kyoru but Alice? The princess thought so too. He was always present when she and Alice Chan were together, and it didn't seem to her that David was so wary of the girl. Kuji realized that the people of the kingdom didn't know anything, but they seemed to have definite doubts about them. It would be quite problematic if they began to doubt the true nature of Mino and Alice. Alice doesn't think David-san tells the kingdom everything he learns about her. He's just keeping an eye on Kururu-san. Kuji asks why she thinks that. The girl told him that David-san had just seen her horns, and yet he didn't say a word about her being a demon. It looked as if he already knew about it and kept it a secret. Mino knew it. They should run right now. Takako tried to calm him down. Kuji reminded him of what David had said about the lack of suspicious activity. Didn't he think it would be strange to say such a thing if he already knew that Alice was a demon? Mino, on the other hand, assumed that he realized this after he handed in the report. He could behave as usual until the next report, in which he would tell them that Mrs. Alice was a demon. Kuji thought there was a chance he was covering for them. If he is, then their leaving would destroy any chance of protecting them. Mino didn't see why he would lie for them. There was no way he would go so far as to lie to the kingdom. Kuji didn't like the fact that he was so stubborn. He thought about Alice. The guy decided that since he was following them, they would follow him. If he reported the demons, they'd deal with it somehow. Until then, they would have faith in David, which Mino was not satisfied with. How Takako wished he had followed her. A full week had passed since then, and David-san had not told the Kingdom of Iris's true nature. He continued to report that there was no suspicious activity. However, while that problem was resolved, another one surfaced. Kuji informed the boys that their sales were nowhere near enough. They get about 800 visitors a day. But, subtracting from the profits the costs, they make practically nothing. The boys knew that the townspeople and adventurers were making mostly low bids. Moreover, most of the nobles, who apparently enjoyed the games, had only come for the opening of the casino. They were shocked to see peasants here as well. But now none of the nobles come to the casino. After all, it is a casino. It can't be helped if the income is not constant from day to day. The guys advised Kagami-san to be glad that they're still not bankrupt and to be grateful to David-san. Why not thank him for the fact that this casino didn't go under initially? The guy asked them to take these lucky tickets. They would be a reward for all the casino visitors. It would bring in even more losses. David thought so. There was no way to attract the nobles. He had expected resistance, of course, but he hadn't foreseen that the nobles hated the commoners so much. David had poorly prepared himself for the situation. Kuji admitted that he was the one who was too carefree. He thinks there's no other way but to create a VIP room for the nobles. Kururu thought that they don't put a bit of effort to achieve anything on their own, and still take everything for granted. Kuji was surprised that even a princess like her felt that way. The girl replied that of course she felt that way. The kingdom is his people. She thinks about their people all the time, so she asks not to be ranked with them. That's not what the guy meant at all. The fact that she realizes it and can clearly determine that the nobles are wrong. He admires that about her. Kururu apologized. She got too angry. David doesn't think there will be any problem at all if they create a VIP room. Kuji doubted it would make any difference at all. But if in the 1 in a million case it worked, he'd like to shovel money in. He realized he should go monster hunting to cover the difference. The boy thought about what would make him the most money. Takako suggested that he just ask Mino-chan to create a flock of hell crows. Then he could make money from destroying them. Kuji remembered that when Wallman was attacked, they were led by Mino. He had thought of something like that, but rare monsters were terribly difficult to deal with. One can never say for sure where one can locate the location of the hell crows. Or does she think that monster appearance locations pop up everywhere like daisies? The current sites are formed by collecting the magical energy of demons that gives monsters life. Once destroyed, it disappears. Even though a similar place of emergence may form somewhere in the dungeon, there may not be a single new monster in a whole day. Since hellcrows are quite rare, it will be quite difficult to find the place where they appear. We will need to find the rare monster's appearance location. Make it absorb Mino and Alice's magical energy. Wait for the monster to appear and destroy it. Once its role is done, the place of appearance is destroyed. And again we will have to find a new place of appearance. In the end, it's too inefficient. Alice turned to Kagami-san. She asked if he had ever heard of the Dark Dragon. He knew that it was a powerful monster whose strength was equal to or even greater than that of a demon lord. But wasn't it a fairy tale told by someone in old books? The girl wondered how much money he would get if he could defeat him. Kuji reasoned that the amount of money increases in proportion to the monster's strength. Since he was considered the strongest, it could be said that they would get an equivalent amount. She asked what he would do if he could find it. The guy realized that she knew where he could be found. If they had a map, the girl could show the area where he should be. Kuji asked Mino to tell him about it in more detail. He suggested that they go to the restroom for a while. The alley behind the bar. Mino knew about it, but whether it was there or not he could not say for sure. To Kuji's surprise, he had never seen it. There were many holes in the information available to them. He learned of its existence from the records in His Majesty's palace. His demonic majesty told him about him, but even they demons don't know much. Kuji wondered why. Even Mino doesn't know why. All he can say is that it can be found not far from the royal capital. His demonic majesty told them not to get too close to him for their own safety. Be that as it may, no one has yet been able to confirm its existence. Kuji is quite familiar with the lands of the royal capital, but he is not aware of any dungeons in that area. Mino found it strange to see such a guy's sudden interest in such a creature. Kuji was going to overpower it since Alice said she knew where to find it. Mino could only advise against trying something like that. According to legends, the Dark Dragon is around level 500. Without considering its nature and special characteristics, even the data about its strength varies too much. They have too little information about it. Kuji knows that. Mino replied that Kagami Dono didn't understand anything. The Dark Dragon's power is comparable even to that of His demonic majesty. Does he himself even realize how strong His majesty is? Mino was sure that if he were to die, everything would be in vain. He is grateful for his efforts in trying to save His demonic majesty, but if Kuji died, it would bring too much trouble. Guy is glad to hear him say such words. But really, if he's trying to achieve peaceful coexistence between humans and demons, he should go through all the money-making options. Without those 10,000 gold coins, they can't save the demon lord, and war will break out again. Mino thought, is there really no other way out? Kuji replied that there probably wasn't. But finding a way to earn the necessary amount of money is only one of the tasks. Don't they have problems with lack of time? They only have 1 year. Besides, he was interested in this legendary creature. In that case, he, Mino Abrashar, would keep him company. Kuji was surprised that he and Alice were going with him. The guy thought it might arouse suspicion. He means that they are probably being watched by more than just David. Mino agreed with that, but Kuji has no idea where the creature is. And, if the two of them go alone, it shouldn't arouse any suspicion. Guy concluded about Alice. Mino stated that he would not allow it. Kuji joked that no one would surely say what demons could do to her, but she says he should definitely take her with him. As Kuji has already explained, they don't make enough money. Earning 10,000 gold is still an unattainable dream. David is in charge of building a new VIP room, but no one can say for sure how it will go. The guys ask him what he's going to do. Guy announces that he and Mino are going to the dungeon to make some money. Rex protested. He was going too. It will be good training. Alice decides to go too. She's definitely going with them. Hiroru's going too. After all, it's one of the conditions of Rex's training. Kuji explained that no one knows what dangers will come their way, so they don't go. Since this creature will be incredibly strong, only he and Mino are going. Alice tried to object. The guy asked her to watch the casino for him. Wallman's Gate. Tina asked if Kagami-san had brought his toothbrush with him. Money for food. Potions. She thought that was nowhere near enough. There were still a lot of things they had missed. She also asked about Mino's weapons, who reminded her that he had magic. It seemed to Kuji that they were all overreacting. They will be back within a month. Tekako explained that their leader was going on a trip, so it was natural that they came to see him off. He asked them to take care of the casino in his absence. Not that it made any difference. Tekako realized that this was the case for all leaders. After all, they're the ones responsible for making important decisions. The boy believes the time has come. Alice inquired if there was anything he wanted her to do while he was away. Kuji suggested just staying healthy. He wasn't joking at all. The only reason he's standing here now is because of her. Thanks to her being here, he can try his best. If something happened to her, he would lose the will to fight. The guy realized that there was nothing he could do. David asked if he needed anything. Kuji had asked Takako-chan for it yesterday, but he thought he should ask him as well. The man wondered what he needed from him. While they will be away, he asked to look after Alice for him. David immediately agreed. He would humbly accept his frank request. Taoji thanked him. Hearing this not only from Takako-chan but also from him, he feels a huge burden fall from his shoulders. The guy relies on them. Then the two set off on their journey. David notices that the girl looks very upset. Alice didn't understand why she couldn't be as useful to Kagami-san as the others. The man asked if she really felt that way. Just like Kagami-san said, her very existence gives everyone strength. She is like the golden rays of the sun. Like everyone else, including him, supports Kagami-san. However, that's not the only way to do good. The girl wondered what he meant. Things like assumptions that Kagami-san hasn't thought of yet, or trying to achieve something when he has no idea about it. That's the only way to help Kagami-san. For example, if she asked him to buy something, he would certainly do so. Alice didn't know what she should do. Become a salesman. David stated that her cuteness is a weapon in itself. She must find a way to use that weapon to its fullest. Even though he said it was a weapon, the girl didn't quite understand the meaning of his words. The man explained that even without some special trait like those of Rex-san, Kururu-san and Mino-san, the very being around Kagami-san can be considered as a way of support. And in conclusion, what she can do right now is not the only important thing. Alice wondered if there was a way for her to be useful. It's not just a matter of finding what she can do. She needs to work hard to increase the number of things she can do. David will do his best to support her. The girl thanked him and turned to Kururu-san. She declared that she wanted to learn magic and shocked everyone with it. Kururu was about to start her magic lesson. It is very important to read as many books as possible to stock up on knowledge. It is said that the first step to using magic is for the user to clearly visualize it. The princess asks Alice to try hard and learn little by little more and more. Tina notices that thanks to David-san and Takako-san, the casino is back in the game and continues to improve. The staff is also sharpening their skills and can work longer hours. She thought it was strange that Rex-san was also here. The guy also wanted to learn more about magic. He only had enough time to train his body, so he didn't read much. After all, it was pointless to be born a hero with a huge reserve of magical energy and not be able to use it. Currently, he only had one sword technique in which he could use magic, a decapitating wave of heavenly fury. Rex asked what it meant to represent magic and what exactly it represented to use his hovering ice blade. Kururu imagines a piece of ice that by channeling her magic through it, she can control it while polishing it at the same time. It takes its shape gradually. With practice, it will become easier. Magic is a power that is able to utilize and consume magical energy. The organ known as the magic circuit processes and utilizes the magical energy flowing through the body. If you possess magical energy, you should be able to use magic with practice. In Kagami-san's case, because of the skills possessed, his ability to use magic is sealed. Rex complimented that they, on the other hand, simply have huge reserves of ready-to-use magic energy. The girl thought, even though they've been practicing for a whole 10 days now, perhaps she has no talent for it at all. David didn't think so. Magic couldn't be mastered that easily. However, she should continue to study for as long as she could. It is important to persevere in pursuit of one's goal without giving in to frustration. Alice agreed with him. She promised to keep trying. Now he decided to give her some advice. He would advise her to start learning only one type of magic that she would like to use. And once she had mastered it perfectly, she could definitely expand her arsenal. Alice thought about it for a moment. He asked what kind of magic she would most like to learn. The girl wants to learn how to use healing magic. That way, if someone gets hurt, she will have the power to help them. David called it a wonderful choice. He turned his attention to the clock and realized it was almost time to get back to work. He asked them all to make the necessary preparations. Rex was upset that he never got to use his holy white ray. The man did not understand him. It was the name of his last finishing blow. David suggested he hurry. Casino lobby. The girl announced that the food and drinks had arrived. People at the sight of Alice Chan thought she was the goddess of luck, which meant they had won. A man wanted to approach the girl but was prevented. The staff worried about her. Both staff and visitors are just wonderful people. If she has a problem, they come to help right away. To have the opportunity to work in a place like this with such helpful people is incredible. But all of this is just because no one knows who she really is. Alice wondered what would happen if they found out she was a demon. David finally found her. He reported that everything was going according to plan. The girl asked what he was doing here. It turned out that they had run out of a couple things. Alice noticed that they had a lot of visitors lately. Everyone is so busy. The man replied that Mrs. Kururu and Mr. Rex were helping him a lot. Rex is dealing with the rowdy visitors, while Mrs. Kururu heals the wounded with her magic. Given their notoriety, Mrs. Takako came up with the idea of putting masks on them. That way they can work anywhere. The girl wondered if he would need to take care of a lot of things. She wanted to help him. David replied that it was very nice of her. They decided to get to work, just as she had thought. She really should ask him, which she told him. The girl asked why he was keeping it a secret. He pretended as if he didn't understand what secret she meant. Alice asked him not to pretend he didn't know. She asked if he didn't already understand. What she? He assumed that the girl was concerned. Alice realized that, after all, she was, after all, an enemy to be dealt with at all costs. He recognized that what she said was probably right. He had thought so too when they first met. Alice wondered what now. It appeared that she had become too precious to him to categorize with a single word. Looking back on the short time he'd spent with her, that's exactly what he thought. If the girl is concerned that he might discriminate against her in some way, she should know that he has no intention of doing so. Moreover, Kururu-san considers Alice to be a very important friend of his. From everything he has seen, he can tell that she is simply wonderful. Instead of contempt, he feels incredible respect. Alice is always honest and kind to everyone, more so than most people he has seen in his life. In light of this, who she really is irrelevant. She is who she is. The girl was very grateful to him. David is also a very important person to her, which surprised him. To hear such words is a great honor for him. He can directly feel his body overflowing with strength. Holy forest. Kuji turned to Mino with words that were bad. He had just realized something and thus disturbed the demon. The boy stated that this journey is so boring. It turned out to bother Mino as well. Kuji realized that for 10 whole days all their conversations were limited to the bare minimum necessary. There's a monster out there, let's set up a shelter. This way, it worked out. That was all Mino had said in the past few days. There must be things they can talk about, like chatting about the good old days. He thought it was much more fun with Alice. Unlike her, the guy was disappointed in him. He gave him 0 points. Mino apologized. Kuji replied that he should have expected it from him. He offered to take a break here, and Mino was actually having fun. Kuji thought it was much more important whether they were close to the area marked on the map. That turned out to be the case. The protagonist questioned whether he was actually supposed to be somewhere in that forest. Mino believed that based on what was recorded in the books from the Demon Lord's library, the marker is located in the center of the forest south of the royal capital. That is where the entrance to the dungeon is located. That's what it says, but they are looking everywhere. Kuji speculated that the entrance might be very small. Either that or they have the wrong information. Mino didn't believe that. How could the information in the ancient books of His Demonic Majesty's castle be wrong? Kuji realized that this was a holy forest. Even in the hidden regions, only terrifyingly weak monsters lived. Moreover, there aren't many of them. He had been here once before, so doesn't Mino think he would have found this awesome dungeon that time? Could a guy really not notice such an awesome looking dungeon? Since only weak monsters live here, most adventurers looking to hone their skills wouldn't even consider this place. Mino was confident that the mark on the map couldn't be pointing to the wrong place. Besides, His Demonic Majesty and even Esteller knew of its location. Mino suggested returning to the city before sunset, although he would avoid the royal capital just in case, since they might reveal that he was a demon. Kuji decided it was worth a little more searching. He couldn't find anything at all. It was taking up too much time. The demon suggested they call it a day. Kuji realized that they were screwed today too. They had wasted too much time here, they should go back. Mino replied that if they set off right now, they would reach the city late at night. So if they were going to camp here, he suggested organizing a watch. Kuji decided to do just that. Since it was so time-consuming because of the vagueness of his information, Mino asked him to leave the night watch to him. Kuji refused the offer. They are comrades, shouldn't they share the load? They could take turns on duty. Mino is tired too, after all. Let him be sure to get a good rest. The demon was grateful to him. Kuji asked for one more thing. He must come up with more interesting topics of conversation as soon as possible. Mino promised to try. The boy pondered whether it was really hidden somewhere in this forest. Mino has no doubt that the Dark Dragon dungeon is hidden somewhere around here. Kuji asked how could he be so sure. He had read this book in the past and came to His Majesty to confirm the truthfulness of what was written in it. He was told that although he himself had never been there, he knew that a powerful creature lived there. Based on what was written in those books, the dungeon is somewhere around here. The boy wondered what exactly he had sensed. Mino did not remember. Perhaps without being as powerful as His Majesty or Esteller, it's impossible to sense it. Esteller, too, recognized the presence of some kind of presence. It said that there should be a seemingly ordinary entrance in the center of the forest. Kuji pondered this. He suggested thinking about it. Isn't there a possibility that there is no entrance at all? Mino did not understand what he meant. Kuji thought that since the Dark Dragon was a legendary creature, why didn't people know anything about it? Indeed, since the text didn't say anything about how the dungeon was originally opened. The information presented in the book is too sketchy. What if there is no entrance? That would explain why only the forest is mentioned. Mino thought that if there was no entrance, how did they know the location of the Dark Dragon? Kuji replied, hadn't the Demon Lord and Esteller said that it was around here somewhere? Not that there was any way to confirm that. A place that can only be entered under certain conditions, or the entrance is invisible to the naked eye. Mino decided that in such a case one could simply give up. If it is invisible, it could mean that the dungeon itself is hidden underground. Kuji suddenly realized that it might be located deep underground. He decided to start digging. Nino was confused that Kagami Dono wanted to start digging right here. Essentially, this is the very center of the sacred forest, or he assumed he had some other brilliant idea in his head. Kuji offered to try digging. Nino didn't know how. The boy was going to do it with his own hands. Kuji frantically set to work. Nino realized that for him to do such a thing with his bare hands might be too difficult a task. A few minutes later, the demon decided that he should use magic and just blow the place up. Nino saw Kagami Dono resting and called out to him. The man replied that it was time to change, but the demon asked to take a look at it. The hole they dug was overgrown, and no one had any idea why. Nino felt as if something was telling him they could go no farther. He had never heard of such a thing. This magic defies the laws of common sense. It might even be a type of magic not yet known to them. It doesn't make sense, but Kuji can't see any other way. It destroys at the root all motivation. Nino wondered if this would be the case wherever they started digging. Kuji didn't think so. In the past, he had succeeded in digging wolf pits to destroy large monsters much deeper than this one. Nino concluded that this anomaly was limited to this area. In that case, they realized that there was something here. But the demon noticed that if they couldn't get to it, it was useless. It's probably such a preventive measure against unwanted guests. There must be another way to get in. Kuji continued digging in the ground without thinking of another way, and noticed something strange. He began to dig more intensely. Nino was sure it was useless. He was only wasting his energy. The demon suddenly saw that recovery was failing. Kuji thought it would never end. Nino figured that if he continued, little by little they could get there. However, it must be difficult to keep digging without rest. Kuji replied that it was alright. He is terribly reluctant to give up and go back to the beginning again. He is going to try something reckless. Nino wondered what he wanted to do. The boy asked him to wait and he would see for himself. If things take a bad turn, he relies on him. Kuji used overcoming the limit. He asked Nino to stay close. The surface rupture occurred. The demon thought it was too extreme. Kuji knows, but doesn't he think it's very suspicious? Finally, they made their way out to the dungeon. They ended up falling down together. Nino felt that Kagami Dono was heavy. Kuji apologized. No wonder it didn't hurt at all. On the other hand, what kind of place is this? The hole through which they had fallen had closed. Just like Mino said, the dungeon was in the sacred forest. This could mean that the dark dragon was lurking somewhere nearby. They won't be able to escape through the hole that served as their entrance. They must find another way out. There are many unknowns here. Kuji interrupted him, saying that who had helped at all to think that a dungeon would turn out to be here. Mino noticed that Kagami Dono looked strange. The boy plopped down on the ground. He said he needed to rest. Wallman's church. Alice had succeeded in using magic. David called it promising results for 5 days of hard work. What surprised the guys was that she had mastered 3 types of magic in just 5 days. Fire magic, explosive magic, and healing magic. Is this such a specialty of the demon race? She will definitely become a strong mage in the future. The girl thanked Tina-san for still helping her study despite being tired from her own responsibilities. Tina realized that learning healing magic could take a lot of time. Practical training in the church was most effective. She would be sure to experience the spell. Alice was only able to learn so quickly because of her. She is so grateful. Tina asked me to let her know if she wanted to learn more, although she herself is still learning. The girl also thanked Kururu-san and David-san. The princess admitted that she had decided to pursue it of her own volition, since their training had been postponed due to Kagami-san's absence. Oh, and it gave her the opportunity to train magic herself along with her. David is of the same opinion as Kururu-san. If Alice-sama is strong, it will strengthen everyone else. Alice was glad that she would finally become useful to the others because of this. The princess noticed that Rex-san was also making amazing progress, even though she had heard him say that he didn't understand why he couldn't do it. He's probably trying to combine magic with his sword techniques. Alice remembered that she hadn't seen him yet today. It seems he has some business to take care of. Tina complimented that he seemed very impatient when he dropped that he was leaving when he left. He'll probably be fine. Tina offered to work on healing all these people. David will then try to help too, even though he can't use healing magic. Kiruru will also help. The priestess offered to help these people quickly so that they could have a break soon. David knew that everyone was hungry. Since he was in charge of the place, they could order whatever they wanted. Then Alice wanted to order the Salisbury steak. David noticed something strange. He asked what was wrong with the two of them. The girls replied that it was getting rather late. Tina thought she had overeaten. David can only guess at the real reasons. However, they should take care of themselves properly. He asked them to eat at least something. Then the princess will have a salad. Alice thought it was too light a snack for dinner. David didn't think so at all. he should say. When everyone goes their separate ways, it will be very lonely. The girl didn't understand where he was going. He was originally sent here to watch over Kururu-sama and Rex-san. Soon, he would have to return to the king to fulfill his duties. He asked Alice not to make such a sad face. If she wished to meet again, he was sure they could make it. Still, the princess will be sad to see him go, just as he is. He had spent a lot of time by their side. Those days were blessed in nostalgic memories for him. Little that has changed since then is truly a gift. Tina assumed that the days he was referring to were many months before Kururu-san left the castle. Could they really not have met until now? Most likely, David-san was very busy. And yet, David-san's work is always so flawless. She's worried about what will happen when he leaves them. She's sure Kagami-san will have something to say to that. David replied that he would definitely visit them when he had free time. Alice considered it a promise. Rex suddenly burst into the room. He couldn't find them in the church, so he looked everywhere. The boys noticed that he didn't look well. He pulled them along and in response to their questions said he would explain later. They need to run right now. Rex was asked not to yell like that. Palna felt that since they were working late into the night, they really should take a break. She suggested that they sit down and take a break. The girls were happy to see her. David asked why she had come. Does she not trust him? Palna replied that it was silly. Did he really think that by feeding them false reports they would not realize anything and take matters into their own hands? He offered to tell him. Alice got excited when she saw Palna-san and headed towards her. David asked the mistress to move away from her. At the time the girl pressed against her, she took off her ribbon. Those present saw her horns. None of the people thought this child was a demon. Is this a joke? Isn't this girl from the casino staff? Palna pinned her to the floor. The royal guards came with her. Everything happened just as David had feared. He was asked how he would get away with it now. Even the king's right-hand man, Duke Militaria Ramad, arrived here. He could hardly believe the mad speeches of the witch who had once been a member of this hero's troop. And yet here they are. He has no idea what David is going to do, but it seems to be just as Palna predicted. Her report that this child is a demon has turned out to be true, as was the report of his deception. Does he realize how serious his crime is? The princess asked David what he meant. The man recalled saying that he had been ordered to come here and observe the actions of their squad. But that was a lie. Mrs. Palna came to the king and told him that Mrs. Kururu and Mr. Rex had teamed up with the demons. They had received reports of their actions in Valmon before. Naturally, the king didn't believe such a ridiculous statement. But he needed to be convinced, so he was sent to investigate the validity of her claims. The Duke added that this was why David had come here. This child undoubtedly belongs to the demon race. He heard from Palna that she had somehow suppressed her magical energy. Duke thought that he could quickly verify her claim. As far as he could remember, he had received a report that said he had not met anyone who might be a demon. David asked why Militaria-san had come here and didn't believe his report. The Duke replied that not at all. He was exceptional. When David was considered as a possible candidate for the Watcher role, he was the one who approved him based on his past undercover operations. David asked why then. He replied that if it had been reported by someone other than Palna, he would not have gotten this far. He and Palna have known each other for quite some time. From the beginning he had completely believed her word. The king chose David to confirm her words, but because of the discrepancies in their reports, the Duke began to suspect something. To think that David would lie in a report. Militaria Ramad is the father of the girl's teacher. She thought that all traces of him had disappeared from this world. Palni had a hard time remembering the teacher. The Duke complimented that if he were just pampering the king's daughter, it wouldn't be a problem. But it is checkmate. He would really like to hear what he was even thinking. If there really was a good reason, the king might ease his punishment. David asked what they were going to do. With Mrs. Kururu, Mr. Rex, and Mrs. Alice. The Duke would like to return Mrs. Kururu and Mr. Rex back to the capital. The king will decide their fate. About their ties to the demons, there is a possibility that they were somehow subjugated to their will. As for that demon child, once they catch the second demon, they will be executed. He turned to Mr. Rex. However, the fact that he ran away immediately after he offered to work together in the capture of this child shows how much her presence poisoned their minds. Rex didn't understand why Palna did this. After all, she too had heard the teacher's story. Demons and humans are no different from each other. Killing the demon lord won't help anyone. There is another way. Couldn't she at least wait until they had collected 10,000 gold coins? The girl realized that he was talking about that peasant. After all, she hadn't seen him for a long time. It doesn't matter how strong he is no match for their kingdom. She doubted anyone would think they could go back to normal after being branded a criminal. Let him do everyone a favor and just turn himself in. Rex asked for a reply to him. Palna stated that she never wanted that. Tina didn't understand what she meant. Mino-chan and Alice-chan were even able to blend in with the people of this city. Nothing happened while they were all together. Palna was surprised at how naive Tina was. They can't coexist with demons. One day they would inevitably betray them, and then it will be too late. Even if Alice is a good demon, can she say the same about the others? That's why, before anyone drowns in sorrow, she will put an end to it. The princess realized that there was nothing more they could do here. The Duke marveled. That was so clever of her, which was to be expected of a princess of a kingdom. He ordered them to be arrested. Kiruru asked David to tell David before they captured them why he chose to disobey her father's orders. He replied that it was all about her. After all, she was able to smile the way she did. At this time, Takako made her way through the wall. David asked to take care of Mrs. Alice. He tossed the girl to Takako, who was able to catch her. Palna had forgotten that there was another one. To think that they would be this crazy. Takako noticed that Rex-chan looked very worried as he ran past her, but she never thought that something like that had happened. She told David, Alice, and Tina to run away. But what about Rex-san and Kiruru-san? There's no way to save them now, they need to run away. David asked them to run away. Rex-san and Kiruru-san will be fine. However, if they were caught, they would probably be killed. Alice asked about them. He replied that he would buy them some time. Mistress Alice should run. Takako decided to help him. They would escape together. Suddenly she felt a heaviness in her body as if it wasn't hers at all. It turned out to be Militaria-san's ability. No matter how strong the opponent is, it works on anyone. They must escape. Takako realized that at this rate, he would be killed. The Duke had had enough of this. In the face of his skill is nothing more than a hysterical child. Enough of this futile resistance, they can just surrender peacefully. David begged Mrs. Tina, Mrs. Takako and Mrs. Alice to find Kagami-san and Mino-san as soon as possible. And now he won't let any of them get past him. Sacred Forest. Mino asked Kagami Dono if something had happened. The boy replied that he had just felt a sudden spasm, already released. Mino reminded him that it was his turn now. The monster was there again, which was starting to get annoying. Kuji had done an excellent job with him. The guy asked to stop watching from the sidelines and help him. The demon felt that it would be better if he saved his strength in case of an emergency, and things to carry as well. Besides, if he fought them, it would take too much time. Kuji has fought various monsters, but this is the first time he sees such monsters. Mino replied that there are monsters that even a guy doesn't know about. At least they are very close to the level of a demon. And they earn quite a bit, about 2,000 silver. Once here, they earned 284 gold coins in 6 days. That's quite a lot. If they appeared indefinitely, they would be able to accumulate quite a bit. Kuji assumed that their appearance was caused by some action or event. Fortunately, they didn't want to attack while he was out. This place is definitely very strange. The guy won't eat or sleep. How long had it even been? Mino had no idea. But he would like to get all this over with as quickly as possible and return to Mistress Alice to see her smile one more time. Kuji agreed with him. Even so, this journey is incredibly long. They go down the stairs, defeat the monsters, go down the stairs again, and everything repeats again. They discover another staircase. How many levels have they gone down so far? Mino answered that they are now on the 99th. The next one would be the 100th. Kuji was surprised that he was actually counting. The demon replied that it was all for the sake of those who might explore these ruins in the future. There appeared to be no stairs. Mino thought they had reached a dead end. Or is the implication that they need to jump there? He says to jump and Kuji can't even see the bottom. A fall from that height would kill anyone. He decides to try a coin toss. Mino suggested that Kagami Dono go back. If they accumulate more money, they won't be able to carry it away. Besides, jumping there would be suicide. Kuji resented how anyone could even get this far without encountering a dark dragon. They would definitely go there. Mino was sure it was too dangerous. They had already earned enough. Kuji threw the bag of money he had earned there. He asked him to wait here while he went to check it out himself. Mino can't let him go there alone. He would really appreciate it if Kuji would listen to him at least once in a while. The boy saw something strange. He could still feel his legs. He went down there and saw the backpack. Now it makes sense. Kuji realized it was quite safe to jump. Mino still doubted it. He assumed it was some sort of black as pitch space that made it impossible to see what was below. It must be because of the object absorbing the rays of light. It's quite deceptive. He found the expression on Kagami Dono's face strange. There was a dragon in front of them, and he noticed that they had done a good job of getting this far to get into his lair. Upon seeing the creature, the boys realized that it was the dark dragon himself. He said that there was only one way in. Since they were able to go through a path they couldn't even see, they must have great courage. They were good for having the courage to jump into that hole. Kuji interrupted him. He admitted that they went down with the help of their knives. They did it slowly and carefully. The dragon thought it was impossible with just a couple of knives. Besides, they seemed to have a lot of things with them. Is it even possible to descend like this under these conditions? It's unheard of. Kuji suggested that the matter be postponed. He asked if he was actually a monster, which the creature confirmed. They had come to one of the singularities of this world. A dark dragon. Singularities are creatures that know the truths of this world. They are the creatures that observe and maintain the world system. Kuji assumed he was the god of this world. It turned out not to be so. He is nothing more than one of the singularities existing in this world. His existence is different from the divine. Then the guy realized that they actually exist. The dragon noticed the smile on his face. Isn't he afraid of him? Kuji admitted that when he saw him, he was a little surprised. But after talking to him, he realized that there was no point in being afraid of him. If he were an unintelligent monster, he would probably have to kill him. From this, the dragon realized that he wished to fight him, and he should warn him that he was stronger than the demon lord. Mino did not believe this. The dragon asked why the demon had come here. How is something like this even possible? Mino didn't know what he was even talking about. The demon asked what he meant by claiming to be stronger than his demonic majesty. His appearance might be striking, but why is it that he can't sense a bit of magical energy in him? The dragon replied that a creature like him would not be able to sense his magic so easily, since long ago they had lived surrounded by his magical energy, but only those with a certain level of power could sense it. Nino didn't understand how this was possible. Could it be that both his demonic majesty and Esteller were able to sense the presence of this creature? Kuji asked what he meant when he said something about the system of this world. The dragon said that it was a system that regularly created and nurtured strong individuals like him. After arriving here, didn't he feel a painful pressure to the point of being terribly painful? It was usually impossible to explore these dungeons without special items or weapons, all in order to gauge the true strength of the intruder. Moreover, those wandering this dungeon don't feel hunger or fatigue. It seems that he was able to get here thanks to some special item. And yet, apparently, he did not take any weapons with him. This is unprecedented, but this time he will accept it. At least, Kuji assumed that he expected someone like them to show up. The dragon recognized that no matter how it was, they had clearly demonstrated their true strength. He welcomed them into the dungeon that only opened its doors after defeating the demon lord. Kuji asked him to say, does he know of an item that can be bought for 10,000 gold coins? The dragon realized that he had heard of it. This is proof that one is unable to get hold of anything by relying on strength alone, neglecting the use of charm and wisdom. The dragon asked if he had gotten it. The boy replied that he hadn't yet. This struck him as odd. There are two important points. The dark dragon is a creature that helps nurture strong people. This place is a dungeon that can only be entered by obtaining an item for 10,000 gold coins or defeating a demon lord. He remembered how Esteller had doubted that another chance would present itself. Mino realized something. He exclaimed that they didn't kill his demonic majesty. The guy tried to stop him and asked him to just play along. Kuji declared that he had killed the demon lord with his own hands. He finished him off with a single punch to the stomach. The dragon was surprised. According to the guy, he didn't expect something like this. He said that Kagami-san was just too cool. After muttering those last words, he passed away. The dragon had never heard of a demon lord being defeated in such a manner. What was much more important was why was a demon traveling with a human? Since they had gotten here, did he really fight alongside him? Kuji replied that he was brainwashed. The dragon had never heard of a demon being brainwashed and didn't understand how such a thing was possible. Kuji told how he had kept him locked up for 28 hours, trained him, and persuaded him with his coercion skill. With that power, he took possession of his body and mind. But the matter was still unfinished. His respect for the demon lord was evident even as he fought him. That was why he cried out when he heard the words about his demonic majesty. Even Kuji was touched by his devotion. The dragon thought the fact that he was able to defeat the demon lord spoke volumes. This is the only creature he can detect being here, and now he no longer feels its presence. He stopped sensing it about 3 months ago. It took a lot of time for the guy to get here. Kuji was surprised to hear that. Was it really when Esteller used the demon lord to attack Salmeria? He must have used some skill to disguise his presence. Without understanding the whole situation, this guy came to his own conclusions. Kuji asked if there was any reason for them to come here. It turned out that there was. His traveling here was not just so that the dragon could thank the guy for his glorious deeds. As he had told him, he had been waiting for the arrival of the truly strong men. Since he had arrived here, he could grant him one wish. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as it is within the capabilities of this world. However, he must first choose one of the two. The first, his wish would be granted and he would go to the next stage. Kuji didn't know anything about her. As the dragon said, only those who cross over to her have the right to know. All he could say was that the road would be filled with pain and difficult battles. Kuji suggested that it had to do with the world system. However, the dragon has no doubt that he went through many tragedies to get here, so many that it may no longer be able to fight. For those who have lost the will to fight, thoughts of even worse battles seem nothing more than futile endeavors. That is why there is a second choice. After fulfilling his wish for the sake of healing his battle-weary soul, all his memories of the journey to defeat the demon lord up to that point will be erased, and he will return to the surface. The boy asked what he meant. It would mean that people would return to the surface incredibly strong, but with no memories of how they got that power, or something like that. That's absolutely true, and one day Kuji will come back here again. Naturally, everyone who knows about his struggle will also lose those memories. Kuji didn't understand why he had to go this far. The dragon reminded him that he had already told him. He exists only to nurture the strong. Based on all the information about the dark dragon, the guy wondered how many people had actually gotten here. That's just not possible. And then even without memories, there is the possibility that they may not be able to return here. The dragon agreed with that. But that's the way the world works. Instead of letting those who have lost their will to fight die a senseless death, it would be much more useful to take the chance that they would return here with an even greater will to fight. Kuji wondered what would happen if he did not return. So this was just the limit of his power. But isn't there a better way to show true strength? Did it mean that to get here, everyone had to collect 10,000 gold? The dragon asked why. The boy replied that there was no other way. Now that the demon lord no longer exists in this world, the dragon stated that this is why all memories of that battle will be erased from the minds of all who know of it, after which the demon lord would simply be reborn. No, it would be more correct to say that he would be rebooted. Kuji replied that there were no records of anyone ever defeating the demon lord, but only records. This is absolutely true. Countless demon lords have already been killed by other warriors. Mino believed that this couldn't be. Then who was the demon lord he had spent all this time serving and respecting? The dragon explained that to replace the defeated demon lord, a new one would soon rise from the ashes and take his place. Kuji realized by reboot he meant that their memories of defeating the overlord would also be erased. The creature confirmed that. However, the demon lord of this era was too powerful, and because of the lack of system, one couldn't begin preparations to reboot him until the old demon lord was defeated. Due to this, it would be some time before the new demon lord would take his place. Mino asked what would become of the demon lord's daughter, Mrs. Alice, if he was rebooted. Would she also lose her father's memories? It turned out not to be the case. Once the reboot process is started, the monsters and demons will be created anew. Only humans will remain intact during this process. As Mino realized, the dragon meant that even his memories had been fabricated by the reboot he was talking about. The dragon replied that there was nothing unusual about that. According to the reboot process, all the demons of this world will be remade according to its laws, but humans will continue their daily lives. Moreover, the past reboot took place 30 years ago, so if he was born after that event, it is possible that the laws of this world are not ingrained in him. Kuji replied that the demon said that God was the one who created this system. The dragon said so. If all this is happening according to the system, what about the monsters? After all, it is because of them and the demons that this world has never seen a peaceful life. Is that also part of the recorded history of this world? The dragon replied that this is the true history of this world. But in this world, monsters are creatures created for the sake of nurturing strong humans. Guy didn't understand why they needed strong humans in the first place. The dragon explained that if he really wanted to know, he should go to the next stage. He couldn't answer questions like that for him. Kuji caught the gist of it. By killing monsters, he gets money. The more monsters stronger he defeats, the more powerful he becomes. This is the way of becoming really strong. This is the most rational way to live. The previous demon lord was killed 30 years ago. Esteller must have been numbed by what happened. Instead of killing them right then and there, he said that they should find him when they were stronger. The dragon decided it was time to end it all. He waited for the brave warrior to voice his choice. This was his last chance to retreat. Kuji replied that he would choose none of them. He refuses to let the demons be erased. These memories, Mino and the Demon Lord, and even Alice, he will not allow him to erase them. The dragon considered them nothing more than creatures that would be reborn at each reboot. Kuji knew he just couldn't understand that. Demons are just like them. They smile and laugh just the same. He met a strange demon that tried his best while working together with humans. He met the demon that had trained him when he still knew nothing. He even met a demon more honest and caring than the humans he had met before. It is almost blinding. The dragon decided to summarize it. Kuji was going to burn this system to the ground. The dark dragon asked what he was going to do, seeing the guy overwhelming him. Kuji thought that if he defeats him, this reboot will never happen, right? Dragon replied that it was impossible. God has entrusted him with this world. Kuji, not thinking long, suddenly rushed to attack him. The dragon marveled at his magnificent strength, speed that was hard to match, strength powerful enough to push back his large body. Compared to those who came here before, he is much stronger, and yet so close. At any cost, the dragon would be truly grateful if he would agree to move to the next stage. The guy replied that if he wanted it so badly, then how about you stop trying to force him to make such a choice? This is quite problematic. The dragon thought it was a silly question. God created him, so he should obey the rules he laid down. Kuji decided that once he dealt with him, he would tear apart the rules laid down by the god. The dragon was sure that the boy simply had no chance of defeating him. Kuji asked Mino not to even dare approach. The dragon used his skill. The demon had no idea just how much magical energy would be needed for such a skill. The dragon said that it was only crumbs of his true power. His power spread throughout this world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was practically limitless. There is no limit to his power. Mino realized how naive they had been. The demon thought that with Kuji's level, he could overpower him, but in the face of a creature created to carry the will of God, levels don't make any sense. The two were surprised to see the living Kagami. Just as the dragon thought, he was the one he had been expecting. Mino was shocked that he lost consciousness and remained standing. Even after receiving such wounds and coming face to face with death, he decided not to run away. And even now, he did not lose his fighting spirit until he lost consciousness. The dragon recognized that it was indeed magnificent. The boy asked who said he had lost consciousness. The creature found it hard to believe. Kuji doesn't know how to give up. He asked not to underestimate his determination and resilience. The dragon didn't understand how he was still able to move and how he still had strength. Considering that there wasn't much to see because of those explosions, the guy is willing to bet that he was wondering how he was able to survive, right? There was actually a little trick in surviving this attack. The dragon was sure that there was no way to defend against such an attack. Kuji replied that it was actually possible. Would it explode when touched? To begin with, he hit the approaching beam and made it explode, after which he used his other hand to take care of the next one. Kuji admitted that it wasn't even a defense strategy. You just need to know how to take hits. Mino called it crazy, but one could not expect anything less from him. The dragon was increasingly surprised by this man. The guy offered to continue. He would surely block all of the dragon's attacks. The creature found it strange that he was not afraid. Even in such a bleak situation, his fighting spirit remains unshaken. Is he really not afraid of anything? Does he even realize what he said to him? This attack was nothing more than a crumb of his entire strength, and yet he is willing to fight him. Kuji exhaled heavily. The guy thinks that surrendering to the mercy of the world system in the face of fate is scarier than fighting. If he does nothing, he will lose the people dearest to him. Kuji is more afraid of a life of regret. Dragon called him an interesting man. Then he decided to test him. Let him show him whether his words were proof of his beliefs or a pathetic show. Show him if he had the strength to follow the path to his future. If he wishes to overcome all obstacles, he must show him that he can overcome it. Mino is certain that this is impossible. No one could ever stand up to such an attack. He asks if the dragon doesn't care at all if Kagami Dono survives it. Then the dragon would conclude that his strength wasn't enough for that either. Mino asked the boy to answer him, but Kuji stood by his side. Everyone was shocked to see him. The dragon didn't understand how he was able to dodge that attack. He attacked from all sides. The explosions should have cut off all avenues of retreat. Kuji assumed that the dragon was unaware of the fatal weakness of that spell. Didn't he notice that regardless of the guy's location, he kept attacking the same point? This type of spell is best used against opponents stuck in one place. So by using smoke to hide and escaping, Kuji wouldn't take damage. The dragon replied that this was incorrect. He could usually determine the location of his opponents by their magical energy. Kuji knew that he actually didn't have much magic energy, and it wasn't increasing no matter how hard he tried. It turned out that his magic energy level was so low that the dragon had lost it. He He was surprised that the guy could find such a weakness in his attacks. Kuji was just testing something. Could he see him in the smoke? He thought to himself. The dragon replied that even so, it was an attack from all directions. He would still feel the blasts of those magic beams. If he was hit by even one, he would be wiped out. Still, he wondered how the guy was able to avoid them. Kuji told him that he had been hit by many of them. But when he thought he was finished, he noticed something strange. When he wondered how he could avoid all those explosions, his hand became like this. The dragon didn't realize what it was. The guy suggested that he try hitting it with the same attack. After the attack, the dragon didn't realize what it was. It turned out that Kuji had reflected it. The speed after the reflection decreased a bit, but he was able to add a bit with his punch. The dragon realized that he had reflected it. What he didn't understand was how such a thing was even possible. At the beginning of the battle, Kuji didn't use this power. That means it had awakened in him during their battle. The guy thought that he had upset him. The dragon stated that this skill was proof of his power. Moreover, this ability is a miracle. He must be incredibly lucky to obtain the skill at the hardest moment. His level must have increased. Kuji replied that his level had not increased. The dragon was surprised. This, going against all rules, strength, proof of humanity's true potential. It is undoubtedly a skill. The guy confirmed that he was right, it was actually a skill. That's why he was surprised. The dragon was shocked to find out that he was level 999. But much more importantly, he is a peasant. The dragon thought that was impossible. Peasants were those who were born without talent. No, it is the lack of talent that makes them peasants. The path he had to travel to reach such heights. But even so, it's too much. Even after reaching level 999, he was still a peasant. The dragon didn't realize who he was. The creature realizes that the guy is a peasant. It asks what he did to gain such power. Moreover, since he is level 999, it must be impossible to learn a new skill. Kuji admitted that his level could no longer grow. But he overcame those limits, became strong, and even commandeered the skill. And for that, he could only thank him. Since they only get the skill every 100 levels, the guy believes he has gathered enough experience to reach the 1100th level. The dragon realized that once he reached that level, he would gain incredible strength. But that would require an incredible amount of experience. Kuji had noticed that he had obtained level 999 a long time ago. Considering what had happened in Selmeria, a lot of things were. And after the battle with the dragon, he had gathered enough experience to gain a new skill. It's called Anti-Magic Will, and it means that for a certain amount of time, the area chosen by the owner gains the power to repel magical forces. The guy didn't realize what he was doing. It's not like they haven't finished their battle yet. The dragon would be very sorry to kill him. Thanks to him, hope was first kindled in him. Kuji asked what he meant. Dragon believed that the guy should advance to the next stage at all costs. Kuji assumed that he was still going to use the reset. It turned out that way. After he moved to the next stage, new strong personalities would have to be raised. Then Kuji decided that this battle was not over. The dragon didn't understand why he would go so far to stop the reboot process. Hadn't he brainwashed the demon behind him for his own benefit? Someone suddenly claimed that the man had lied. Esteller felt it would be correct to say it was all a lie. The dragon inquired as to the reason Esteller had come here. This show was so entertaining that he decided to wait until the very end. He apologized for being rude. Esteller wasn't going to laugh at them. It was just that this was the first time he had seen the dark dragon so confused. The dragon thought he had come here to mock him. Esteller replied that he had actually come here for a reason. Besides, it shouldn't be strange that he finds it also amusing. Such a reaction is quite natural. Kuji asked what he had done with the Demon King. Esteller is taking proper care of him. By the way, wasn't he going to punch God once or twice? Wouldn't moving on to the next stage bring him closer to him? Kuji felt that if he set aside what was important to him to fight a god, there would be no point. The Lord wondered if he would continue to call them important after learning that demons are recreated at each reboot. The boy said to think what he wanted, but to him, the existence of the demons in front of him is irreplaceable. Esteller recognized that he was actually a strange man, to think that he would continue to care about them without even knowing about their role in the world system. Kuji replied that he was, after all, a demon himself. Mino stated that he is indeed blessed. He, a loyal servant of his demonic majesty, will devote his miserable life to protecting him. Then in the future, Kuji decided to leave the casino to him. The dragon had been worried about something for some time now. How did Esteller come to know these two? And what did he mean when he said he was looking out for the demon lord? And what's with the claim that he's lying? The lord stated that this man had never defeated a demon lord. The dragon didn't expect such a thing from him. Since no one had come here for a long time, Estiller thought that now would be a good time. 3 months ago, he had ordered Mija to spring into action. He was going to instill fear in the people. This man defeated him. The dragon was shocked that this peasant had defeated Mizaya. The Lord realized that he still needed to realize the true power of this man. He is a true hidden treasure. He is very strange. Even with this kind of power, instead of defeating the demon lord, he tried to save him. Because of this, Estiller decided to change the rules of the game. For 1 year, no one would be able to kill the demon lord. In return, if he couldn't collect 10,000 gold coins in a year, he would use the demon lord to attack again. As Kuji realized, he had lied to him to lure him here. Estiller replied that it wasn't a lie at all. If it took the guy more than a year, he would use the demon lord as planned. The guy asked who he was. The lord thinks he had already guessed it himself. He is a creature that looks like a dark dragon. He exists to maintain world order. Estiller does not wield the same power as the dark dragon. At each reboot, he is reborn as a servant of the demon lord whose raison d'etre is to maintain the peaceful life of the demons. Recent events are also a good example of his role in this world. After all, wouldn't it be bad if nothing changed, as it was in the past? The dragon suggested that back then, this person had actually collected 10,000 gold coins in such a short period of time. The demon replied that unfortunately, it wasn't like that at all. He got here by digging a hole. The dragon asked him to do it again. Estiller was also greatly surprised. He was able to dig faster than the ground was recovering. The dragon knew that this was a test that not even a hero of level 500 could overcome, for God himself had created. The Lord was sure that this person, in terms of strength, able to compete even with a hero of level 999, albeit for a short time. Even a lord couldn't predict something like this. As the dragon realized, what he meant to say was that this person had not fulfilled any of the conditions set by the lord to advance to the next stage. Estiller realized that was how powerful he was. Wasn't that enough to fulfill all the necessary conditions? The dragon didn't think so. Even though this man is so strong, he can't disobey the established rules. The lord addressed the dark dragon saying that he himself had seen his true strength, didn't he? His strength is more than enough. So far, no one had been able to bring them hope. Kuji wondered about this. Moreover, the demon believed that because of this skill, he was quite fortunate. He has luck and loyal comrades on his side, able to turn things around at the decisive moment enough to even shake his faith. Isn't this man the one they have been looking for all along? Kuji stated that as it was, he didn't particularly want to move on to the next stage now, so he asked to be brought back to the surface. The demon was indignant. The rebooting process was stopped. Wouldn't moving to the next stage help him achieve his goal? Guy realized that if he went to the next stage, the reboot would only be delayed for a while. But if the demon lord was defeated, the process would start again, right? So it doesn't make sense. Estiller explained that he would then never be able to advance. His goal would be forever out of reach. Would he agree to that? As Kauji realized, the lord thought he didn't want to the next stage. Of course he does, but not now. Since he can't stop the reset function under such conditions, he needs to prepare. If possible, until then he would like to return to the surface. Estiller wondered what he was going to do. Kuji decided it would be more fun to wait and see for himself. When everything was ready, he would return with 10,000 gold at the ready. He offered to return the demon lord to him. Although he wants to do it, he needs the power of the demon king to realize it. Estiller thought that collecting 10,000 gold was enough. Kuji asked, wasn't that an incentive to make him more desperate? Even without it, he would collect them in the remaining time. If he didn't make it in time, the lord could go back to his wars or whatever he was doing. But that won't happen. Estiller felt that giving up the demon king to him would be much more dangerous. Kuji figured that if he didn't make it in time, the lord could just say that he wasn't strong enough. So he asks. The dragon laughed and suggested that Estiller should indeed let. When the time comes, he will also help him bring back the demon king, so he could safely give it to the kid. The demon said that Kuji was actually a very interesting person. Estiller accepted his offer. The kid saw his demonic majesty. He thanked the demon for believing in them. The lord replied that that was not the point. He just expects a lot from him. Estiller would look forward to seeing what he would show him. He can take care of his unfinished business in this world, take the demon lord and do what he must. The dragon will wait. A man with the potential to become the savior of this world. Kuji found that the demon lord was already awake. The man didn't understand what had happened. The boy explained that he had slept for about half a day. The king was worried about his magic. Kuji apologized for not asking permission, but he had wrapped his horns to hide his magic. He had a few spare ones for rainy days, but he never thought that he would have to use them all to completely suppress his magical energy. The demon lord realized that he had helped him again. Kuji thought that this was his touching reunion with his disciple, and he could have behaved happier. The king replied that the lad had started calling himself that. By then Mino had come up and turned his attention to his demonic majesty. The man was surprised that he had made him worry so much. Mino was glad that he had finally come to his senses. The demon worried about his condition and offered to make him something to eat. The demon lord asked him to just relax. He saw that Mino was still as hyper-aware as ever. The demon asked him to apologize. Kuji noticed that Mino is so easy to read. He's like an open book, especially when he panics. Mino recalled that the first time they met in Valmont, anyone would be scared out of their wits if something suddenly flew from the sky. Furthermore, what was most shocking was that none of his attacks worked on him. As far as Kuji could remember, it was quite painful. It even burned his clothes. Mino thought, then he should have shown that he was hurt. The demon lord laughed. The king noticed that the peasant's talent for attracting people to him hadn't disappeared. He is actually an amazing guy. Kuji thought that wasn't entirely true. Even though he had changed since the last time they met, it wasn't like they were doing anything out of the ordinary. It doesn't matter what kind of human or demon they are. They should be able to get along just like they are now. He always thought that was considered normal in this world. This is absolute nonsense. That's why he needs his help, just like the old days. The demon lord replied that he had never once helped the guy. He just challenged him to become stronger himself. Kuji decided then that this might be the first time he would actually help him. The king believes he has no reason to refuse. Then he suggested that the boy tell him his plan. Out of the woods, the boys suddenly came out to them. No one expected that this meeting could happen so suddenly. Alice was shocked to see her father. To this, the king said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked if the girl was all right. Alice rushed to her father. He had noticed that his daughter had grown older and was willing to argue with that. Tina didn't understand what was going on or why the demon king was here. She also asked about collecting 10,000 gold. Kuji admitted that there was no way they would have collected such an amount in such a short period of time. The girl asked where the demon lord had come from then. Did it mean that they no longer needed money? Kuji replied that they still needed to collect money, be that as it may. He invited her to explain herself and tell her why they had come here, and also what happened to the casino. Tekako told her that the royal army had stopped by to see them, and that Alice-chan's being a demon was revealed before their eyes. They saw her horns. That's why they ran away. The guys hoped that by hiding in the holy forest, they could hide her aura. Mino was indignant about the situation. He assumed that it was David Dono. Tekako explained that it wasn't him. David-san had covered for them, even after finding out that Alice was a demon. The very fact that they were able to escape is a credit to David-san. Nino realized what had happened. Kuji wondered how they knew then. She replied that Palna had done it. The boy asked about Kuraru and Rex. They were caught by the kingdom's forces. The boys only had the strength to escape. Given their status in society, Takako doesn't think they'll be mistreated, but she is worried. Kuji concluded that the two were now locked in the castle. Takako realized that rescuing them now was not an option. After they found out that the boys were traveling with a demon, the woman asked where the guy went so suddenly. Kuji replied that it was to the capital, and they are going too. Tina was indignant, asking if he realized that this time his opponent wasn't some monster. Even if he went to the capital, they would still only be considered as traitors conspiring with demons. Kuji wondered. He had just noticed that a criminal icon had appeared in his status window. It turned out that Tina also had. Tekako inquired about what he was going to do. As he had originally planned, Kuji would take care of business in the capital, and she decided to repeat Tina-chan's words. He does realize that this time his opponent isn't a monster. The guy replied that his opponent in Salmeria was monsters and this time it was the kingdom. He will continue to act to achieve his goal. Tekako admitted that it was true, but their opponents were too strong this time. He asked her to be simpler. Kuji asked if she didn't want to save Kuraru and Rex. The boy understood. In the past, he had thought that too, but they can't just say it's impossible and give up. Whether it's the kingdom or the foundations of the world itself, if they just keep smiling and enduring, nothing will change. All because he didn't understand anything. He had always thought it was impossible, so he had given up. But in the end, all he does is run away. That is why his personal credo is if it is not 100% impossible, then he will not run away from the battle. Kuji urged the boys to go to the capital to rescue Kuraru and Rex. A road on the outskirts of the capital. A traveler who had almost reached the capital passed by the boys and said hello. He didn't seem to notice anything. Kuji doubted that among everyone in their squad, anyone would even suspect that this feeble old man was actually the Demon King. Alice was worried about her father's condition. Takako realized that even so, each of them has the mark of a criminal in their status, but she didn't think that news of it had spread so much. The woman thought about the next step. She is surprised that the Dark Dragon actually exists. To think that the endless human desire to destroy the Demon Lord is actually part of the world system. The brain is ready to explode. Kuji asked her not to be so gloomy. He will definitely deal with it somehow. The Demon Lord is glad Alice met this peasant. The girl is also glad that she was able to meet Kagami-san. Even after finding out who she was, he still protected the demon from danger. She cares for him very much. The king recognized that the peasant had actually grown up to be a remarkable young man. Kuji assumed it was because he was a peasant. Takako saw that from the outside, the Demon Lord was no different from a human. To think that all this time they had been fighting him. Kuji realized that the healing magic wasn't working because of some kind of curse, although he could think of something if he had the right item at hand. The king believed that he still had enough strength left in him to fight. Kuji isn't going to force him to fight someone. He only wants to have a conversation. The man asked what he wanted to make him do. The guy would like him as a demon king to offer a peace treaty. Tina became indignant when she heard this. How could he propose something so ridiculous? Kuji felt that even though it seemed ridiculous, he should try it. Nothing would work if he didn't try it. He reminded her how hostile she herself had been at first. The girl understood that, but they are talking about the kingdom. If a guy tries to force them to accept something like that, they'll sue them for everything they've done. Kuji replied that if it was demons, the outcome would be the same. That's why they need the authorities to talk things out. And, if everything goes well, Kururu and Rex will be released. Tina thought that it couldn't be that simple. Takako wondered what would happen if he met someone who wouldn't listen and decided to start a war. Kuji decided that if the negotiations failed, there would be nothing left for them but to fight. He doesn't want to drag the Demon King into the mess, so he will fight alone. Tina realized that eventually they would all have to fight. Takako called it a bad decision too. Does he think it will be possible to solve everything by force? Even if they can't talk them into a truce, Kuji still wants the kingdom to know that this is the will of the Demon King. He knows it's reckless, but in order to get this message across, he must meet with the king, no matter what it costs him. Alice turns to Kagami-san and decides to tell him that she loves him. David felt that, unfortunately, the likelihood of their agreeing to such a truce was incredibly low. Tina and Alice rushed to his aid. Kuji didn't think that Alice-chan could use healing magic. The girl explained that she wanted to be able to help the guy. David said that she put all of herself into her studies. As far as he could see, Kagami-san had also done a good job. Takako asked what David Dono was doing here and what happened after they escaped. Unable to save either Mr. Rex or Mrs. Kururu, David didn't want to be found when he couldn't move normally either. The woman thought the most important thing was that he was safe. David assumed it was because he was now useless to them. The original mission was to uncover Mistress Alice, and to get Rex-san and Kururu-san back to the castle. At least that's what he thinks. Fuji wondered why he thought the possibility of them agreeing to a truce was so small. It turns out that the reason is the king himself. The king is obsessed with destroying demons. It's as if it's the very reason for his existence. His Majesty is willing to give up everything to destroy the demons and their lord. Fuji saw that this kind of hostility would definitely become fuel for a singular purpose. After all, he is the representative of humanity. David explained that it's unnatural. He is downright possessed by demons and their lord. He's so sure because of Kururu-sama. Tina asked what he meant. Fuji realized that Kururu is the king's daughter. Being a sage, she would have to fight the demon lord or whatever on the front lines. When they first met, she kept asking if Alice was a demon or not. Tina noticed that compared to how she was, Kururu had definitely become softer. David confirmed Kagami-san's words. The king made even his own daughter fight. He was the one who taught her to hate demons. He had already told them that trying to go to the capital and negotiate a truce would end in failure. But if it's for Kururu-sama's sake, he would do anything to save her. They must hurry or Kururu-sama will never smile again. It's an old story. Around the time David started serving her, she was heard to be a very cheerful child, always more worried about others. She, like Mrs. Alice, was a terribly kind being. He would have done anything to protect that smile. But the king wanted to raise Mrs. Kururu into a true sage, wanted to make her strong enough to defeat the Demon King, and so the young child had to endure daily hard training. Although she still wasn't used to fighting, Kururu-sama was forced to fight monsters much stronger than her. But Kururu-sama was horrified by the very thought of taking someone's life, even the weakest monster, and the fear due to the possibility of losing her own life restrained her in a cold vise, preventing her from moving. She sobbed all day long. Day after day she was a victim of this endless torture. Fear began to seep into her. She begged not to be forced to fight. But even so, the king refused to listen to her pleas. Those days went on and on, until one day, Mrs. Kiruru could no longer smile. She began to say that this was her destiny, and took part in all the battles she was forced to. Her spirit was broken. Takako believed that it was not. When they first met, she never once thought her spirit was broken. Tina thought so too, although she wouldn't deny that Kiruru was going to complete their mission to kill the Demon King. David attributed it all to the king's influence. Seeing Mrs. Kiruru's broken spirit, the king thought that if she couldn't fit into society, it would reflect badly on the royal family. So he restored her heart. He thinks it would be better to say that the king made it so that her heart could no longer feel pain. Kuji concluded that Kiruru wanted to destroy the demon lord all along. David denied this. He explained that she had always had an aversion to fighting. The boy didn't understand how it happened then. It turned out that the king had a skill for brainwashing. When Mrs. Kiruru's spirit was broken, he used that skill to restore it. At that time, he also planted in her the goal of destroying the demon lord. And not only in Kiruru-sama, he had done the same thing to countless strong adventurers. It was hard for the guys to believe such a thing. When David came to see Kagami-san, he was greatly surprised to see that Kiruru-san could smile again. Yet he believed that it was natural. He was willing to bet that based on what Palna had told him, Mrs. Kiruru was able to free herself from the king's shackles, and was even able to choose her own path. Because of that, for Kiruru-sama's sake, David volunteered to be a watcher and began to forge reports. At least, that's what he thought. He realized that Kiruru-sama started to change because of the people around her. Even if David had to defy the king, he wanted to protect the place that Mrs. Kiruru cherished so much. He pleaded with Kagami-san, believing that at this rate, the princess would only become a weapon to fight demons, and soon she will forget what it means to smile happily like before. Alice also asked Kagami-san to do so before it was too late. Kuji had already made up his mind. David doesn't need to beg him, he will save her. After all, they are friends after all. It's as if he would let the world system do as it wishes. He needs to destroy it or this sort of thing will continue to happen. Kuji ran off alone again, which angered the boys. The blood rushed to his head. Kagami-san is always rushing forward. The boys decided to follow him. The capital of the kingdom of Hekazaldoria. Upon arriving here, everyone was surprised. The demon lord never thought that he would ever come to this place. Mino thought so too. The guys noticed that no one seemed to be panicking. Everything seemed quite normal. They hope they won't be exposed. Whatever the case may be, they need to find Kagami-chan before he does something reckless. The guys didn't know where they should start looking from. Takako assumed that he had already slipped into the castle. Tina hoped he wouldn't have done that. Takako regretfully realized that it was possible. Even if he jumped the castle walls, he would still need to deal with the knights. One could hide one's presence with magic, but Kagami-chan couldn't use magic. The guys didn't know what he would do then. The demon lord thought it might be a good idea to wait outside the castle, just in case the peasant decided to go there. David agreed that was the most likely case. Anyway, they are running out of time. The longer they influence Kiruru-sama's will, based on the circumstances, they will be forced to find out something on their own. Takako was worried about Kagami-chan. The black entrance to the castle. Everything is quite peaceful. Takako assumed that Kagami-chan would actually come here. His demonic majesty thought that they themselves could try to save this Kiruru. She didn't expect to hear from the demon lord. Something like an offer to risk her life for a human. The king realized that he too had been helped by one of these people. Why would he be any different? But since that peasant is not with them now, they will only save her. He has no idea what will happen next. At best they will all have to go through the hardship of being branded criminals. And the relationship between demons and humans will remain as it always has been. Takako realized that if they went to rescue Kiruru-chan, things would only get worse. Alice noticed something. She pointed to Kagami-chan walking down a city street. The woman was glad that he had finally appeared. Tina saw that the guy was heading straight for the door, and it angered her. The guards asked what he was doing here. Does he even realize where he is now? This is the entrance to the castle of His Majesty who rules Hekazaldoria. The men began to threaten him with spears, saying that such a one did not belong here. At one point Kuji left them unarmed. He, about to burst forward, declared that he had come to kidnap Rex and Kiruru. Tina could see the guy certainly didn't think what would follow. Other guards arrived at the scene. They realized they had an intruder in front of them and were about to call for backup. He decided to storm the castle alone. Doesn't he value his life at all? Kuji was surprised to hear this. He declared that they had misunderstood everything. He cares a lot about his life, so let them shut up and let him pass. Fuji resolutely headed inside the castle, giving the guards no opportunity to interfere with him. They had been ordered to kill him. They saw that he was too strong. Suddenly Takako, whom the guards thought was a giant, came to his aid. Fuji reported that they were too late. She asked him not to rush ahead. Takako was joined by the others. Tina called him a stupid idiot. She was outraged that he had acted without thinking of the consequences. Fuji asked if either of them were going to go back after that. Still, Tina recalled David knowing the layout of the palace. They could have gotten in here more discreetly. The guy didn't think they had time for that. Since they didn't, the front door would be the quickest way in. Mina wondered what, in that case, he had been doing all this time. Fuji, upon reflection, replied that he had been preparing. The lad was discovered by more guards, who were ordered to capture him. Without thinking, he attacked several at once with his leg. Mina was surprised. He got the feeling that they weren't needed here at all. Fuji asked him not to say such a thing. He was glad they had come. The guy tried not to hurt anyone too much. As he thought, holding back was very hard. The demon lord didn't see the point in holding back. These people wanted to take his life, and he was fooling around. Fuji reminded me that they came here to offer a peace treaty. If he killed someone here, they would use that as an excuse to refuse. Besides, let it be him for the sake of changing these ridiculous rules. That is not a reason to just take lives like that. It goes against the very purpose of trying to reach an understanding. The king decided that he would try not to kill anyone. The guards were heading toward them. He asked the peasant to watch well. The demon lord was going to show him how to do it. In order to make them lose their will to fight, while not killing them, the overlord decided to show them the staggering difference in their strength. The guards were shocked when they saw the demon. Judging from its immense strength, it wasn't an ordinary demon at all. Humans and demons worked together. Could it really be the same group of traitors they had heard about? Fuji became indignant. The demon lord felt that there was no need to worry about their words. No matter what they did, they were already considered enemies. The king's castle showed people and demons working together. Such rumors would be quite convenient. With their help, they will be able to destroy the rules that stipulate that the very existence of demons must end. Fuji noticed that this made sense. Making them worry is certainly a good thing. But the guys won't be able to go any further if they don't get out of the way. Then the demon lord decided to try this. It would be quite difficult to limit its power. With his power, he forced the guards into the air, then abruptly threw them to the ground. He signaled the guys to go. Fuji thought that he had killed someone, which the king denied. The guards kept on hurrying toward the battle site. Fuji struck them again with a powerful blow. The team piled up to confront their opponents. The guards armed with swords went on the attack. And yet Fuji was trying to hold back. The demon lord saw that they were attacking without caring about their own lives. The boy agreed with that. This was to be expected from the royal guards. This is no longer a joke. Fuji asked them if they had a death wish, again preparing for another attack. The guys saw that there was no end to it. He inquired how many more times his demonic majesty could use that spell. The demon lord believed that it would not work indefinitely. It was quite difficult to limit the power. David asked Kagami-san if they could somehow get there. The guy turned his attention to the balcony of the castle. He announced that they were moving on to Plan B. Fuji told the demon lord to go there and catch the others. Then the guy decided to proceed to execute what he had planned. He grabbed Alice and tossed her into the air. He announced that Alice was next. Tina felt that he could not throw Alice-chan around, thus turning his influence. The girl was horrified when she became next. She thought she was finished, but the demon lord helped her land. The last one was Tikako. Her landing turned out to be not so soft. Fuji said it was his fault. His hand had slipped. Takako realized that it was no accident. Nino realized that it was payback for the way Takako Dono had thrown him at Valmon straight into the sky. Fuji stated that now the real work begins. Inside the castle, David was confident that this was the right way to go. If the king was able to brainwash Mrs. Kiriru and Mr. Rex, instead of recklessly searching the entire castle, it would be best to go straight to the king's chambers. They arrived at the king's chamber, which is right outside this door. The boys were caught up by the guards. They could see that they simply had no idea when to retreat. The guard declared that as long as he was still breathing, they would not pass. Takako and David decided to detain them and let them go. Fuji asked them not to let themselves be killed. If Militaria-san was waiting for them behind those doors, David asked them to beware of him. Fuji did not know who he was. David revealed that he had helped Palna capture Mrs. Kiriru and Mr. Rex. He is a nobleman with great influence within these walls. He doesn't know the details of Militaria-san's skill, but he has the ability to reduce the characteristic values of his opponents without affecting only magic. Kuji felt that he had enough trustworthy companions that would look out for him, including the Demon Lord. It'll be alright. They understood. David asked them to take care of themselves and save Kururu-san and Rex-san. Kuji was about to open the door. Behind her stood Palna, who thought it was too late for the party. Kuji thought she said it as if she had been waiting for them. The girl observed that he was partly right. His Majesty seemed to be interested in them. Besides, after all, they had gotten here so quickly. She was surprised that Alice-chan wasn't going to hide her horns anymore. The girl declared that they were no longer going to hide their existence. The king was amazed that demons were working together with humans to reach the throne room. This is definitely a first. He asked if they had killed all the soldiers guarding the palace. Kuji stated that they had not killed anyone. The boys noticed Rex and started calling out to him. They realized that this was what David was talking about. Brainwashing. The king asked them to relax. It's just a little hypnosis to make him humble and obedient. The king can only use his power on one person at a time. Once he has properly processed the first one, he will continue to work on him. Kuji realized that he was talking about Kururu and asked where she was. He pointed to that tower. She is now taking the test to receive her father's baptism. The boy didn't know what he was talking about. Despite the talent she has been given, she lacks the willpower to use it properly. After brainwashing her once, he thought she would be fine. But to think that instead of moving toward her main goal of destroying the Demon King, she would start thinking about unnecessary things. Hearing this from Palna, he couldn't believe his ears. This is deplorable. Kuji didn't understand why all this was necessary. It shouldn't matter whether she stops thinking about killing the Demon King or not. So, lest her resolve be shaken a second time, the king is going to use his brainwashing on even the deepest parts of her mind. Once his skill is activated, the other party cannot resist it. Without outside interference, the brainwashing will continue until its completion. That was the reason why he locked Kira away. That way, nothing could interfere with the process. Kagami-san was going to go to the girl, but he crashed into something invisible and couldn't get through it. The king suggested that they surrender. This barrier will repel any attack. It is a special function of defense against external threats. They can't break it. Alice healed Kuji. The Demon Lord realized that thanks to this barrier, they were now trapped. Alice found that hard to believe. The girl realized that they had to get out of here. If they didn't, Kururu would be in big trouble. Kuji tried to reach the princess. The king suggested that he surrender. This barrier won't let any sound through. His voice could not reach her. He decided to calm the boy down. The king offered to talk. He came here because he wanted to tell him something. Kuji was surprised that he wanted to listen to them. The king would listen to his thoughts, so let him talk. The boy stated that he wanted to sign a treaty. A truce treaty between humans and demons. Can't they stop fighting? Whether they can create monsters or not is the only difference between them. And to prove it to them, they've all come here today. The king has no doubt in his confidence that they can coexist peacefully. However, it is still impossible. Kuji didn't understand why he was so sure. Is it because demons create monsters? If monsters were the problem, couldn't humans and demons look for a solution together? The king called this suggestion fascinating. He wondered who he should sign this treaty with that demon, or with him, the human, who represents whom. Kuji announced that the representative, the Demon Lord who is here. The ruler was surprised to see him. The guy explained that the Demon King had agreed to make peace with humans. He was the only one left. All that is left is for him to agree, and the world can be changed. Kuji asked if he knew that after defeating the Demon Lord, they would all be reset. All their memories of defeating the Demon Lord would be erased and a new Lord would be created. This war will continue indefinitely. Palna and the king asked what he meant. Kuji told them everything he had learned about the system of this world from Esteller and the Dark Dragon. The king laughed hysterically. He stated that this was actually the most important part. In order for the reboot to be accomplished, he sent their strongest representatives to defeat the Demon Lord. The boy heard about it from Esteller and the Dark Dragon, wasn't it? He wondered if that had ever happened to Kuji. If demons and monsters exist to maintain the balance of this world, then they must exist to select the best members of this world. Kuji found this hard to believe. The king suggested that we stop talking. Militaria noticed something strange with Palna. She guessed that he had known all along. The man replied that he should naturally know about it. However, knowing doesn't change anything. Once everyone was reset, the Demon Lord would be created anew. After all, demons could only be their enemies. The girl agreed with him. The king decided to start with the Demon Lord. King Simon thought it was strange that he was so surprised. Doesn't he know he's the king? His power is quite problematic, so he decided to lock him up somewhere. Alice was scared for her father. He believed that the Demon King, as his role demanded, should die. But the time had not yet come. There was no need for these two demons. The strength of a peasant and a priest is valuable. He was going to brainwash them. Kuji wasn't going to let him. They were not tools for their war. The king realized that they were definitely not tools for war, but it would be problematic if they refused to fight for him, especially someone as valuable as Kuji. With his punch, he stopped the guy. Mino was worried about Kagami Dono. Palna asked the guy if he realized he wasn't fighting monsters. It's not like he doesn't think things will be the way he wants them to be. Kuji felt his body poured with heaviness. It seems that other than his physical strength, there is nothing remarkable about him. Militaria reported that with the help of his skill, the guy's physical strength was reduced to almost zero. Kuji guessed that this was the same Militaria that David Dono was talking about. In that case, the guy decided to overpower him first. Rex prevented him from striking. By this time, the king had come up with his sword. Rex also helped him by using a beam of holy white lightning. Kuji realized that things were bad. The guys called Rex a bastard since he hid such a crazy attack up his sleeve. Tina knew he had studied her while they were away. She didn't think he had completely mastered her. The girl was going to heal Kuji. There is so much blood here. The boy was pleased that he was trying hard too. He recognized that Rex was using it well. Tina asked him not to move. King knew it would never end with her, so he got rid of her. He told Kuji not to worry as he didn't kill her, considering that she is quite valuable. The guy asked Mino to cover for him. The demon knows what he needs to do, but his body is so heavy. This power is just not normal. Militaria contributed to this. The king decides now and see how much Kuji can resist. The boy drew his sword. He was right to prepare himself. Mino didn't understand what it was. Kuji had prepared it for an emergency. He couldn't go in empty-handed. The king replied that it would turn things in the lad's favor. His sword clashed with an enemy sword. This interested the ruler. Rex also interfered with Kuji. Palna directed flames at him and the demon. Both were able to survive the attack. The king thought it was already time to surrender. If he just gave up on that demon spawn, he would have a better chance in a battle with them. Kuji declared that he was never going to surrender. Then the king, swinging his sword in front of the girl, asked to be allowed to finish it for him. Kuji rushed to Alice. The boy managed to protect her from the sword blow. As a result, he himself was badly wounded. Alice was scared and couldn't believe that Koji Kagami would never get back on his feet again. The girl cautiously approached Kagami and, in tears, began to beg him to wake up and answer her. The king didn't kill Alice and only said that the stupid boy had driven himself to his grave defending the demons. Mino called the king a bastard and wanted to attack him, but Rex held him back. But the king explained that he didn't intend to kill Kagami and didn't expect things to go this far and the boy would present himself for attack. Mino then asked the king what he was going to do next. The king replied that there was no need to swing the sword now, but the demon said that he didn't believe the king and it was unlikely that he would let them go alive. Especially here there are those people who have an incredible hatred for demons. Militarium asked Palna if she had any problems. The girl hesitated for a moment and eventually replied that she was fine. The sorceress then walked over to Alice and activated the magical energy. Palna ordered Alice to get full, because if she continued to sit, then Kagami's corpse would suffer. Mino asked Palna what she was going to do and the girl calmly replied that she would finish Alice quickly, and then take care of him, because no demons should be left alive. The king looked at everything that was going on and said that she could do anything and Palna prepared to attack little Alice. But the girl said that she would not rise on Palna's orders and if she was to die now anyway, she did not want to leave Kagam, because he had fought for her and so they should be together. Palna smiled evilly and praised Alice for showing bravery, which means nothing anyway. The sorceress then declared that she had no other choice and attacked the little demoness. But the magical flames didn't harm Alice and Palna said that everything was confirmed and this girl is definitely a demon. Palna then decided to test how much Alice would last and attacked the girl again to find out her limit. Palna looked scornfully at Alice thinking she was a lowly demon who couldn't value human life that much. Palna was confident in her magical power and was eagerly waiting for the moment when the cursed Alice would beg for mercy. But Alice did not waver and after a few minutes asked the sorceress that was all she could do to kill her, for it was not enough. Palna was amazed at Alice's resilience and asked why she would even go that far. After all, demons like to betray people and are vicious and vile creatures. But Alice didn't respond to the silly insults and it began to piss off Palna, who again demanded that Alice move away from Kagami's body. The sorceress wanted Alice to act like a real demon, but the girl replied that she would never leave Kagami. Alice confessed that she loved Kagami and no one would stop that. Those words stunned Palna and she began to tremble. The sorceress couldn't contain her anger and started shouting that Alice was just a vile demon and therefore she couldn't love anyone. Palna tried to attack the little demoness again and screamed that Alice couldn't take it forever. But Alice kept crying and tried to help Kagami no matter what. Palna was shocked at the resilience of the little demoness who didn't move away from Kagami even in this condition. The sorceress realized that she was wrong about Alice's feelings. Palna then remembered how Kagami had asked her to protect Alice, and now the guy was lying in a pool of his own blood. Palma realized that she had failed Kagami and betrayed him, for he had trusted her and she had tried to kill Alice. The sorceress fell to her knees and salty rivers of tears flowed from her eyes, and then Palma apologized to Kagami. The king sat calmly on his throne and then said that there was already a man who had sought to achieve a noble goal, and wanted to create a world where humans and demons would coexist. However, Militaria took care of that person and didn't even bother with a tedious report. Militaria grinned and replied that it was too nostalgia-inducing a story. Militaria apologized for his impertinence and explained that he revered that the existence of that man might interfere with the fulfillment of his majesty's wishes. The king replied that be that as it may, Militaria's son certainly had potential. These words stunned Palna, for it was eerie to imagine that Militaria had killed his own child. But Militaria replied that he had never imagined that his son would try to establish relations with demons against the will of His Majesty the King. But people revered that guy and tried to maintain friendly relations with demons. And in the end, this idiot gathered a huge number of followers around him. Militaria explained that he then used the demons to kill his son and make all his followers remember it. And in the end it succeeded. The people who favored an alliance with the demons began to hate and exterminate them. Palna was shocked by such confessions, and the king called his loyal servant too heartless. Militaria laughed back and reminded him that it was all for His Majesty. Militaria said that among his son's followers there were a lot of useful people and eventually managed to make them despise demons, and these people became useful tools to achieve different goals. And the fact that Palna was here now was proof of the value of the pawns that had been obtained during those events. Palna realized how foolish she had been and allowed herself to be used as a toy in dark deeds. The sorceress asked in a trembling voice that if in fact it wasn't really the demons who wanted to kill the teacher, but Militaria, and ended up doing it. Militaria said that he personally went to one of the last demons with whom he was strengthening relations and killed one demon. And the stupid demons believed that he was a follower of his idiot son, and it sowed a real hatred for humans. That action alone was enough to destroy the relationship that had taken so long to build. Palma was furious at this discovery and felt a foolish fool. The sorceress remembered the words of her teacher, who always said that no one could harm her and she should live in peace. Now it became clear that the demons were more honest than people who betrayed a kind and noble teacher. And what a scumbag to kill his own son for the paltry benefit of being useful to the king. But Militaria reminded him that it was really important for him to do everything for the good of His Majesty. Then Militaria asked Palna why she thought that a miserable man like him was allowed to know the truth about the way the world works. After all, what matters most is the loyalty he has sworn to the king and is willing to prove it in any way he can. Militarius exclaimed that for him the king was the whole world and he could understand His Majesty better than any other man, and was ready to destroy anyone for the sake of satisfying the king's wish. Militaria sincerely said that His Majesty the King was an absolute creature, and no other wretched men could be compared to him. But Palna had already understood everything and asked the evil man why he was telling her all this. Militaria explained that it was necessary to understand whether it was necessary for His Majesty the King to brainwash her too, because recently Palna had learned a lot of new things. And perhaps because of this knowledge, the young sorceress changed her mind about killing the demon lord, and that could already be a problem. At that moment, rage came over Palna, and the girl wanted more than anything to tear the lying Militarium apart with her own hands. In the next moment, Palna hurled a fireball towards the deceitful man who was manipulating her mind. A bright flash and an unbearable wave of heat swept through the room, and the sorceress eagerly awaited the result of her act. But suddenly, after the flames disappeared, there was the silhouette of Kagami, who had risen and was alive. This surprised the Militarium, and his eyes widened several times. The Militaria wondered what the guy was trying to accomplish by closing him off from the magical strike. Kagami explained that there was no need for Palna to be responsible for killing a man. Militaria realized that Koji Kagami had heard the entire previous conversation and asked why he was slow to act. Kagami explained that he had been unable to move for some time and was on the verge of death, so close that even a small explosion would have been enough to pulverize him into ashes. But thanks to the healing, Alice had managed to come back to life, while the girl herself was hurt and horribly wounded. Kagami thanked Alice for her resilience, for she was able to hold on long enough. Kagami asked Palna again to protect Alice this time and choose the right decision. The sorceress asked if Kagami didn't realize that Alice was in such a terrible state because of her. Kagami agreed that the act was horrible and unforgivable. Palna suggested in a trembling voice that they should hit her, because she was the enemy and should be hated as much as she hated demons. Kagami asked if Palna had really been bothered by all this for a long time and worried about exactly the right thing to do. With tears in her eyes, Palna agreed with Kagami, and the guy asked if the girl was able to realize her mistake now. And now I must know that Alice is not an enemy to be destroyed at all. And so from now on you don't need to do anything like that anymore. By your future actions, everything Palna was able to learn. Koji Kagami explained that it didn't matter at all what the sorceress had done in the past, and the most important thing was what Palna was now going to do in the future. Militaria, watching what was going on, said that he felt really excited and was glad that Kagami was still alive, which means now after all the effort spent to save his life, there is no need to throw it away. The Militaria suggested that the boy heed his words and become another obedient pawn for him. But Kagami quickly approached Militaria and hissed in his face for him to shut up immediately. Militaria irritatedly asked what Koji Kagami had just done, and the guy barked back that it was pushing the limit. Militaria admitted that Palna had mentioned that Kagami had such a skill, but in the face of his lord's favorite skill, it was useless. Militaria stated that his unique skill reduces the characteristics of any creature opposing him, but then the wily schemer realized that he had failed. Militaria lost his composure and stated that this could not be and Kagami's power had to be suppressed. Kagami replied that his strength was indeed suppressed, and his body had become too sluggish. But Militaria asked how the guy only had so much strength left then, since his breaking the limit should only double his overall strength. Koji Kagami replied that Militaria was a fool if he thought that only breaking the limit was used against him, because there was also a great skill called Challenging God that allowed him to constantly increase his strength with the experience he had gained earlier. Militaria realized that by using his skill he had created a disadvantageous situation for Kagami, which increased his experience. Kagami stated that experience was always proportional to hardship, and even at the brink of death he was able to push his limits once again. Militaria didn't believe it, for it seemed impossible to him. But Kagami was inexorably approaching and said that what Militaria had done was unforgivable. And can Militaria understand how painful the death of a loved one is and what mental anguish it brings? Kagami blamed Militaria for the lies he had created that had destroyed Palna's entire life. After all, because of him, Palni had begun to despise demons, people had begun to persecute them, and Kururu and Rex had been brainwashed. Militaria exclaimed that he valued His Majesty the King more than anything else in this life and would do anything for him. But Kagami ordered the treacherous man to shut up and reminded him that Militaria had brought a lot of pain and sorrow into this world for a foolish purpose alone. In the next second, Kagami tried to defend himself, but it was already useless. Kagami screamed that there was no way he would accept this and become a pawn, and then used a terrifying fist of fury. Militaria did not expect such a swift attack and could not prevent Kagami in any way. As a result, the king's treacherous servant received a powerful blow and fell to his knees. The king calmly watched the scene in an indifferent voice and asked if Militaria was dead, but Kagami replied that he was not. The guy then explained that he was just giving the mean person a good scolding and his condition was due to the crooked system of this world. Kagami then turned his attention to the king and demanded that Kururu be released immediately. But His Majesty only snorted in response and asked if Kagami was trying to start negotiations. Then the king suddenly shouted that he refused to negotiate and Kagami promised to defeat the king and rescue Kururu. But the king grinned back and asked that did Kagami think that defeating him would dissipate the barrier, or the effects of the mind-washing skill. The king explained that Kagami mistakenly feels his victory, because even if he kills him, the process can no longer be stopped and no amount of effort can change reality. Kagami said that Esteller was also capable of similar actions, but the king recognized that it would be impossible to defeat Kagami, and at the same time Kagami could not win in this confrontation either, and so the best option for him would be to surrender, because he would not have the strength to change the world. But Kagami was determined to destroy this magical barrier and save Kururu. The king reminded him that this magnificent barrier reflects any attack he receives, so Kagami's body would sooner fall to pieces than the barrier would collapse. But Kagami replied that unless one tries it, there's no way to know for sure, and one could consider it similar to a truce agreement. Kagami asked the king if there was no other way to cultivate strong personalities, but the king said that Kagami's behavior is ridiculous because he can't defeat the world system, and it won't happen until a true hero appears, and until salvation appears in its true form. He, great king, will continue to make good on his duty. Kagami thought about the words of salvation and promised to end this once and for all. And as long as the king would just keep sending away strong men because they couldn't grant him the salvation he was looking for, then it was obvious that he himself would never stop. And that's why this must definitely be ended. Kagami declared that he himself was capable of bringing the necessary salvation to all those waiting for him. But the king asked not to make him laugh because it sounds silly. The king then explained that the salvation he is waiting for is far greater than Kagami can imagine. Kagami is too young to know everything about this world, and it is impossible to save this complicated world so easily. But Kagami reminded him again that you can't know anything without trying to do it, and he wasn't going to force the king to reconcile demons and humans. He was only offering a deal. The king was surprised and replied that such a deal must include something of value from the beginning, which means Kagami has to prove the value of his offer. Kagami explained that up until now his goal was to constantly level up, and constantly making money and fighting lit his path. Kagami then stated that from now on, he was willing to use his power to stand by the king as his ally. The boy promised not to waste a single drop of his power and use it to save the king. The king smirked in response and asked if Kagami thought that was a worthy offer. His Majesty then admitted that he sincerely didn't understand why Kagami would go so far in fighting the world system. The boy replied that the encounter with the demons had been the deciding factor for him. After all, despite their demonic nature, they sincerely wanted to be friends with humans. Kagami explained that he had always been concerned about demons, because they were no different from ordinary people and deserved his love. But unfortunately in this world there is a stupid thing called the world system. Kagami hit the magic barrier with force and shouted that the world system should disappear. But the attempt was unsuccessful and Kagami felt a blowback that hurt. The king advised him not to waste his strength and explained that very soon Kyoru's brainwashing would be complete and that such a thing would shatter the ideal reality Kagami dreamed of. But the boy, feeling an incredible rage, continued to beat his fists on the magic barrier trying to break the resistance, because he desperately wanted to save Kyoru. The king was shocked by the guy's determination and strength and asked why he would go that far. But the king's reaction only emboldened Kagami to strike again. Kagami then explained that when he found out that there was a way to destroy the world system, he was over the moon at that moment. And now it was possible to get as close to his goal as possible and finally have a chance to beat the crap out of the god who created this world, and the casino was built for that purpose. Kagami admitted that later he realized that he really only understood a tiny part of the world system, and in the end he was just playing along with the desires of this universe. And then there were stupid attempts to gradually change this unjust system, and it wasn't enough. Kagami explained that having realized his wrongness now needed to face that fact, for otherwise one could not continue on their journey. Filled with frustration from this world, he had to realize what the greatest obstacle was. Kagami continued to break through the cursed barrier and shouted that this obstacle was himself. The king felt alarmed and began to take Kagami's rage seriously, and the boy promised to never run away again. Kagami shouted that he had come all this long way to point out the king's mistakes. After all the nastiness of the world system and the damned common sense of this world only made him nauseous and disgusted. The blows were getting harder each time, and Kagami kept shouting that he must destroy everything that caused suffering. The king didn't understand how this was possible and how this guy had the strength to break the barrier. But then the king explained that as it was, Kagami was still one step behind. After all, there is another barrier set up around the tower where Kyoru is, and Kagami in his current state might not even dream of destroying another barrier. At that moment, Mino decided to intervene in the situation, and that made Kagami come up with an unexpected solution to the problem. Kagami quickly turned around and asked Mino to hit him with all of his remaining magic. Mino didn't understand Kagami's request and looked at the guy in surprise. But Kagami was serious and demanded that Mino do as he was asked and hit with all his remaining magic. Mino was shocked and tried to explain that it was deadly, but Kagami asked him to trust him and promised that everything would be fine. Kagami reminded the demon to trust his friends, and this was exactly the right time to not doubt. Mino, against his will, still gathered all the remnants of his magical power and prepared to fulfill Kagami's request. It took a few minutes to prepare, and judging by Mino's efforts, he was able to concentrate quite a bit of power. After that, the demons shouted for Kagami to get ready and shot towards the guy. The huge magical fireball was rapidly approaching, and Kagami activated an anti-magical wall that was able to create an area reflecting any magical attack for a short period of time. Feeling the tremendous energy, Kagami said that even when he was so exhausted, there were still things that needed to be done. Although most of the peasants' skills are useless, but even useless skills altogether can surprise. Kagami concentrated his magical energy to activate the Super Finger skill, which increased his finger snapping power, and then activated Hyper Finger, further increasing his finger snapping power. After that, Kagame was able to activate several more similar magic skills, trying to maximize his finger snapping power, and decided that he should not be underestimated. Kagami was determined to show the true power of the peasant's soul and impress even the cocky king. A bright flash of light grew into a magical beam that swiftly crashed into the barrier surrounding the tower. The magical barrier could not withstand the colossal impact, and eventually even the tower itself shattered into hundreds of bricks. Kagami noticed Kururu falling from the destroyed tower and rushed to save her. Kururu didn't realize what was happening, as her mind was under the influence of a spell. While mentally in a different place, Kururu was still able to hear Kagami's screams. The voice seemed too far away, but the more Kururu paid attention to it, the closer it got, and as if it was leading her to the exit. Kagami meanwhile tried to save Kururu and rushed to catch the falling girl. Eventually, the peasant was able to catch the fragile female body, and at that moment Kururu came to her senses and confessed that she heard Kagami's voice. The guy was happy at this moment and felt like a hero. But suddenly Kururu cried and remembered Kagami's words about how he wanted to kidnap those two. But Kagami didn't understand anything and asked why Kururu was crying. After all, he had saved her and now everything was fine. But the girl explained that they were tears of happiness, and then asked why Kagami had done such a reckless act. Kururu was outraged and stated that Kagami could have died saving her. Kagami listened to the girl, reminded her of how he said he refused to lose any of his dearest friends. Kururu was embarrassed and amazed by the guy's boldness and didn't resent it anymore. And Kagami said that he had something important to say and had been thinking about it for a long time. Kagami explained that the effect of him breaking the limit was over, and so he was leaving the rest to Kururu. Kagami instantly turned into an exhausted man, and it scared the girl. Kururu was scared and grabbed Kagami, trying to bring him to his senses. The king said that it was impossible to achieve such a thing, but Esteller appeared and replied that it was possible. And it seems that this amazing peasant was able to stun even the king himself. Esteller explained that their way of thinking was not wrong, and that resistance to the system of this world was useless. The king replied that everything had happened as he had intended, and so he could not accept Kagami's words. Esteller agreed that there was really no need to do so. However, there was no denying the fact that Kagami was incredibly valuable, and it would be very interesting to give this peasant a chance, at least until he failed. The king remembered Kagami's promises that he was willing to be a loyal ally, and thought about his decision. The king weighed all the prospects of a possible deal with Kagami, and recognized that this peasant wasn't so bad since he could surprise him. After much deliberation, the king decided to make a non-aggression pact between humans and demons, and that was a real accomplishment for Kagami. The king explained that of course this decision would not please anyone, and the first thing to do after years of enmity was to overcome the past and move into the future together. And this will be a message to all people from the king of this country so that everyone can change their attitude to the world around them. Kagami wondered if this was too drastic a change in everyone's opinion, because the king should understand it and realize the risks involved. But the king explained that he should be understood correctly, because this agreement is temporary, and therefore everything can change at any time. Even though it is a temporary solution, it must be agreed that Kagami's campaign against the world system has its advantages, and now a lot will depend on him. Judging by the words of the king and the demon lord, despite the difference of opinion on many issues, they still decided to sign an important agreement. When the truce was signed, they agreed to set different rules to settle some issues. As a result, humans and demons, who previously openly expressed their hatred for each other, gradually began to make concessions, and after 6 months they began to accept each other and communicate. And now with the monsters that appear under the influence of demons deal with joint forces, which has become much more effective than before. Also, demons help to protect the cities of people, and it was decided to think about creating a system to facilitate the joint work of both kingdoms. But Tina was not sure of the result and reminded that the hatred between the two sides would not disappear so easily and some problems would remain. Kagami agreed, because it was really inevitable. But for now, for the sake of preserving the desired future, they should just keep trying to mend relations, because gradually things were getting much better than they were before anyway. And one should take it all as an artificial world. Tina thought about the guy's words and agreed, then asked if he had prepared himself. And anyway, Kagami should talk to the master and not her, because that would be better. Kashami reminded her that in doing so, they wouldn't see each other for a very long time. But Tina replied that they still had a lot of work to do and Kagami shouldn't forget that for a minute. Kagami decided that everyone could manage without his help now, because when the non-aggression pact was signed he had promised the king two things. The first promise was that within a year he would finish collecting 10,000 gold coins and return to the dragon's lair, and since he was already there, he could go there immediately. As Kagami collected the necessary amount of money he noticed that the world was much calmer and it did bring joy. But there were still doubts and Kagami wondered if the past year was part of the king's plan. As for the second promise, Kagami would only have to postpone the transition to the next stage for 5 years, and it was an ultimatum to keep it that way. During that time, if King Estra didn't give the Dark Dragon the help it needed, the treaty would be nullified and the war would start all over again. Tina noticed that everything was earlier than expected and most likely Kagami had already managed to collect 10,000 gold coins. The guy explained that it was true and it was possible to do it thanks to everyone's help and of course the casino. After all, it turned out that humans and demons are very similar in their desires and the casino attracted a lot of new guests. And since demons are stronger physically than humans, they brought a lot of fallen from the monster's gold. And since they didn't have many ways to spend it before, the demons soon developed an addiction and spent a huge amount of gold. After the VIP room was created and Kururu and Rixam were allowed to reveal their identities, many nobles began to visit the casino, and as it turned out, all of this was made possible by the king's generosity. Suddenly the demon lord appeared in the room and asked if Kagami was really going on a trip today. Kagami confessed that he had not expected that the demon lord himself would come to see him off. As it turned out, the demon lord had heard about it from Alice. But Alice and Mino were surprised by the demon lord's visit and told him a lot of things. Mino was surprised that the demon lord had traveled a long way for this visit. Mino and Alice were excited about this meeting and showed incredible animation. Palna was surprised at the visit of a very rare guest, but the demon lord explained that for him the rare guest was rather the girl herself. Palna of course understood the hint of the demon lord and a little embarrassed said that it is unlikely that her terrible deeds can be so easily forgiven. But it wasn't over yet and she was going to do everything in her power to earn forgiveness and make amends. Kagami of course realized how guilty Palna felt and decided to speak up. The boy didn't lie a bit and praised the new image of the sorceress, who had turned into a stunning rabbit girl. As it turned out, Palna had already gotten quite used to the casino and found the place very fun and relaxing. Tina explained that they were content to deal with minor skirmishes between humans and demons with ease, and with everyone's help it had become much easier. Takako was surprised and pleased at the demon lord's visit, and then set the heavy box on the table, which raised a lot of questions. David explained that it was all letter from happy visitors and most of them were addressed to Alice and some letters were written to Kururu and Palna. Takako got a little upset and asked what about the letters that were addressed to him. But David was clearly not unprepared for such a question and showed with all his appearance that there were no such letters. Takako hugged David and smilingly told him that it was sad that no one was writing to him. Kagami meanwhile stated that he, the demon lord, is really a wonderful father, as his daughter loves him very much. The demon lord agreed with the guy and noticed how happy he looked. Kururu entered the room just at that moment and was glad that she was still able to catch Kagami before he left. Kururu reminded the boy that he should have announced his return, since everyone was expecting it. Rex confessed to Kagami that he was going to end his life and become the best bartender in the country, and now they have no idea if they will need to pick up the sword again. And so it was better to learn the profession of a bartender in order to please people and enjoy a quiet life himself. Kagami recognized that they had really all changed a lot, because when they first met they had seemed really stubborn. Kururu then inquired about buying Kagami something he had wanted for so long. The peasant replied that of course he had, and showed a small piece of paper with a strange image on it and caused everyone present to gasp in amazement. Takako exclaimed that it was a mysterious object worth 10,000 gold coins, although it looked like a ticket. But Kagami did his best to explain to everyone present that this item would make it easy for him to get to the Dark Dragon. Tina joked that was it really all that important and Kagami was doing everything for that very reason. The boy instantly resented it and asked Tina not to talk about it. Kagami reminded her that he had worked hard to collect those 10,000 gold coins, and now it was getting sick at the mere thought of such a terrible effort. Kagami then looked carefully at the piece of magic paper and realized that he needed to tear off the designated portion. Kagami then looked at his distressed friends and stated that he now had to go somewhere else. Kiruri asked that did it really have to be done right now. Kagami promised to try and sort things out as quickly as possible in order to get home as soon as possible. The demon lord admitted that he felt relieved, because as they should, Kagami was very calm. Alice, or holding back tears, asked Kagami to come back as soon as possible, because she would be very sad without him. The friends asked a few more times if Kagami would really come back to them, but the guy decided to keep the intrigue and did not answer the question, and then went on his long journey. Kagami, tearing off a piece of the magic ticket, only said that one day they would of course all meet again. The special magic menu asked for confirmation and Kagami made his choice, and then the friends watched the activation in surprise. After a few seconds, Kagami disappeared and everyone realized that the peasant had finally realized his dream, and this time it happened for sure. The world had indeed become different, even temporarily, thanks to Kagami's efforts, and the two irreconcilable races felt as one. This war had not yet come to an end and no one was sure that he was really right. After all, among the masses there are those who continue to doubt whether the right path has been chosen. But whatever the case, the point of no return has already been passed. Many lives have been sacrificed for a new future and to save this world and to fulfill a promise. But the right man still hadn't shown up. Alice waited every day for Kagami's return, but unfortunately she was only disappointed. David reassured her and said that maybe she should wait a little longer, because he was sure that Kagami would return. But in the meantime, Kagami's dream, the world he wished for so much, was real and it served as a small and comforting thing for Alice. Tina also missed Kagami, but was sure that he was the kind of person who would one day just return unexpectedly, and so all that was left to do was wait and hope for his return. Rex was also sure of the teacher's return, since Kagami had trusted them to keep an eye on this place. Takako thought for a moment and said that without Kagami, nothing goes as it should and it wouldn't be a bad idea to have him back as soon as possible. Halna reminded Alice that she was asking for Kagami's return every day, but unfortunately these constant reminders would not help or speed up the return. Alice herself realized that everyone was worried about Kagami's fate, because it was very unsettling and sad without him. Mino admitted that he understood that Kagami would return, because he had promised to do so. So we have to wait a little longer. Alice listened to Mino's words and realized that she just had to be patient and believe in Kagami's return. But waiting for a friend was very hard for everyone, and Kagami's absence gradually created rifts and misunderstandings between the friends. Rex realized that he had never thought about it before, but now it was becoming a problem. After a while, Rex stated that he wanted to quit and that this was his final decision. Explained that he doesn't want to work at this place for the rest of his life and he is sad to live with just memories. After saying that, Kiruru also stated that she was going back to the castle because it was too painful for her to stay here. Rex and Kiruru left the town, and after a few days, Tina stated that she was also leaving and had to complete her pilgrimage. Kino explained that she needed to learn detoxification magic, and David reminded her that Takako hadn't been seen in a while either, and Takako hasn't even been in the shop for very many days. Alice realized that this was to be expected and they couldn't all be in the same place without Kagami. Alice cried tears of despair and loneliness and wondered why Kagami still hasn't come back. After all, he is very much expected. Feeling the separation, and she tried to wait for Kagami and not think about anything else, because for her it had become a real dream. The dream remained unrealizable and Alice continued to be sad and live with only memories. Mino sensed Alice's grief and told her not to worry, because Kagami and the others would be back, and all she had to do was wait. Halna also tried to comfort Alice and carefully wiped her tears. But in the end, 3 years passed and Kagami never returned to Valmon. But Alice continued to live her life dreaming of a meeting and waiting for it every morning. For Alice, every morning started the same and she ate her breakfast without much appetite and dreamily looked out the window where other children were having fun and enjoying themselves. The new world created by Kagami's efforts was already commonplace and no one was surprised that humans and demons existed together. But Alice still waited and hoped to see Kagami return to her. In these 3 years, little Alice had grown up, but she still couldn't get over the separation. Halna was already accustomed to conducting tours in the vicinity of Valma, namely in the territory of the ancient grotto, and showed the main attraction of these places, where the legendary holy sword once slumbered. The tourists were fascinated by the tour and wanted to know where the famous artifact had gone. Palna explained that in fact, many people knew how a peasant sold the sword to a street vendor and never got to even use it. The tourists started asking what had happened to the shabby pedestal, and if this was also the work of the famous peasant. After that, Palna suggested a 30-minute break and that visitors who wanted to look into the caves should inform the guide in advance. Palna felt exhausted and remembered David, who thinks this activity is absolutely useless. David always said that thanks to the help of demons, destroying monsters had become much easier, and thus the caves were also much safer. Palna understood that of course it had to be done, but still, all of this greatly annoyed the sorceress, who was tired of the monotony of her classes. Destroying monsters had become an everyday activity, and Palna of course rejoiced at every reward and liked to spend money on tasty drinks. At the same time, Palna was already able to reach the 3rd level Sorrow and felt that she could kill formidable monsters with a single blow, which meant that she had become much stronger and could safely fight against opponents. But then Palna heard a strange noise from the depths of the cave and was surprised to find Alice doing something strange and digging through some rocks. Alice hadn't expected to see Palna, and the sorceress declared what Alice was even thinking coming to this place alone. Alice explained that she had actually slipped away during her break and felt that this was a very wonderful job for her as well. Alice then asked what Palna was doing here, and the sorceress explained that she was currently in charge of today's tour of these places. And more importantly, one must realize that even though this place was much safer than before, it was still possible to get stranded here. Palna explained to Alice that this was not a good place for a young girl to spend time alone, because she could be attacked unexpectedly. But Alice reminded her that she didn't have to worry so much, because after all, she was a demon and could take care of herself. Alice bragged about her level 118th and proudly declared that she could fight pretty well. Palna thought about the fact that the age of demons was reflected in their level, but it was just terrifying because Alice's level had reached unbelievable heights. Palna remembered all her grueling training, which had failed to help her make much progress, unlike Alice. Palna reminded Alice of what a sweet and obedient girl she used to be. But Alice replied that there was no need to worry about her because she had already grown up. Alice continued to argue that she was a full-grown woman, but Palna was ironic and called Alice a 16-year-old little girl. Alice was outraged, but Palna reminded her that she would never stop making everyone worry about her, and if she was going to run away so suddenly, she should at least warn someone. Alice felt that she was wrong and apologized for her action. Palna asked what exactly Alice had found in the dark dungeon. The girl explained that she had a newly created spawn stone, which still couldn't produce monsters. Palna immediately realized that the bandage around Alice's horns was made of exactly the same material. Wearing an object made of this material would cause demons to lose their magical powers, and it would be good to get as much of this material as possible to prevent monsters from appearing in the future. Palna asked in surprise that it would not be easier to just buy this material and not visit dangerous dungeons. But Alice explained that such stones are very rare, and even the smallest piece of stone costs 2 gold coins, so it is quite difficult to buy the necessary amount. Alice explained that with a stone like this she could make jewelry for the horns of demons, which would look very cool and cute, and the demons would want to wear them every day. Many demons still cared about the fate of humanity, and so they would definitely want to wear such jewelry. Alice reminded that all this would bring closer the dream they all wanted to see for real. Palna agreed with the girl and said that all her actions were wonderful and noble. At that moment Alice's stomach rumbled and the sound was amplified by the acoustics of the cave, which made Palna laugh. She immediately remembered the food that David had asked her to pass on, and this pleased the hungry Alice. The food was delicious and Alice asked why Palna wasn't eating, but the girl explained that she wasn't hungry at the moment. But Alice still insisted on her and offered a bite. Palna again replied that she was not hungry, but Alice asked her not to be deceived, for it was obvious that the food was meant for Palna. Alice's incredible insight made Palna wonder, and she watched with interest as the young girl tried to feed her. While Palna was hesitant to start eating, Alice declared that in that case she would dispose of all the food herself, and this angered Palna a little, for in fact she was hungry. Soon the 2 girls had finished their lunch and Alice said thoughtfully that she wondered if the others were all right. Palna asked not to worry and said that Tina was still continuing to train and Kururu was still not giving up. It was harder to tell about Rex, and apparently he was doing something crazy, as he had a very stern look on his face when he left. Alice instantly started up and Palna told him not to worry, because everything would be fine, and after all Rex is a daredevil who can get out of any situation. So he'll be back soon when he's tired of the adventure. Alice smiled and agreed, remembering how strong and skilled Rex was as a swordsman. Palna decided to end the conversation and exclaimed that in that case the break was over. After that, Palna offered to help her with the excursion on the way back, and Alice gladly agreed to fulfill this role. Soon Palna was once again leading the group of tourists, and once again asked everyone to stay together until they returned to the city. On the way back, Alice was still pensive and Palma wondered why she was so sad. But Alice didn't have time to answer because there was a great rustling noise and several monsters appeared. Palma explained that they were level 4 furry goblins, which were very annoying during the meeting. Palma reassured the campers and explained that the staff guaranteed the safety of all visitors. There was a powerful explosion that was caused by lightning magic, and it caused surprise not only to the tourists, but also to Palma and Alice. The most unbelievable thing was that at this moment Rex spectacularly appeared, who waved his sword heroically as usual and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Rex instantly rushed to destroy the goblins and shouted that since he was here, everyone could relax now. Palna was outraged at this sudden appearance of Rex and called the guy an idiot who couldn't find other words after such an incredibly long separation. Alice was happy to see Rex and immediately rushed to hug him, but as it turned out, the sword master himself did not recognize the grown-up girl at all. Rex thought that the young lady was one of his fans, but Palna immediately explained that it was actually Alice. Rex was incredulous at the sorceress' words and said that Alice must be much smaller, about knee-high to him. But Alice angrily bellowed back that she had grown up a long time ago. Meanwhile, back in Valmon City, Takako's club was noisy and some people were outraged at the horrible stench. A few guys were teasing Mino that while he was washing the plates, he'd managed to soak them in his vile odor, and the plate would be much cleaner even if the nobleman just spit on it. The guy who really annoyed Mino was a monster tamer named Kenta Euros, and after he befriended Takako during the attack on the city, he started working at his club. Just at that moment, Mrs. Alice appeared and Mino was incredibly happy to see her, and the girl asked that if the place still hadn't fallen apart. Rex also looked around the room and muttered that some things really don't change even with time. Mino was happy to see the returning Rex, who joked that Mino was still in good shape. Palna stated that there would be a lot of explaining to do after Rex's unexpected return, and David should also be arriving at the place soon. Mino admitted that he hadn't expected such a sudden return and asked where Rex had been all this time. Palna said that it would be really awful if Rex were to disappear irretrievably. Rex explained that he had been practicing for a long time to get as much strength as possible. Alice marveled at such efforts by a swordsman and reminded him that they had been at peace for a long time. Rex pondered over what exactly to tell him, and just at that moment, the Kenta monster tamer advised Mino to take care of cleaning the restroom immediately, and he could do it with his tongue. The demon shouted irritably and then punched the annoying Kent, who was really getting on his nerves with his stupid jokes. At that moment, Tina appeared in the room unnoticed and said that she didn't even expect to find out that Mino had found such a hobby for himself. Mino immediately started to justify himself and explained that in fact Mrs. Tina had misunderstood everything. But the girl only hummed thoughtfully in response and continued to look around at everyone present. Tina was then incredibly surprised by Alice's appearance and exclaimed how she had managed to grow up so fast. Tina remembered that Alice used to be knee-high to her, but now they were practically the same height. Alice was embarrassed and reminded her that she wasn't really as small as everyone remembered. Tina was upset by what she saw and declared that at this rate, she would be the smallest of them all, because she would never grow any further. Palma explained that she couldn't imagine such a thing yesterday, and was very surprised that Tina had returned at the same time as Rex and that there seemed to be some reason behind it. The sorceress looked at Rex carefully and asked if they had really agreed to return together. But at that moment the bell on the door made its shrill ringing and David entered the room, promising to explain everything immediately. David said that the simultaneous return of Mr. Rex and Mrs. Tina was not a trivial coincidence at all, and he had personally asked them in advance to return that day. David then reminded Palna about how Kagami-sen made a treaty with the king of this country, and if everyone remembers the terms, it is agreed by them peace will be maintained without resetting. Palna admitted that she didn't remember too much about all the terms of that treaty, and roughly speaking could say that the result was the so-called saving of the world. David confirmed that it was indeed roughly like that, and the main condition of this treaty was to save the world within 5 years. There was also a possible reset. After all, if the conditions of saving the world were not fulfilled, this world would be completely reset and the conflict between demons and humans would flare up with the same force. Palma thought about David's words and tried to realize what saving the world really meant, and whether waiting for Kagami's return would be enough. David reminded her that it had been 3.5 years since the treaty had been made, and since the treaty had been made with the king, who was one of the rulers of the world. It is unfortunate that I have to make an unfortunate assumption. David said that since Kagami-san is not coming back, it means that everyone will have to get involved, and they would have to fulfill their contractual promises on their own and move on to the next stage. In addition, if we don't consider killing the Demon Lord as the next level, then there is only one way for everyone to reach the obligatory goal. David showed the magic tickets that would help them get to the right place. Everyone was surprised that David had 2 magic tickets, for they were worth 10,000 gold coins each. David recalled that it had been 3.5 years, and during that time he had done his best and had only earned 2 tickets. Although once Kagami-san had managed to earn 5,000 gold coins in just 6 months, the casino's income was constantly increasing, but unfortunately there was not enough time. Therefore, there was no choice but to take up various tasks and monster hunting. Palna asked if David had asked Tina and Rex to collect money for him. David confirmed this assumption and explained that it wasn't just that. After all, according to the king, the next level would require a lot more power for everyone, and so it was logical to ask for help. During this time, Rex had been able to increase his powers significantly and had reached level 214. David explained that he wasn't sure how many tickets he would eventually be able to earn money for, and so he decided that it would be better if Rex was the first to level up, since he had the most potential out of everyone here. In addition, in case he managed to get another magic ticket, he had to ask Tina to strengthen her training as well, because a good healer would always be useful in a difficult situation. Palna asked why David didn't tell her about this earlier, and asked only Tina for help instead of Kururu. David thought for a moment and then replied that he didn't want to put Mrs. Kururu in danger. After all, Kururu-sama was too keen a person, and there was a danger that she might part with her life if he sent her to train alone. Palna appreciated David's foresight and agreed with him. It was also obvious that Kururu was too focused on the quest and often behaved too recklessly. Tina then bragged about her successes and admitted that she was able to reach the 36th level. Tina revealed that sometimes she even fought monsters with her bare hands like Kagami did. Palna praised Tina for such an enhancement, for it was truly worthy of respect. Palna then admitted that she was able to reach level 143. Tina was puzzled by this development of Palna's and asked how she managed to do that, since she was staying in the casino. But Palna replied that she too had been devoting time to training, and if it was necessary to send the strongest, it might be better to give the ticket to her. Palna reminded that she too could use healing magic, and so there would be no problem. But Tina started arguing and insisted that a full-fledged healer was needed in this case. Tina irritably admitted that she too was eager to find Kagami, but Palna replied that it sounded like nonsense. Palna laughed and asked Tina to just not talk about being in love with Kagami. Tina instantly blushed and started denying such assumptions by Palna. Tina then started asking Palna why she wanted so badly to use the ticket and go on the trip. At this point, Alice intervened and snatched the ticket from Tina's hands and said that perhaps it would be better for her to go on the trip, since she could use both pain magic and healing magic perfectly. Palna immediately shouted that this was unacceptable, since Kagami had asked her to look after Alice. Rex immediately suggested that Palna go with him, but Alice was against it and a loud argument ensued. David cleverly took the ticket out of Alice's hands and explained that that was why he had only told Tina and Rex. But there was no denying that Palna's level was indeed higher than Tina's. Therefore, the best choice must be made, because the fate of the entire world is at stake. After these words, David decided to announce those who would embark on the perilous journey. The first ticket David proposed to use was Mino, and explained that he was the second strongest, after Mr. Rex. And also a great advantage is that Mino has already met the Dark Dragon. Mino thought about the fact that if he went on the trip, during the overload, all monsters and demons would be created anew and only humans would be left in this world. Eventually, Mino agreed to accept the offer and the ticket, but said that he wasn't sure if it was the right choice. At that moment, Kururu entered the room and said that this ticket was best given to her. This sudden appearance of the girl surprised everyone, and Palna asked why Kururu was not in the castle. Kururu headed forward and replied that her explanation would take too much time and was best left for later. Moving forward, Kururu didn't notice the wet brush and slipped on it and collapsed to the floor. Such a spectacular fall caused doubts, but then everyone was sure that it was really Kururu in front of them. The girl in the ridiculous position tried to get up quickly, and Palna asked why she had even come now. Kururu hesitated to answer, and Palna repeated her question and asked her to make everyone happy with her explanation. But Rex took the floor and explained that he had left a message for Kururu when he left the city. David was interested and asked for more details. Rex admitted that when he was training hard, he felt anxious at one point. The training was really incredibly difficult, and when you had to think about the fact that Kagami had lived like that for years, it felt like a real gulf between skill levels. Rex reminded himself that the teacher was fighting from his last strength, and it gave him the motivation to keep working hard. Rex admitted that he was scared sometimes, and Palna asked him not to talk as if Kagami had died a long time ago. Rex replied that he didn't want to think about it, but what if Kagami really had already died? Rex explained that if that was the case, then he would have to fight alone, so it was best to fight with the others, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to all go on this journey together. Then Rex lowered his gaze and admitted that he wasn't a hero at all, but just a plain pathetic coward. David thought at that moment that maybe this guy was a hero, but he was too young and had a huge burden of responsibility. Kururu explained to David that she was secretly practicing alone, and so there was no need to blame Rex. Kururu explained that Rex's message was saying that he had decided to prepare himself to find Kagami's teacher, and so he should head out. And Rex didn't ask for help at all or even tell them exactly when he was leaving. David asked why they hadn't said anything about it in that case. Kururu explained that in that case, David would have tried to stop her himself, and that's why he had to coax his servants, who talked about how she had locked herself in her room. Kururu admitted that Rex's message was just an excuse for her, because she had wanted to go in search of Kagami from the beginning. But unfortunately, with her low level, it was unlikely that she would be able to achieve such a serious goal. So she had to return to the castle and meet her father, and of course all remembering that her father is one of the rulers of this world, and so it was logical to think what he knew about those who went to the next level and what levels the sages had. Kururu then demonstrated her level, which reached 172nd. Palna was stunned and asked how Kururu had managed that, since she was now stronger than her. But in the end it was possible to reach the same level as the wise men from the past. David admitted that he was very disappointed, because he had continued to run the casino without having the slightest clue about it. Kururu apologized in response and explained that if she had told David, he would have definitely tried to stop her. After all, David would probably still think of her as a little kid. David then made a decision and handed the magic ticket to Kururu, asking him to take care of Kagami-san. But at that moment, Takako burst into the room and asked David to take his time. Takako then apologized to Kururu and stated that this ticket belongs to him. The appearance of Lord Takako made Kururu dislike him and reluctant to give up the ticket. Takako was immediately accused of being willing to steal the ticket from Kururu just to follow Kagami-san. Takako agreed and looked at the surprised faces of those present. After all, it was all about true love, and without Kagami's help, no progress was out of the question. Takako thought that if she didn't get Kagami back, she'd be further estranged from David. Takako explained that she had actually known about the training and tickets, so she had gone to her own training. Takako stated that all her efforts were for the sake of saving Kagami, and for the sake of sincere love, so there could be no problem with her candidacy, because the strongest must go on the journey, and she was level 245. Such a high level stunned everyone present, for it was an incredible achievement and proved that Takako was much stronger than the others. Tina stated that Takako specialized in bare-handed combat, and Kagami's method shouldn't work on her. Takako explained that she had bound her hands on purpose and fought tirelessly without removing the shackles. Tina marveled and admitted that it was a true miracle since Takako was able to survive. Palma did note that it would be useful to have at least one mage when traveling, as the squad of Kagami, Rex, and Takako was very poorly balanced. Takako said that in that case Rex should stay, but Rex resented it and reminded her that they had already decided on him. Of course, Tina also intervened, saying that since there was enough combat power in the squad, then she should go as the healer. After a few seconds, a terrible argument began, which almost turned into a fight. Mino, who was behaving calmly, after some thought said that he had a proposal. Everyone calmed down and fell silent, and Mino said that they could actually go save Kashami together if they went through the sacred forest. Eventually, the friends agreed to Mino's proposal and soon found themselves in the sacred forest. Tina turned her attention to Mino and asked how much longer he would walk around with such a dejected face. After all, if he didn't really want to go like that, then it was necessary to stay in town. But Mino replied that this was not the case at all, for if he was not here, then who would protect Mistress Alice? Palma thought about the demon's words and asked why he was so against it and if there was any good reason for such concern. Mino replied that there was indeed a reason and explained that the Dark Dragon respected the rules. And 3 years ago, when Kagami's power was recognized and everyone talked him into sending him to the next stage, even if it was against the rules. And since Kagami had already broken the rules once, the chances of him sending such a large group to the next level were incredibly slim, especially with Alice. But be that as it may, the world can't be allowed to be reset, and it's imperative to make sure that Kagami returns safely. And that's why it's best to go all together. However, it all depends on if they can convince the Dark Dragon. David asked to leave the persuasion of the Dark Dragon to him, as he would make sure everyone was sent to the next stage. Alice was surprised and asked if David wouldn't go with them. David explained that after all, his level hadn't increased much and Kagami had left the casino for him. Palna wondered if David would be able to handle all the problems at the casino alone. David promised to do his best and asked Palna to take care of Mrs. Alice. After a while, Mino led the team to the right place and Rex started digging hard with a shovel. Even though he was told that it wasn't that easy, Rex was confident in his abilities and decided that he could do it. While Rex continued to dig a deep hole, the rest of the team rested and waited for some results. After a while, called his friends over and reported that for some reason the ground was moving and it was as if it was regenerating. Mino explained that this could only mean one thing, and if someone wanted to get to the Dark Dragon, something had to be done about it. And now it is noticeable that the ground is regenerating very quickly, so fast that even Kagami wouldn't be able to dig without his breaking the limit. Rex was shocked at such words and realized that his strength would clearly not be enough. Rex then irritatively said that he should have been informed about this from the beginning and how teacher Kagami was able to get to the point in the first place. Mino explained that Kagami was actually digging with his bare hands like a mole. Rex thought this was some kind of nonsense, but Mino reminded him that you can't do anything if you don't try. After a few minutes, Rex got his act together and really started digging a hole with his bare hands. But it had no effect and Rex declared that he was giving up. Tina was shocked at this decision and Palna noticed how little they had managed to dig. Rex explained that there wasn't much he could do and the characteristics of everyone present were nowhere near as high as Kagami's even without breaking the limits. Rex reminded her that his stats were the highest of everyone present, but not being able to accomplish anything even as a team was too much. Rex then asked what about Takako? After all, her level is much higher and also speed with strength is her specialty. But Takako replied that it's still impossible, because even Kagami had to use limit breaking to achieve something. If they take the time, maybe it would still be possible to achieve something with her help. But apparently digging a huge burrow of sufficient size for everyone would be incredibly difficult. But then David asked for a little more time and suggested that if one person wasn't enough, then maybe it would be better if everyone started working together. After all, the training they had all gone through in these 3 years had allowed everyone to learn strong skills and spells, so they should use them to the best of their ability and then maybe they could get to the right place. Kururu explained that the strongest magic she could use had a large radius of effect, and to avoid hurting each other, everyone would have to try to dodge. Even if they could open the passage, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't close before everyone could get through. Takako asked, leaving it up to her promise to attack with her fists, which meant the area around her wouldn't take much damage. Palna reminded that even if something unforeseen happened, they could always use the high-level Rex as a shield. But Rex wasn't sure if things would be as easy as they seemed. But Takako decided not to give up and try to accomplish the goal with her skills, and the activation of the incredible power stunned her friends. Tina asked what the skill even was, but Takako replied that it was just the beginning. Rex also stated that he could try harder, as he hadn't put out 100% yet. Following that, Tina decided to use her skills, and of course Alice didn't want to be left out either. David was pleased with everyone's willingness to unite for one goal, and said that now he should not be able to get close to Kagami's power, for otherwise it would be useless to embark on such a dangerous journey. In a few minutes the whole team began to break through the ground and the noise from their actions woke up the whole sacred forest. After a while appeared Dark Dragon, who admired the coordinated work of people and demons, who were able to pass all the tests and get to his lair. However, the dragon found his friends very shabby, and the monster was most interested in Rex, who looked as if he had taken a major blow. Rex thanked the Dark Dragon for his attention and admitted that he would love to tell him all about it. Rex told him that Takako had used her explosive strike to achieve her desired goal and knock back the enemies, but this was countered by the armor infection skill. Therefore, they had to use stealth and experience Takako's powerful explosive strike. After that, Rex joked the powerful energy transferred through the blow was able to destroy the enemies, even despite their super armor effect abilities. As it turned out, Rex had applied a revenge effect skill that transferred all the damage he received into the power of his own attack. Rex was able to deal with the effects of the blast attack and use the damage he received to greatly enhance his attack. Takako assisted Rex after this interaction and stated that their skills were a perfect match, though Rex at this point felt like he was about to die. Such a story amused the Dark Dragon, and he stated that even if everyone was exhausted, it didn't change the fact that they were able to reach this place. However, this troop is too numerous and there seems to be a very familiar face here. The Dark Dragon scrutinized everyone, and of course he remembered Mino. The Dark Dragon also realized that everyone here is friends of that peasant and came here the wrong way. Mino decided to keep silent, for the Dark Dragon had indeed guessed everything. But Tina asked the monster how he knew everything. The Dark Dragon replied that it was simple, and that part of the agreement with the peasant was that you could only get here with a magic ticket. However, in the 3.5 years since the peasant had disappeared, no one would have been able to get tickets for every member of the team. Especially the demon who had already met 3 years ago also appeared here with the team. But Mino looks too relaxed and it's surprising. Hiruku explained that they were just very afraid of pissing off the Dark Dragon, though it was too late to tell now. The Dark Dragon, after thinking for a bit, stated that even if they all got here illegally, it only proves one thing, that they are indeed worthy, and he is willing to recognize them. The dragon explained that he had already learned the lesson that not only those who followed the established rules were worthy, and even more so, he knew in advance that one day he would have such a large team coming to him and was prepared for it. Palna was surprised therefore and asked what exactly the dragon meant. The huge monster answered that of course he could not know the exact day of the team's arrival, and it was not he who had predicted the arrival. It was told about it by that peasant who appeared here more than 3 years ago. Alice asked in surprise that Kagami hadn't known about it back then. Then the dragon reminded the guests that he granted the right to make a wish to anyone who could reach his lair, and that the young peasant had also been granted that right. Alice asked curiously what exactly Kagami had wished for. The Dark Dragon explained that the young peasant wished that he would send all of his friends to the next stage when the entire troop finally arrived at this one. That was exactly what the peasant wanted, in case his return was suddenly delayed, which meant that all this could mean was that the peasant was caught up in deadly conflicts. But at the same time, Koji Kagami was fully confident that his friends would come to his rescue. But because of the danger involved, he himself did not want to force his friends to help him without wanting them to be in a good situation. Alice remembered Kagami and marveled at his foresight, and the Dark Dragon said he had a message for the whole team. As it turned out, the message from Koji Kagami contained his request to hurry up and save him. This message both terrified and motivated all of the friends, for they had hoped until the last moment not to face mortal danger. The Dark Dragon admitted that even he did not know for sure whether the peasant was alive or not, because only those who had passed to the next level would know what was really going on there. Halma explained that, as you might expect, the next stage is a very dangerous place, but the important thing is to stick together and everything will be fine. Kyoru stated that she was sure that Kagami was still alive and waiting for her friends. Halna agreed with that, as she too wanted to believe only in the best. Thenor suggested that she not waste any time and get down to business. The Dark Dragon asked his friends if they really wanted to move on to the next stage or if they still wanted to return to the surface and continue their peaceful life, and this decision can only be made by them together and right now. Also, the Dark Dragon reminded that all this is an exception according to the wish of that young peasant, and he is willing to let the whole team go to the next stage without fulfilling their wishes. And if everyone is really ready to go on a dangerous journey here should step forward. Everyone, without exception, fulfilled the Dark Dragon's demands and took a step forward, which did not surprise the huge monster at all. The only one who remained was David, who was not going to move to the next stage from the very beginning. The Dark Dragon asked why David did not want to follow with his friends. David explained that he would be of no use in that place and would help his friends as well as Kagami in his own ways. The Dark Dragon called the young peasant a very interesting person, but at the same time, there was no denying that the friends gathered here were also quite entertaining characters. In the end, the Dark Dragon said that this was the way it was going to be and he was ready to send David alone back to the surface without erasing his memories. David was happy about the dragon's decision and thanked him for his concern. The Dark Dragon then suggested that everyone prepare for the journey, for there would be dangerous enemies that even the young peasant had trouble with. Kyoru urged her friends to defeat everyone as quickly as possible and return. To the Dark Dragon explained that it wasn't really that simple, and the girl wondered what exactly he meant. But the Dark Dragon replied that everyone present would have to figure it out for themselves and experience it with their own strength, and he could only rely on them as the next brave heroes. But then, after a bright flash, Alice asked in surprise where everyone else had gone. The dark dragon explained that all those who had decided to stay had returned to the surface, and the brave ones who were ready to continue had gone to the next stage. Mino said that everything had happened as expected and they demons couldn't go to the next stage, so they stayed here alone. The dark dragon confirmed that the demons were indeed originally unable to continue on this path, but this case is an exception to the rule, and so he as the guardian of this place has something important to say. Suddenly Alice realized, in some unknown place and in a completely strange outfit, and then looked at the things lying nearby and realized that these were her clothes. After a few minutes came the realization that this was in fact the next stage, but the girl couldn't understand the rest and why she was here alone. The first door she came across opened effortlessly, and Alice looked through the huge windows, surprised to admit that she had never seen a view like this before. A few minutes later Mino appeared and was glad to see Alice. After they had been separated, the demon had been too worried and was always looking for her. But Alice still didn't understand what was really going on. Then looking closely at Mino, she cried out in surprise. Alice pointed out that Mino's horns had disappeared. Mino was incredibly surprised and didn't understand how this was possible, and then asked if Alice's horns had disappeared too. Alice confirmed with her hand on her head that her horns were also missing, and it made the two demons wonder what was going on. Then Alice shouted happily that she had succeeded in getting rid of the horns she had hated all along. And now if she could marry Kagami in the future, no one would reproach her for it and remind her that she was a demon. Mino was surprised by this desire of the girl, but finally realized why Alice was so eager to get rid of her enemies. Alice, on the other hand, admitted that Mino looked very much like a nobleman without his horns. Mino thought about her words and replied that even though he was of simple descent, he was ready to accept such a comparison as a compliment. But much more important is the appearance of Mistress Alice, who now looks like a young maiden angel or even a young goddess. The girl rejoiced at this comparison and suggested that Mino move forward and find out what the next step was. Alice regretfully admitted that they had lost contact with the rest of the group and it would be interesting to find out where they were now. Mino noticed Alice watching the scenery through the huge window with interest and asked what she thought of the view. Alice didn't know how to answer that question, and Mino admitted that there were a huge number of things about this place that he had never seen before, and it's even hard for him to express his impression of what he's seen. But even if it was his first time seeing this incredible city, it felt like it was a place that reminded him of something very familiar. Alice replied that it was because Mino was observing the place too closely. But then Alice realized that Mino had disappeared and was replaced by a strange guy who immediately asked if the beautiful young girl disliked the place so much. The strange stranger explained to Alice that all she sees out the window is a country called Japan. And it's pretty obvious that this place seems very familiar to her. After all, it is the ancestor of the state of Hexeldoria, where she has lived until now. Alice asked the guy who he even was, and the stranger explained that his name was Seijo Cruz, and apparently to Alice he must be some sort of father figure. But Alice angrily replied that she really only had one father. But Seijo stated that it seems like everyone who comes here claims similar things. And as far as he was concerned, Alice had a huge number of questions she wanted to ask at the moment. But before she did, it would be important for her to hear something useful. Seijo smiled broadly and said that he was happy to welcome Alice to the planet Earth, and she should like it here. Alice was surprised at the strange name and asked if this was not the Earth they had all lived in up to that point. But Seijo explained that there was no fundamental difference, though of course one could decide that it was all a completely different world. And if you think about all of this, you can safely imagine that Yasnosmai is a dream world, and Earth is actually reality. Seijo stated that it was a good way to explain everything that was going on. But Alice didn't really understand anything and only rewarded the guy with her angry look. The girl then asked where Mino was at the moment and why he was being hidden. Seijo explained that since this young demon turned out to be quite rowdy, they had to send him to the main hall beforehand. The strange guy then confessed that he had actually always wanted to interact with a demon for a while, since this was the first time he had ever seen a demon in this place. Seijo happily said that he was completely satisfied and ready to explain everything that had happened to all the guests at once. It would be inconvenient to tell the same story to each member of the team, so it would be better to do it for all of them at once. Palna was happy to see Alice, and all the friends started asking each other if they were okay, because somehow they were separated and worried about each other. Alice explained that she was fine and was just surprised at what was happening. The friends also noticed that Mino had lost his horns, and so had Alice. But that didn't matter, because the important thing was that the whole team was together again. Halna explained that when Mino appeared alone, she thought that something terrible had happened to Alice and began to worry. Then the sorceress asked if Alice had met that strange guy they had all never seen before and asked if the creepy guy had done anything strange to Alice. But Seijo immediately explained that he wasn't some kind of animal or monster that would immediately attack ordinary people, and so they shouldn't blame him for anything terrible. After that, the mysterious stranger politely asked for permission to say his favorite phrase again. Seijo once again showed his magnificent smile and greeted all the team members with their arrival on the ground and the transition to the next stage. After all, it has indeed been a long time since the last time the heroes were here, and even more so to see the 7 members together at once is a real treat. And so he is ready to give the new heroes the greatest hospitality he is capable of. Seijo also asked not to worry about anything, because he's not going to hurt anyone in any way. And in fact his plans include providing real help and support. Takako asked him to answer an important question and wanted to know that since this place was called Earth, where exactly they were and how it was different from the Earth they had been living in up to that point. Seijo explained that Yasnosmai was another Earth, created as a world where the greatest tragedy had not happened after it had happened on Earth. In reality, Yasnosmai was a fake world that was meant to serve as a beacon of hope for all of humanity. The team of friends was puzzled by this information and all asked for details. Seijo stated that there was in fact an order to it that he really should explain everything. The first thing to know is that this is Earth and it is a place no longer suitable for human life. Alice confessed that when she looked outside through the window, it seemed to her that people here were living ordinary lives. But Seijo explained that this kind of thing really only happens here and right now they were deep underground. And if they had to come to the surface, they would all be killed on the spot. In fact, they are all now in a special evacuation shelter, a safe house that is located in the heart of Tokyo, the capital of Japan. In psychic terms, it would be easier to understand if we say that this place is like the royal capital of Hexeldoria, and it is the only place where it is safe to be, although similar evacuation shelters exist in America and Russia. The friends from the other world didn't understand at all what they were talking about and they were unfamiliar with strange names of unknown states. Kururu was the one who looked the most worried, as she immediately realized that the state corresponded to the territory of their homeworld as well. After all, it was known that there had been more than 196 kingdoms in the clear earth a long time ago, but because of the arrival of demons and monsters, only 3 remained. And these 3 kingdoms were nicknamed Hexeldoria, Gradonia and Fortinia. And judging by historical sources, all these kingdoms had other, older names. Gradonia was long ago called America, and Fortinia was Russia, but Hexeldoria was a state called Japan. Seijo laughed in response and admitted that such knowledge was to be expected from a sage, and Kururu was indeed studying very hard and learning a lot. After saying that, Alice assumed that in that case they had all been sent back in time, but Seijo explained that it wasn't really the past at all. However, the 3 countries of Japan, America and Russia no longer existed. All of the friends were curious about what had really happened to the world since it had changed so much. Seijo then asked the guests what they all thought about the existence of monsters and what they do when they see monsters. Tina immediately replied that all monsters are enemies to them and if they can defeat them, they immediately destroy them. Seijo immediately asked what happens when it is impossible to defeat monsters. Tina, hiding behind Rex, explained that if the monsters are very strong, they just try to run away and save themselves. Seijo explained that in simple terms, this was the state of affairs on Earth right now. And if you exclude the residents of the clear Earth, then it can be considered that all the residents living here are just like the first level people in the clear Earth. Except it can be assumed that all these ordinary people have all been assigned a peasant class and are practically incapable of resisting any threats. Takako speculated that if that's why they're called heroes that have arrived. Seijo said that the monsters appeared about 100 years ago, after which they immediately began destroying humanity. In those distant times, the technology of mankind could not withstand such a threat, and so it did not matter what weapons, and even more so human resources had to be thrown into battle. Mankind simply could not win in that difficult situation, and in that battle even humanoid robots participated. But unfortunately the situation was still hopeless and gradually people began to realize that they were doomed to death and extinction. Palna noticed that Seijo spoke as if he was personally present during those events and saw the real threat with his own eyes. The mysterious guy explained that there were actually some ancient records left in the facility, and he certainly couldn't have personally seen those distant events. But be that as it may, those cursed monsters appeared suddenly and eventually managed to overpower mankind. It should also be known that in those hard times a new kind of superhumans, called mutants, fought on the front lines. Palna was surprised at the unfamiliar name and asked who the mutants were. Seijo explained that it would be more correct to call these creatures evolved humans, the so-called new species. These new creatures possess strength that was many times greater than that of a normal human. In addition, the mutants possess special abilities similar to the so-called skills from the psychic earth. In other words, these mutants could be called the elder companions of humans from the clear earth. Alice listened attentively to the story and began to realize that they were not considered normal in this world, but rather some kind of artificial anomaly. Seijo continued his story, but Rex interrupted him and asked him that if those creatures were their older companions, then who were they, travelers from the clear earth, at the moment? And what really is the connection between the countries with the same names in the clear earth and on Earth, and how to understand that the clear earth is a fake world? Rex was very annoyed and demanded answers to these questions. Seijo, without showing any emotion, replied that such curiosity was very good and then fell silent for a few moments, causing confusion among his friends. Then suddenly the floor beneath his feet began to glow with a bright light, and this caused a lot of questions from the guests from the other world, who immediately decided that it was a manifestation of some kind of magic. But then the silhouette of a man appeared in the bright light and it caused astonishment and fear among all the team members. Seijo explained that this creature could really be called a human and that each of these capsules contained one such specimen. All of these people are residents of the kingdom of Hexaldoria, and at the moment they are asleep and do not suspect anything. And this entire construct is called a clairvoyance, a so-called beacon of hope for the remaining humanity. The friends were shocked to learn that all these people in strange poses and glowing vessels were their compatriots from clear earth. Seijo said that this artificial world was created so that mankind would one day be able to live on the surface of the earth. At the same time, this artificial world serves as a kind of incubator for the return of evolved humans. Seijo looked at the team of friends and said that they were evolved humans, and then repeated that this world was really no longer suitable for humanity. And the reason for that was the enemies that had appeared out of nowhere and had rapidly wiped out the majority of the planet's population. And since people could not resist the enemy invasion, they had to flee underground. However, in a limited space can be placed only a limited number of people, and as a result, people created a fake artificial world. This way, even if only in their own minds, people can spend their lives outside this underground. However, humanity is no longer willing to give up the way they lived in the past. And even if the situation is the worst, there is still hope in their hearts, which helps them to strive for the best. All of this is thanks to the efforts of the people who appeared from Yasnosmai. These people were something incredible, for they had evolved through very long battles, and a small number who became superhumans managed to give a dream to the remnants of humanity. And as soon as people saw hope in these new creatures, they quickly rebuilt the psychic world in which humanity lived peacefully in their minds. They created a mechanism that artificially forced humans to evolve. The result of all this was all the guests present, who were unaware of the true reason for their incredible abilities. Takako looked at the stranger with suspicion and could not believe the story about a special apparatus for the peaceful life of people, as well as the mechanism forcing the evolution of these people. After all, if it was really like that, then monsters and demons were also artificially created. Seijo confirmed that they are just virtual enemies created by humans to force the test subjects to evolve into superhumans. After all, the conditions for creating superhumans are incredibly harsh. For example, science can easily create an incredibly strong body. However, without the willpower required to control such a body, a person will inevitably destroy himself as a result of recklessness. Therefore, a strong body must be created by a person with strong mental strength. And since everything was quite familiar to humans, no one rebelled against this decision. Takako understood why Kagami was against everything and sought to change things, though it was hard to argue that by defeating monsters and demons people's lives were getting better. But Seijo explained that this was indeed the case, though many people might not have understood everything that was going on. But Palna decided to find out and asked that even though they were actually inhabitants of some fake world, did they really have to die? And couldn't the people who control it all save them, since they are often on the verge of death while fighting monsters? Seijo explained that in order to develop the physical body and willpower, the damage they receive was simply necessary. And to follow 10 million people and save them when they are on the verge of death is simply difficult and impractical. But Palna continued to be indignant and yelled that they could still save everyone if they wanted to do so. Seijo agreed that they could indeed save everyone at the moment of their possible death, but a psychic earth could not sustain more than 10 million people, and for the sake of creating a new life, sacrifice of the old life was required. Palna was shocked and stated that she already knew that. Seijo then replied that of course he didn't know who Palna was thinking of right now, that it upset her so much. But there was no denying the fact that it was possible to exist in clear earth without endangering life. And if someone dies trying to do something risky, it would be logical to call this process natural selection. Palna couldn't find anything to say to this argument and just cried. And Takako decided to ask her question. Takako wondered that if someone dies in the Jasnosm, is there no way to simply bring that person back to the real world? But Seijo replied, what was the point of even bothering with such a thing? After all, it has long been known that the conditions for arrival in this world are two things. The first is to defeat the Demon Lord and the second is to get 10,000 gold coins. And so you need to carefully select people who will be given the opportunity to return to this real world. Because you cannot leave this process uncontrolled. And since all the heroes present here grew up in capsules, then to live on the real Earth they need to pass certain tests. For example, time in the psychic world is 3 times faster than on Earth, and things like that are very important to synchronize with the state of affairs on Earth. Also, the number of people they can take care of in this place is really limited. That is why they favor heroes who have real power. But not to worry, when the time comes for him to return to the clear Earth again, he will have to take care of the bodies of all the people there. Seijo explained that it would be a problem if they all returned immediately, but in the event that there was a desire to return, then everyone would have to do an equivalent amount of work for this world. Kyoru asked incredulously if time was really moving 3 times faster here, because that would be difficult to perceive. And if that was indeed the case, then that meant it had only been 1 year since Kagami had disappeared. Kyoru realized that Kagami was now 24 years old, and since she was 21 years old, there was now only a 3-year difference between them. Alice also rejoiced, because since she was now 16 years old, that meant it was normal for people with a 7-year age difference to get married. The girls began to argue again, trying to decide who was more worthy of being Kagami's bride. Takako asked if they could help their friend Kagami in any way, but Seijo didn't immediately understand what they were talking about. Takako stated that she was well aware that they were much stronger than the people of this world. Even if they were physically stronger, the weapons Seijo had told her about should easily compensate for that difference in strength. And it should be clear that those with incredible strength couldn't use magic. Seijo explained that with magical energy, even ordinary people can use magic, but that doesn't mean it's all that useful in battle. And the powers possessed by previous superheroes, including everyone here, is a special case that cannot be replicated by weapons or magic. Takako immediately realized that it was all about unique skills, and Seijo confirmed that assumption. In addition, in terms of physical and magical strength, everyone here was far surpassed and capable of multiple skills now. Takako asked that if the skills were so powerful, why did everyone have to wait for an interval of 100 levels before they could gain them? Seijo praised her for being observant and explained that you can't gain a skill just by enhancing your body in the clear earth. And in fact, the skill genes that were obtained from the said superhumans help to gain skills once they are injected into the bodies. And that's why normal humans wouldn't be able to withstand this process and would die. And in order to endure such a complex process, one must have a very strong body. Takako slowly began to understand the complex process, and Seijo stated that everyone here undoubtedly had remarkable skills, and that was a huge advantage. This made Takako angry and annoyed, and she applied the eruption skill, stated that means the criteria for their growth is to reach each new 100 levels. And it was indeed true that an ordinary person could lose an arm if they used such a skill. Seijo watched Takako's strength with satisfaction and stated that he looked forward to feats from the whole team. But then Takako asked what about feats from a guy who had more skills than her and who should have been in this place for a long time by now. Alice backed Takako up and asked where Kagami was now. Seijo, after thinking for a bit, replied that he remembered Kagami very well indeed, and he used to call him Bloody Hope. After all, the psychic capsule that Kagami was in was constantly stained with his blood, and the fact that he had survived was truly incredible. Seijo admitted that he had been looking forward to Kagami's arrival for a very long time. After all, he had been able to save up 10,000 gold and had finally come here, and for a peasant with no aptitude for evolution, that was simply an unheard of success, even compared to stronger heroes. But then Seijo grinned and said that of course there was probably something in this man, and he expected a lot from Kagami. However, it would be much better to forget about him, or much more interesting to learn about his fate from the people who fought alongside him. Seijo said that he had already sent for someone to show everyone present the facility, and explain the current situation, so any questions could be directed to these people. who would be happy to explain what they know. Seijo reminded that he himself had a job after all, and so he had to say goodbye, at least until the next meeting. Alice resented this sudden disappearance of Seijo and decided that this guy was completely unaware of Kagami's true power. Takako agreed with that assumption, but reminded her that she still needed to find those people who had information about Kagami. But no matter what, we need to find out what happened to Kagami and what kind of opponents he fought. Suddenly, Tina started crying and then fell to her knees and quietly said that she was an orphan. Tina explained that after her parents died, she was raised by the church, and so she somehow understands these people who only wanted to create an untainted environment. But it is a terrible feeling that is unbearably annoying, because if their world is artificial, it means that God does not exist. Palna tried to calm the girl down and admitted that it was very rare to see her crying. But Tina kept shedding tears and resented the fact that their homeworld turned out to be a trivial fake. Tipa asked how it was even possible that their entire past life had turned out to be a lie, and it would have been better to never find out about it. But Palna replied that none of that meant that all the past life was a lie, and she had proof. Palna at that moment remembered how she had once hugged a young child, and those feelings were real. The sorceress then stated that she may not have the right to say that, but the time they had all spent together was not a lie, and then reminded that they had all come here because of the connection with Kagami, and were those memories a lie as well. Rex agreed with those words and explained to Tina that if they hadn't met, they would have never been able to get this far on their own. Rex stated that if they had never met teacher Kagami, he would have been killed by the demon lord because of his foolish pride that always pushed him to do desperate things. However, thanks to everything that happened, he is still alive and has found a new life after meeting his friends, which is not a lie, and he feels it. Mino also agreed with those words and said that the fact that the demons are here with the humans now is also due to Kagami's efforts. So Tina shouldn't say such sad things like everything was a lie, because in fact they were living a real life and feeling real things. Tina is happy to hear such words and ended up agreeing with her friends and called them real comrades whom she loves and appreciates. Then suddenly a bright light appeared, and after that, doors opened in the distance and unknown people started approaching. As it turned out, it was just two attractive girls who came to meet the new heroes who were able to come to this real world. The strange strangers were surprised to see so many heroes arriving, for usually there were no more than two. One of the girls looked at the team of heroes with admiration, not admitting that it was the first time something like this had happened. Tina looked at the stranger unhappily and asked why she was so excited. Then both girls began to discuss the team of heroes and decided that they were all just great and would be able to surprise everyone. The girls immediately determined that Rex was most likely the real hero, and Kururu with blue hair could be a real sage. Kururu replied that this was indeed the case, and this pleased the two girls, who were happy that this time a hero appeared along with the Holy Maiden. The girls further determined the character in the white Takako garb is a martial arts master, and the little girl standing next to her is apparently a priest. But the girl in the hat is definitely a sorceress. The representatives of the real world were in awe of everyone on the team, for it represented a fine martial specialized group. After that, both girls started arguing and trying to figure out which of them was most excited about the appearance of such a large group of heroes from Yasunosmai. After a brief argument, one of the older girls apologized for the harsh reception and introduced herself as Sakagami Yuka, who would now act as a guide in this world. She also asked to be called Yuki. The younger girl introduced herself as Mary Mersamelia and welcomed the guests to their troubled world. The girls then suggested that they continue chatting and getting to know each other during the walk. Yuki then inquired about Mino and Alice's exact class. Mino explained that they were mages, but compared to Palna and Kururu they were not as strong. Yuki, after thinking for a bit, replied that it was immediately obvious. Yuki was also interested in Kururu's last name Hexeldoria, which was exactly the same as the name of their country. Mary asked if Kururu was the ruler, but the girl explained that her father was the ruler of the country. Mary was surprised, but then said that there was nothing strange about a person from Jasnorosm being the ruler of the kingdom. After all, in exchange for explaining the situation on Earth, and the clear Earth, the king is most likely being watched from beyond this world, so if he doesn't do his job well he will simply be killed. Kururu was not happy about this possible fate for her father. Kururu only now realized how much responsibility her father continued to carry, and that was why Militaria went to such terrible measures. Kururu said that she should do her best now, but Mary explained that even though her father was so cruel, she had to realize that his actions were actually controlled, and it must have been very painful for Kururu as his daughter to watch. And in order to quickly free him from such a horrible responsibility, from now on Kururu must work hard. Kyoru replied that Mary seemed like a very kind person to her, but Mary explained that it was okay to sympathize with such a difficult situation for Kyoru. Yuki then informed that they had now arrived at the right place, and the whole team could look at the real world. Yuki explained that this was one of the underground evacuation shelters that was the last hope of mankind, and the place was called Noah, and now it was decided that all the team members would live here from now on. Kyoru looked around and admitted that it was exactly as expected, and for some reason this place seemed very familiar. Halna replied that despite her fears of encountering an unfamiliar world, it was in fact very similar to their homeland of Yasnosmi. Yuki said that things would be different if the people here could use more electricity. But unfortunately, electricity costs a lot of money to use, so it's quite common not to use it. Rex immediately remembered a casino where a similar situation happened. Yuki explained that even in Noah, electricity is very expensive and so it is not used everywhere, and the machines of the old civilization that continue to use electricity consume too much. Rex asked what kind of machines were left over from the old civilization. Yuki immediately showed a rather dilapidated monorail, and a regular car, also a lamppost that could light up the city area. Yuki stated that most of the devices made with technology from the previous civilization consumed a lot of electricity, and so their use was limited. Though even with that, the electricity bills are very huge. Rex slowly began to realize that the whole story about their homeworld being made in the likeness of Earth was indeed true. Takako asked if she understood correctly that the world around them was very dangerous, and that's why no one goes out there. She was also curious to know where the local merchant gets his goods from and if it was possible to buy good food in this underground city. Yuki explained that unfortunately it's hard to expect to buy anything in this place, and in fact technically these people are not merchants in the usual sense of the word. And even though there is a shortage of food and vital resources, these people try to distribute what is available equally to everyone. They may produce goods from the available resources or simply sell raw materials, so one could think of their work as something similar to that of traders. Yuki recognized that when you think about it, people like them are really useful. After all, things that she doesn't need, for example, are easily obtained by people who need them more. All this shows and proves that they live as human beings, and these relationships give everyone hope that one day they will be able to live outside. Then Alice, scrutinizing the streets, stated that she noticed some people in very tattered clothes. And could it then be assumed that there is a wealth gap in this society? Yuki explained that it's not quite right and some people sew their own clothes, but it doesn't look good. But unfortunately amongst the population, of course, there are those people who have really lost hope and given up, and such people are usually worn with absolutely no care for their appearance. Many children also do not care about their appearance, especially if their parents have long ago abandoned hope for a better future. Alice stated that compared to these people, their team did get nice clothes, and so it is some kind of privilege. Mary asked not to feel guilty about it, because all the heroes who had arrived would be in much more dangerous situations, and they should hold their heads high and feel important. Rex explained that, come to think of it, they'd never talked about it and had no idea what they'd have to do once they were in this world. Mary stated that the job of the arriving heroes will be different depending on what platoon they get into, but in general everyone arriving on this team with her will be on the same recovery squad, so they will just have to destroy the enemy. And all this will not be much different from the cases that have already had to do in Jasnosmi, although of course the enemy will be a little different. Rex asked for more details about the enemy, and also wanted to know more about the recovery unit, and what the differences were between the different platoons. Yuki thought about the question and promised to give all the details when they arrived at the Resistance headquarters, as there would be a lot to understand on their own. Halna asked Yuki that since she was so knowledgeable about the Jasnosm, were all Earthlings exactly the same? Yuki smiled in response and explained that this was not the case and that she knew a lot about Yasnosmi only because she had been born there. These words surprised everyone on the team, but Yuki asked them not to overestimate her abilities too much since she hadn't actually defeated the Demon King. Yuki then bragged about her 117th level and her class as Merchant. Yuki explained the machine. She actually manipulated the system a bit, and was able to save about 10,000 gold coins to eventually get to this place. Rex was very surprised at Yuki's high level and also said that it was very difficult to get such a huge amount of money just by saving money. Tina then speculated that meant Mary was also born in Jasnozemia, and just like Yuki ended up in this real world. Mary didn't like Tina's tone and asked her not to treat her like a child. Even though she looks very small, she's been 14 years old for a long time now. Mary stated that she actually comes from the land and is an ordinary person, and she is exactly what the arriving heroes call a peasant. But Yuki only laughed upon hearing these words and said, how can Mary call herself an ordinary person, for she is an excellent sniper who is far superior to many of the arriving heroes from the Jasnogland. Mary explained that she was really only able to play a support role, and without a weapon she was practically powerless, and if the enemy got too close there was nothing she could do. Tekako wondered and asked if Mary could draw a strong bow with such small hands, but Yuki explained that they don't use bows here, and Mary uses a very rare weapon that was left over from a previous civilization. Mary demonstrated her weapon and called it a magic gun that uses magic as bullets. Yuki confirmed that Mary is indeed a very skilled marksman who has helped out of desperate situations more than once. To demonstrate her weapon, Mary fired a shot and it was a great indication of her capabilities. Yuki explained that actually what Mary had just shown didn't really have that much power, but Mary usually shoots monsters from a great distance with powerful long-range magic weapons. And actually using such a rare and powerful weapon is quite difficult and requires certain skills and mastery. Palna was surprised at how fast the gun was firing, and Tekako admitted that even she would not be able to dodge such an attack, let alone the rest of the team. Kyoru thoughtfully replied that if she tried hard enough, she could try some countermeasures against such a weapon if she used magic. Palna was surprised by such determination and recognized that the fact that Kyoru would be able to come up with any countermeasures was already surprising enough. Mary stated that most Earth-born humans were like her and had to use similar weapons to fight the enemy. Palna suggested that most likely, even despite possessing such weapons, there are probably enemies that are much stronger than armed humans. Yuki and Mary replied that all heroes will realize this after they fight the monsters of the real world themselves. Tekako asked why the Earthlings were looking forward to battles so much and if it was really necessary. After all, there is a huge risk of dying during a battle, just like his representatives of the Jasnojarth. Mary explained that this is because of the guilt she feels when only watching the Earthlings fight. Mary also admitted that of course the transferring position doesn't belong to her, and after all losing a valuable weapon is an unacceptable luxury. But it should also be understood that the number of heroes arriving from Jasnozmai is limited, so she tries to support them until they return home alive. In addition, it should not be forgotten that all the inhabitants of the earth dream to restore their civilization and get out of the ground to repopulate the surface. Yuki began to praise her little friend, which caused Mary to be annoyed and embarrassed. Yuki asked not to worry about the guests from Middle-earth, because they had an organization that guaranteed the survival of all the heroes and their future return home. Mary agreed with her more mature friend and explained that it was important to trust her coworkers enough to ensure that everyone stayed alive together in the end. Rex asked if he understood correctly that they were on their way to this very organization right now. Mary answered that it is true and soon they will be in the place where there is a resistance headquarters formed by the people living in this underground shelter. But in addition to ordinary people, there are a lot of people from Jasnozmai. Alice immediately asked her friends if they thought they could meet Kagami there. Mary asked who Kagami even was. Rex explained that he was a guy, or rather a peasant, who had traveled 3 years ago, or in Earth equivalents a year ago, to that place. Yuki, after mentioning the peasant guy, remembered who the new heroes had in mind. But then Yuki replied that they were probably referring to the guy nicknamed the Disappointing Hero. Mary asked that if everyone present was really his friends. This reaction was incomprehensible to Kagami's friends and they asked what happened to him. Mary looked at the team of heroes and explained that unfortunately this peasant had recently died. Such words caused Kagami's friends to be shocked. Alice and the rest of her friends couldn't believe Kagami's death and continued to stare at Yuki and Mary in surprise. The reactions were genuine and Mary apologized for the bad news about the death of a loved one. But unfortunately it was just the way it was and that young peasant had died. Mary talked about how Kagami had died over 6 months ago and there could be no doubt about it. Alice felt a lot of excitement and couldn't say anything at this moment. Tina hesitantly said how could this even happen, since Kagami was incredibly resilient and got out of the most dangerous situations. But Mary replied that there was no way that an ordinary peasant could be so resilient to deal with dangerous situations. Kyoru exclaimed that she personally didn't believe Kagami was dead and demanded to know the details of the incident. Mary was surprised by this reaction and admitted that she actually expected a lot from this guy too. But in the end, this was really the first time an ordinary peasant had come from the Jasnogland. Mary thought about how exactly she should explain everything that had happened to Kagami, and decided not to sugarcoat the events and stated that this peasant was the worst of all who had ever come to this real world. Even though this guy was really strong for a peasant, Even when he was given special equipment, he never took it and said that he would rather fight with his bare hands. And whenever Kagami failed at something, he still never listened to orders or advice. And the worst thing he did was to destroy the only chance all humans had to finish off the enemy with one decisive blow. The entire team of friends were shocked to hear such news about their teacher Kagami, and they asked to be told exactly what their friend had done. Mary explained that most likely the peasant had not even listened to the command plan that day. And when everything was going as it should, Kagami with his idiotic expression fell into a trap that was prepared for the enemy, and thus died thanks to his stupidity. And as a result, a huge number of enemies were successfully able to avoid being destroyed, and the whole plan that was supposed to be a victory was ruined. Takako stated that this simply could not have happened, and of course she was unaware of what kind of trap it was, but it was unlikely that Kagami could have died so easily. Mary explained that the weapon used that day was an old civilization's weapon capable of creating huge explosions, and even if the peasant had managed to survive the terrifying explosion, he would have been buried alive anyway. But Takako still refused to believe that and stated that if Kagami was as strong in this world as he was in the Clear Land, then Kagami couldn't have died so easily. Tina also stated that this matter could not be, and one must realize that Kagami was the only one who had managed to reach the 999th level. This news silenced Yuki and Mary, because they couldn't even imagine that that stupid peasant had such an incredibly high level. But Tina reiterated that Kagami had indeed reached such high attainments, and so he simply couldn't die so easily from some explosion. Yuki was surprised and thought that she and Mary were just being played, or if they were really that deluded about the young peasant's abilities. Yuki asked if the arriving heroes didn't know how hard it was for a peasant to raise his levels. But although if indeed Kagami was able to somehow reach level 999, then that would explain his appearance in this real world. But even so, there's no doubt about his death. After all, this disappointing hero even 6 months after that incident has still not returned. And all the talk about whether he is actually strong or not is now irrelevant, because the peasant no longer exists. Therefore, the whole team of heroes must forget about him and worry about their own fate, because for them too there is no guarantee that they will be able to survive during their battles. Mary promised to provide any support, but warned that if the heroes ignore orders, they will lose all support and help. Mary, despite her young age, spoke very seriously and asked the heroes not to disappoint people during their next assignments. Yuki apologized for her laughter that was caused by Mary's seriousness and suggested they move on. Takako was stunned but still explained to her friends that it was useless to think about Kagami's fate now and they should go ahead. After a while, Yuki told them that they had arrived at the right place, which was the headquarters of the Resistance, and now the heroes would find out how everything was organized. Inside the Resistance headquarters was very crowded. Everyone was happy to see the new heroes who were to help in the fight against the monsters. It also became obvious that Mary and Yuki were very popular characters here. Yuki explained that she had been here for 7 years and so everyone knew her, and she could also call almost everyone by name. Mary confirmed that Yuki is a very friendly person who is appreciated and loved. But Yuki explained that all of this was the reason that she is very good at repairing things and many people depend on her skills. Mary reminded that in any case, all people can only survive if they cooperate and collaborate in all matters. After all, if each person will solve their problems on their own, someone's life will be lost because of it. And that's why it is necessary to remember that a selfish act of one person will definitely lead to the death of many people, and it is in such a world that the part of mankind that managed to survive lives. Mary confessed that this is why she does not recognize her allies as scum who do whatever they want and do not think about others. And it was under such circumstances that Yuki's ally died as a victim of other people's selfishness. Takako now finally understood why the Mary had such a negative view of Kagami, since he had always tried to act on his own. Kururu asked Yuki that if it was because of Kashami that her close friend died. Yuki explained that it wasn't like that at all and she had made friends with one person in this real world. During the mission, one of the front-line soldiers ran away, and the rest of them, including her friend, died without Kagami's participation. But there's no need to worry about that, because this world has long been used to tragic situations. In addition, something much worse happened to Mary and she lost her parents because of such people. And in general, people from Earth who specialize solely in logistics are incapable of fighting without cover. Such people easily lose their lives when someone ignores their orders and eventually their location is ruthlessly destroyed. And this is the most important example of what Mary was talking about, because the selfishness of some does take the lives of many innocent people. Then Mary suggested to leave this sad topic, because they have someone to greet and for that they need to go with her. Once outside one of the buildings, Mary told the man inside that she had brought the people Kirusu was talking about. But once inside, Mary told the man that if he wanted someone to do what he needed someone to do for him, it would be a good idea to at least respond to his words. The man apologized for his behavior and explained that he was just repairing equipment and hadn't heard any words at all. The man eyed everyone present with interest and stated that if they were indeed the new heroes, he was counting on their abilities and help. Mary asked the man to introduce himself and not embarrass her with his rude manners. The man apologized again for his ignorance and introduced himself as Bamunk Moheros and then explained that he was now acting as the resistance commander. The man appeared to be incredibly huge in size, but had a friendly voice and asked the heroes to simply call him by his first name. Mary explained that although Bamunk was a real old man, they should still respect him, since he was a real commander. But Bamunk immediately asked why then Mary herself was not showing proper respect. This behavior of people surprised the guests from Jasnosmai, but Bamunk asked not to worry about anything, because at least now they behaved decently, and judging by their appearance they all looked very handsome. But Mary reminded him that all these heroes had not yet told the reasons for their arrival in this world, and as it turned out they were all good friends of the guy who was nicknamed the disappointing hero. Bamunk was surprised and looked at each hero carefully and then suddenly punched Mary. The girl was shocked and began to resent the action of the resistance commander. But Bamunk recalled how he had asked Mary many times to stop saying disappointing hero. And even as a joke, you can't say such words about a soldier who fought to return Earth to normalcy. Bamunk reminded him to always be respectful of soldiers, even if they were of no use. But Mary only grudgingly replied that she couldn't remember it better if she was constantly being beaten over the head. Alice asked the resistance commander that if he too was sure that Kagami had died during the battle. Bamunk replied that if the heroes already knew the details of the incident, they should realize that no one had actually seen the peasant's corpse, so it was impossible to confirm whether Kagami was dead or not. But the last time he was seen was really half a year ago, and there is hardly any possibility that this soldier survived the huge explosion. The resistance commander then apologized for not being able to influence those events, because he wasn't strong enough. All these memories upset Bamunk and he was embarrassed by the whole situation. Then the resistance commander said that because of all this talk he had never heard the names of the heroes who had arrived. Bamunk realized that he was facing an incredible group of heroes that consisted of a martial artist, a mage, a sage, a hero, and a priest. Bamunk then assumed that most likely they had all come just to find their peasant friend. Takako explained that their goal was indeed to reunite with Kagami, but that was not the only goal they were interested in. Takako stated on behalf of the group that they were ready to save the world no matter what. Bamunk asked in surprise that the whole group would fight alongside humans to help humanity. Palna asked that is there really any problem with that? But the resistance commander explained that it was just strange to hear such a thing for the first time. After all, every group of heroes from Jasnosmai cooperates with the resistance just to survive, and such a desire will eliminate the need to additionally ask for help. But it's not clear why the heroes themselves would want to save this world. Palna explained that they have their own reasons for doing so, and now it's interesting to know what Bamunk meant when he said that they should all join the resistance. The resistance commander explained that the main condition for people from Jasnosm to live in the underground shelter was that they had to join the resistance, because it was almost impossible to live outside. And since the peasant Kagami hadn't returned after 6 months, that was why he had been presumed dead. Takako wondered if there were various monsters in their homeland as well, but not so much that it was impossible to live outside of the city. Takako wondered if the enemy here was so strong that they couldn't even imagine who they would be dealing with, and whether it was even possible that there were monsters they had never heard of before. Mino also wondered what was really outside this shelter and who exactly dominated the earth. After all, if they are going to save the world, they need to clearly understand who they will have to fight against. Suddenly, one of the locals burst into the room and said that the tribe of fanged beasts living in the old city of Cheeto are going to start mass migration to the old neighborhood of Shibuya. And according to the report, they've been attacked by a tribe of cannibals and are trying to escape. And although they are a pain in the ass, when it comes to needing to hide, they are pretty good at running. Allison wondered what was even going on, but the resistance commander stated that all explanations should be left for later. For now, they needed to act quickly to see everything with their own eyes. Then Bamunk said that it sounded unexpected, but he already had a job for the heroes team, so now it was necessary to go to the tent across the street to get weapons. After these words, the resistance commander started giving orders to his subordinates and announced that all search and rescue teams should start preparing. After all the subordinates gathered in one place, Balmung looked really serious and announced the start of the military briefing. Balmung shouted that the tribe of fanged beasts are real tricksters and they still use the difficult terrain of Taido to hide effectively, and so the resistance has to fight at a disadvantage. The commander also recalled that the supply squad had been attacked countless times and had to kill the insolent tribesmen in return. However, now these scum have begun a mass migration towards the old Shibuya neighborhood, and this is not acceptable. The resistance commander explained that there was a river on the route with a good view, and that was where they should ambush the migrants. And if they could create a situation where the enemy would be unable to hide their bodies, they could deal with them very quickly. Balmung, trying to motivate his men as much as possible, shouted that this time they would be the torturers, and as soon as they arrived at the target, they would have to set a trap immediately, and then they would have to wait for cover. But then after a special signal, altogether will attack the enemy. This time the main striking force will be magic weapons, and the advanced units will do everything possible to protect and prevent unnecessary damage on the support unit. The resistance commander also stated that it seems that the goddess has blessed them with her love, and today, very timely, they were joined by a group of real heroes. Among them are the hero Rex, the sage Kiruru, the martial arts master Tekako, priest Tina, and wizards Palma, Alice and Mino. And thus 7 new very strong people joined the resistance. The locals were thrilled with such news and decided that thanks to the new heroes they could definitely defeat any enemy. The members of the resistance began to shout loudly and cheer themselves up before the next task, and Tekako only quietly said that it was time for a new battle. After the military briefing, the preparation for the mission itself began. The support squad had to take care of enough ammunition and check the readiness of camouflage equipment. The group of heroes from Yasunosmai was surprised by the quality of preparation and the sheer quantity of all sorts of equipment. Especially interesting was the camouflage used by the people from this world. It also seemed to the heroes a distinct lack of squad size, even if it was only half of the entire force, and the rest of the group went forward. The guests from Yasunosmai decided that perhaps there were really very few fighters in the entire resistance. And if that was really the case, then now it was clear why the local people treated the heroes from the other world so well. Before the operation began, the resistance commander told his subordinates that the heroes from the other world could not be allowed to handle everything alone, because they were all one family and had to protect each other no matter what. All the fighters shouted back that they would not let anyone die and would follow all the orders of the commander. Just then Mary came running in and reported that all preparations had been completed. Balmung explained that he would also take part in this quest and added that of course it was all too sudden, but he would be glad to have the heroes help them with this endeavor. The resistance commander admitted that he of course realized that all the heroes had not been in the real world long enough to get used to it. But in any case, his subordinates would provide support so that everyone could return home alive in the end. But Tekako calmly asked that it was more important for all the heroes to know right now what kind of enemy they would be fighting, because that was the most important thing to know before the battle. Balmung replied that the enemy was actually just like them, though in many ways this intelligent species was superior to normal humans and therefore much more dangerous. Alice asked if she understood correctly that they would be facing the previously mentioned tribes of ogres and fanged beasts. Balmung praised her for her insight and explained that these creatures are endowed with intelligence as well as unique abilities, and their physical capabilities are far beyond those of humans. Moreover, these creatures only move in groups. Tina asked how similar these creatures were to the demons from Yasunorosm, because if they were, it would be much easier for the heroes to fight them. But the resistance commander replied that these creatures are completely different, and even demons can deal with demons. Besides, demons here very rarely attack people on purpose, and for that matter, it should be understood that humans are the ones who pursue demons. And before being here, one didn't have to think about that. Kiruru was surprised by the resistance commander's revelation and asked if he was also from Jasnojarth. But Balmung only replied that it was a very old story and there was no time to talk about it now. The resistance commander then explained that all of his comrades who had gone out with him had been killed and he was the only one left alive at the moment. Kiruru assumed that if so many heroes had died, then it meant that these were enemies much stronger than any demon and they needed to be extremely careful. Balmung confirmed this and explained that although the tribe of fanged beasts they were about to encounter had no magic, they had insane physical abilities that made them very dangerous opponents. In addition, these creatures have excellent eyesight and a keen sense of smell, and if you get close to them, they can hear footsteps and smell people's breath. Also, fanged beasts can easily hide in difficult terrain and attack using blind spots. Another disadvantage is that these creatures are too belligerent and have no fear at all. Mary stated that even despite all this, the heroes should not worry, because they have unique skills, and even if the enemy is very fast, the heroes are much stronger overall. Rex agreed with Mary, but still explained that speed is actually a very important factor in battle. And if their goal was to do damage, it would be interesting to see if there was a way to do that without using force. Rex then asked if these creatures used any weapons, if they did indeed have quite advanced intelligence. Mary explained that these creatures don't have the necessary knowledge to create precision equipment, and the best they have are knives and bows. And since these creatures have no magical abilities, their weakness is long-range attacks, against which they have no defense. Yuki said that this time the resistance would make a surprise attack in a place where there are very few blind spots, and thus it would be very difficult to kill them, and they should take advantage of that. After that, the command was sounded to prepare for the climb up. It was also learned that half of the personnel had already gone up and were now busy guarding the perimeter, and all that was left was to join them and continue along the route. Tina watched with interest and decided that now they would all be going up to the surface using some sort of vertical transport. The resistance commander explained that now they were very deep underground, but soon when they got out everything would be different, and everyone should keep an eye on their comrades and not lose sight of them. Then the huge elevator began its movement, and it startled Tina. Takako reminded her friends that everything outside of this place is completely unknown to them, and so they must fight hard and be ready to die. Alice suddenly asked Takako if Kagami was really still alive. Takako replied that she sincerely wanted to believe that, but that right now they had to focus on the task at hand and do everything they could to avoid getting themselves killed. Alice sadly agreed and decided that all they had to do was wait, and maybe later they could find out about Kagami's fate. Palna decided to cheer up her comrades and asked them not to make such a gloomy face, because it looks terrible and spoils the whole impression of the team of heroes. And if Alice really thinks that Kagami is still alive, then she must make sure that she herself stays alive during this dangerous mission. After all, everything will be pointless if Kagami actually turns out to be alive, and they all die before they can find him. Kururu and Alice agreed with Palna's words and immediately changed their moods, setting up to destroy the enemies. The resistance commander noticed the heroes' belligerent attitude and said that they now looked like they were ready for their first adventure in the real world. Bomunk announced after a while that very soon they would be on the surface and would see the current state of the planet Earth. After a few minutes, their eyes felt the sharp pain of the sunlight, and the heroes from Yasnosmai saw a post-apocalyptic picture of the real world where everything was completely destroyed. All of this was shocking to those seeing this landscape for the first time, but the resistance commander ordered no one to move or let their guard down. Bomunk explained that the inside of the elevator was camouflaged and invisible from the outside, and once out of this perimeter every person would be visible. Tina wondered if they were planning to set up here, but the resistance commander explained that unfortunately they would have to move on. Bomunk also informed all of his subordinates that the advance party that had risen first had disappeared without a trace, and that they should be very careful now. Palna stated that all the heroes are not clear yet, and therefore they will listen to the commander's orders and try to orient themselves in the new situation as quickly as possible. Bomunk, after a little thought, stated that he would be the first to go outside the defense perimeter. The resistance commander explained that once he showed himself, there would have to be some kind of reaction from the enemy, and then they would all understand how exactly to proceed. Bomunk cautiously stepped outside the cloaked elevator area and began to saunter nearby, but nothing happened like that. The resistance commander tried to figure out where the advance party had actually disappeared to, but there was no sign of them. Then suddenly there was a loud scream, and Palna asked fearfully what they should do next, for it sounded like some kind of monster. The local warriors said that it was an ogre and began to prepare to repel the attack. Everyone inside the protective perimeter was sure that the ogre could not see them, but the monster somehow sensed the presence of people and was rapidly approaching its target. The resistance commander ordered the vanguard to form a circle around the support squad and watch each other's backs. The soldiers instantly began to follow the order and prepared to repel the attacks of the horrible monster. Takako wondered what the hero squad should do. Bomunk advised them to be careful and explained that these creatures don't make a single sound, and if you open your back, they would approach very quickly and silently. The heroes were surprised that they had to immediately meet the most dangerous killers on Earth, who make no sound at all, and it is unclear how to defend themselves from them. Bomunk explained that any sound these creatures make is absorbed by a special haze around them, and if they attack a human, this ability blocks any screams or pleas for help. Just at that moment, one of the ogres suddenly appeared behind Takako's back and tried to attack the hero. Bamunk was shocked, tried to immediately warn of the danger, but also realized that it was too late. But as it turned out, Takako wasn't going to be a snack for the monster, and immediately turned around and dealt the enemy powerful blows. Takako shouted that it was too early for her to die, especially from such a vile creature. The resistance commander was delighted by the hero's amazing reaction, but Takako admitted that it was actually exciting and she was even a little scared. And it must be admitted that the ability of these creatures to disguise themselves is indeed a huge problem in fighting them. And if one relies on mere sight, the reaction for a counterattack won't be fast enough. Takako explained that she was only able to repel this attack by using her incredible speed. Well, with that said, the ogres were quite vulnerable to strong strikes and thus could be easily destroyed. Bamunk assessed Takako's capabilities and ordered her to stay alert and not to break the battle formation. Takako was also able to determine that there was no consistency in the movements of these monsters and thus they were difficult to predict ahead of time. The resistance commander explained that so far, they had taken advantage of the low intelligence of these creatures when setting special traps and everything had been successful. But it seems that the ogres had recently been able to evolve considerably and had become much more dangerous. Bamunk explained that ogres used to be completely stupid creatures and apparently this time they were able to notice the presence of humans. And at least it looked like they were waiting for someone to step outside the cloaking perimeter before they acted. And now it was clear that these creatures were evolving every day. And once ogres even made sounds while they were moving and were easy to detect. Compared to the speed of development of these creatures, ordinary humans are inferior life forms that have no choice but to rely on the heroes from Yasnozum. A few minutes later, another huge ogre appeared and rushed to attack the humans without wasting any time. The attack was so fast that the monster managed to grab one of the soldiers. The commander immediately ordered immediate action, because this man was still alive. The vicious ogre, sensing the danger from the many soldiers, spat out the man who was indeed still alive. Palna was truly surprised why the captured soldier was actually alive and uninjured. But the guy, coming to his senses, asked the sorceress if she wasn't the one who had saved him. Palna explained that she was indeed able to defeat the ogre and all she did was to use her body and magical energy to attack the monster with magic. The excited fellow regretfully admitted that he, alas, could not use magical abilities, but Palna offered to thank her magic skill for his rescue. Palna explained that this skill she had learned was called the Witch's Hand. With this skill, you can use someone else's body as an intermediary to activate your own magic. The stunned soldier didn't understand anything about magic and even less who exactly saved him, but in the end he thanked Palna for any of her actions. Tina, lying on the ground, looked very ill and mumbled that she was the one who saved the soldier. Palna was startled and asked what had even happened. Tina confessed that she had used her Mercy Lady skill. With this skill, you can use your own life force and magical energy to reduce the damage you receive to 1%. And all you have to do is choose the right target. Tina explained that she can use this ability to keep everyone around her safe, but unfortunately this ability only lasts for a limited time. Tina admitted that protecting people in this way really takes a lot of energy and she feels incredibly exhausted. The joyful soldiers thanked the girls for their protection and help and called them amazing heroes. But then the resistance commander stepped in and stated that he would take care of the rest personally with his huge sword. Bamunk said that these monsters should have learned their lesson and stopped attacking so recklessly. Besides, if they didn't hurry up, Tina would be exhausted and once her skill stopped working, all the soldiers would be in great danger, so it was necessary to destroy the monsters before that happened. The resistance commander outside the perimeter and shouted, calling for the monsters to attack him. Takako was the first to notice the danger and tried to warn the commander of the attack from behind. A huge ogre grabbed Bamunk, but Mary immediately calmed everyone down and advised them not to worry. Meanwhile, the resistance commander growled at the guests and said that he had captured one monster. A few seconds later, using his incredible strength, the resistance commander literally crumpled the ogre with his hands and then threw it upwards. After that, a huge sword came into action, which he chopped the monster into many pieces. The heroes from Jasnorland were delighted by Bamunk's actions, and Mary explained that Bamunk at the front was a true commander and truly worthy of that title. After all, the head of the resistance is a real warrior who possesses level 273, and so he is a really cool person. The team of heroes from Yasnozmi looked at the resistance commander in surprise, because they didn't even realize that this person possessed such a high level. And Bamunk said after his victory that as soon as they assessed the situation, they would immediately continue moving towards their intended goal.